Too much fun for the Washington Capitals now as they beat the Edmonton Oilers the final 3-2. Pierre-Luc Dubois with a goal and an assist. Tom Wilson and Matt Roy also scored. Logan Thompson making 30 saves. The final moments in Edmonton.
Oilers keep it on the outside. The final 10 seconds. Back to Bouchard. Time running out on the Oilers. Draisaitl back to Bouchard. And a puck kicked away from Thompson. A rebound that is centered, and that is going to do it. Good morning. Good afternoon. And good night, Edmonton. The Capitals behind Logan Thompson. And a game-winning goal from Pierre-Luc Dubois. Take down the Oilers here in Alberta. Final score, Capitals 3 and the Oilers 2.
John Walton the call on the Capitals radio network. Caps have earned a point in an NHL high 11 straight games. They're off to Seattle Kraken tomorrow night. Ichiro Suzuki, starting pitcher CC Sabathia, and closer Billy Wagner gained entry into the Baseball Hall of Fame. Suzuki becomes the first Japanese-born player into the Hall. Vikings and head coach Kevin O'Connell agreed to a multi-year extension. The Patriots bring back Josh McDaniels as an offensive coordinator. Virginia beat Boston College 74-56, and George Mason over St. Bonaventure 75-62. Lakers beat the Wizards 111-88, Bilal Coulibaly 17. Wizards at the Clippers Thursday night. They've lost 11 in a row. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
You hear me, Landy? Why is that thing done up like that?
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, points north, south, east, and west. We are out west, Ashburn, Virginia, getting ready for NFC Title Week. And B, it's crowded out here, man.
It is very crowded.
There's new security guards.
I was the first guy in, Jay. Can you believe it?
I can't. You know what?
Phil, I walked in, the guy said, "Damn, first one in and first one on the list." I'm like, "Yeah, that's what I do it."
Well, I gotta say, I don't think you being here first is as surprising as me being here second. me being anywhere second is kind of a big deal.
I'll be totally honest with you, though. Walking from out there to here today,
cold.
Bro, it's hard to breathe when it's that cold, dog.
Dude, so I didn't have gloves on, and I was carrying all the stuff in, and it was cold.
Carhartt. They work, bro. Get your some.
Well, dude, what was funny is, so I broke out my big – I have gloves. I just didn't have them on.
Bro, you better have more.
But I brought my big coat today because I'm going to have to do lives for NBC4 later. I'm going to have to stand around outside. And I was like, all right, like that's my ski jacket.
This is a bourbon day. All I'm gonna say.
It definitely is. Maybe not at 10:04 a.m.
Not at 10:04, but sometime soon.
Yeah, I can see that. It's wild. There's a bunch of new desks and tables out there and kind of the media room out here. And, there's some people from Philly. There's some outlets I've legit never heard of.
Whisper TV.
Yeah.
That means that they're quiet.
Which doesn't make a ton of sense for television, but that's cool. It's going to be fascinating to watch this week kind of unfold.
Yes.
I can't wait for the game. I mean, there's so many angles to discuss from really just this team being in the NFC title game. You know what I mean? The game at this point is only 4 days away. I played paddle last night, B, and lost, but played better than I did the week before. And all anybody wanted to talk about was this football game and just kind of what it is and what it means. And, what do we think and how they do in Detroit? Beamish is taking a live photo. Let's do this. And and it was just, it's fascinating to watch this city and just how everybody is so locked in.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's just been fun. It's This ride has been fun. I don't think it's definitely not over. Obviously, there's a game Sunday. I don't know if it's over after that. And I'm thinking this through this morning. I think if you're a Commanders fan and you're looking to get a ticket to the Super Bowl, I think people are going to be blown away. Like, you and I know kind of Super Bowl costs because we've
been,
like, even not staying for the game, you're aware of the ticket costs just being down there for Radio Row during the week. Like, I think people are going to be blown away when they realize that a ticket to the Super Bowl is $5,000-$10,000.
Well, if you were to be one of the lucky people who are in some of these lotteries, or you're connected with somebody where you can get it for face value, that's basically about $2,200, I think, right there, $2,200, $2,500. And if you start going aftermarket, the top of the Superdome will hit you still about $3,500 to $5,000.
Well, and I was thinking also, White Brian, if you sent me the stream link, I don't have it, bro.
It's there.
I don't have it. Send it to me again.
Bam, I'm in. Why I beat him again?
Yeah, but your volume's on.
Yeah, because I was doing another show this morning. I've done 2 interviews already today, man.
I think if you're trying to go to this game, and I know a lot of people that want to go to this game. I know a lot of people, frankly, that are like, you know what? Because it's Philly, and I don't necessarily feel like dealing with Philly. And if I don't necessarily want to spend the money, because if they go the following week, I know I'm going to want to spend that money. If you are just thinking long-term about getting a ticket to this game, I don't know if you agree with me. I think you want the Chiefs to win. Because, hear me out, the Chiefs have had so much success. The Chiefs have won 2 in a row. They've won 3 of the last 5 or 4.
Mm-hmm.
They've been to another one there. Like, the Chiefs fans will not have this dire need to go to the Super Bowl. A lot of them will. Sure. But the Bills and the Bills fans haven't been to a Super Bowl in 30 years.
Yeah, haven't won one.
They've never won one,
yeah.
And they haven't been since the Skins were gone. I mean, they lost to the Giants, the Skins, and then the Cowboys twice. They haven't been since then, and they've been really good and kind of flirted with it, but not gotten there. I think if you get the rematch of the 91 season, if you get Bills, Skins, I think that will drive the highest demand because it's 2 franchises that haven't been there in 30 years.
Yep, and a rematch of 26.
And with huge fan bases and everything. I think of, if you just think on a simple demand scale, Chiefs fans as maniacals, I'm not doubting Chiefs fans or how big that fandom group is, and Lord knows how like Taylor Swift factors into that or whatever. But like, I think their demand would be at the lowest. And maybe that's a 8 out of 10, but
yeah,
Bills and Skins will be 12 out of 10. And Eagles, I think, is 9, but they've been in 2 Super Bowls in the last 8 years.
Yeah, but they still don't want to go.
I know.
And I think when you look at the fact that it's New Orleans, it's in a Superdome, basically what we just discussed at the beginning when we walked out here today, people are leaving the cold. Well, we can't say that today because New Orleans got about 12 inches.
A foot of snow,
They
dude.
got about 12 inches out there. But really, that's a misnomer. That's not going to happen all the time. But people love New Orleans. People love being inside. And people love these 4 teams. People love their team. I would be surprised, like, you don't have many left.
Now, the flip side is Kansas City and Buffalo are 2 of the smallest markets in the NFL.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean they don't have a million fans or whatever the number is. I just think from a straight up cost standpoint, and we know some people in the ticket game. I'm curious if they agree with me, if they happen to be listening. I think the Skins would be better off playing the Chiefs from a straight up dollars and cents standpoint. I think Skins Bills will be nuts. I also think because New Orleans, when you think about the cities in the Super Bowl rotation, Miami, New Orleans, Phoenix, Vegas, LA, New Orleans is just so much smaller than all the rest of those cities. Like if the Super Bowl's in Phoenix, I mean, Tempe, Scottsdale, Glendale, downtown Phoenix proper, like there's got to be, I don't know. There's just so much space out there for people to stay and get hotels and all that. Like New Orleans, if you're in New Orleans proper, even if you're uptown, like it's just not that big.
Yeah.
And then to spread it out, there's a lake and a river. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's a little peninsula. Like, there's just not that much space. I think, what is a hotel right now in New Orleans?
To be honest with you, the Holiday Inns were already hitting for $850 to $1,000.
Dude, I bet.
And because this is about 5-6 weeks ago when I was talking to people, and the like, you got to realize the league are already locked.
Leagues reserve, and they reserve a bunch for both teams.
A lot of
every big corporations
and all locked. So,
bro, like Nike and Coca-Cola and Fox. It's a Fox Super Bowl. They got a lot.
It's a city that people love the Super Bowl to be because you can walk.
It's fun.
Yeah, and like I remember the last time we went down there. When the Ravens played against 49ers, there were people living 20, 30 miles outside the city, and those prices still would knock them over the head.
So, dude, I don't know what most of these places are. Like, these don't look like regular hotels I've heard of. I just went to hotels.com and searched New Orleans for Super Bowl weekend, Friday to Monday. The Club Wyndham Avenue Plaza, and this is up in the Garden District, so this is like, you got to take the streetcar to get down to the French Quarter. For a room, just for a room, is $1,900.
What about? Which hotel?
Garden District, the Club Wyndham Avenue Plaza.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if you want to stay in the quarter, like New Orleans has big ass hotels. That Marriott's massive, right? Like, but if you want, none of these are like, these all seem like little, like mom and pop kind of owned hotels or B&Bs or whatever. You can get the Cadillac Cottage. It's 3 miles to the French Quarter, but it sleeps 4 for a G a night.
That's what you should do. Those type of things like that. That's $250 a night for a group. You know what I mean?
Super 8 by the airport is $700 a night.
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to tell you, dog.
It's going to be, the Comfort Inn by the airport. How much you think the Comfort Inn by the airport is?
$1,200.
$13. Damn. Jeff, I hope you're saving up, dog, because I know Jeff's going to want to get down there. The La Quinta by the airport's not bad. $650. Whatever. We're not putting the cart before the horse. Focus on Philly. I was thinking about that this morning.
But you have a plan. You got to have a plan.
Yeah. Quickly, we don't need to do a lot on this, but we've all kind of learned over the years that you loved Ichiro as a baseball player. And his numbers are so outrageous. Like, if anybody watched Ichiro play, he's an undoubted Hall of Famer.
Man, first ballot, quick as they come. And if anybody left him off the ballot, that person should never have a vote again.
Well, and dude, the people, I fear that I don't want to cast too broad of a brush, but you know me, I brush pretty broadly. These Hall of Fame voters are so freaking high and mighty that they just they think they're the gatekeeper to some holy place, that they are somehow more entitled to run than the people that play the game. And I think it's just so stupid. I don't know if the Pro Basketball Hall of Fame generally has the lowest barrier to entry. Like, there's a lot of people in the Pro Basketball Hall of Fame.
Actually, it's not the Pro Basketball. It's just the
Basketball Hall of Fame. Right. The Naismith Basketball
from everywhere, yeah.
So I don't know that is the right way to do it, but I know the way baseball especially does it is so stupid that some dude, some person decided not to vote Ichiro just so they could say, oh, he wasn't a unanimous player. Same thing that happened to Cal Ripken. I believe the only unanimous was Mariano Rivera of the last 20 years.
The thing about it is, when you're in, you're in. Who gives a damn if you're unanimous or not? I mean, unanimous guys don't get anything more special than the other guys that are not. So that person right there, since you want to make yourself known, they should just take the damn vote away from them. Because there's no way anyone can say that dude, Ichiro, was not a damn Hall of Famer.
Well, dude, and it just reminds me, frankly, of the idiocy with the Baseball Hall of Fame. And I'm cool. Who else went in? Billy Wagner and CC Sabathia? Okay. Like, I got no problem. I don't really have a dog.
I'm trying to be funny, talking about my favorite player ever
was
Billy Wagner.
I don't really have a dog in the Billy Wagner.
I don't have a clue who Billy Wagner was.
He was a closer. He was
what year?
I think he won a couple World Series with the with the Astros. I almost
What
said
year?
the Rockets. What year? He played a while. It wasn't 1 year. I don't know.
What year? What years was he playing?
I think he's the dude that gave up that moon rocket to Pujols is what I remember the most. I pulled up his stats. It looks like he played from 95 to 2010 for the Astros.
Landfill make a comment like the dude was playing in the 50s or 60s.
I'll let Landfill speak for himself. Sabathia seems like he's getting the Yankee bump, but whatever. I don't even care to argue about it. It reminds me with the Baseball Hall of Fame how incredibly stupid they are. The greatest baseball player I've ever seen ever is Barry Bonds. And the fact that he's not in is so dumb. You tell me what rules Barry Bonds broke, because steroids weren't illegal in baseball. It wasn't against the rules.
No.
And he was
and the stuff that what was the guy?
The cream and the clear.
No, they were going along and they were showing the stuff they were taking.
Totally.
What was the other dude? McGuire. And all of them was taking the same thing. So what's the deal?
It's just so stupid. It also reminded me.
Then we quickly found out that the pitchers were using growth hormones.
Bro, everybody was.
So let's be real.
Like, it's just so dumb. When's the last time you saw a picture of Sammy Sosa, by the way?
Last time I saw him, he had blonde hair and he looked like he had changed his whole skin color. Yeah. Now he don't have the blonde hair anymore, and he no longer is Sammy Sosa.
I don't know what happened there, and I hope he's like physically okay. But it reminds me of like Michael Jackson.
That's what he looked like.
And I don't know enough. I have zero comments. It's just striking when you notice it. Look at this picture, B. Sammy with a lady wearing cowboy hat.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell's going on there. But I hope all's well. I'm getting 1 million texts about people that have found hotels in New Orleans. Now I'm on my computer, so I don't necessarily know who is texting me. Mm-hmm. Somebody said hotels are like $1,500 a night if you don't want to get shot. So it depends. It depends where you are. Now again, I'm on my computer, so it's just phone numbers. I don't know necessarily who is here. Looks like, what's not a bad idea is to check out Airbnb, VRBO, that kind of stuff.
That would be a great one.
Somebody's telling me they got, now this was booked a while back, but they got something for $2,000 a night that can sleep 4 people.
$2,000 a night, a while back.
I mean,
how much you think it is a day?
Crazy, man. It's going to be interesting. So here's somebody we both know talking about Super Bowl prices. Because of the size of New Orleans, hotel rooms are as high priced as possible, and there's just lower availability. Think about last year in Vegas. You know what Vegas has? Hotel rooms.
Yeah. No. Lots of them.
Right. And I'm sure they jack it for Super Bowl, but there's just think about like if you stay off the strip in Old Town Vegas.
Yeah.
Like there's just so much.
It's way cheaper too.
Availability that it just changes all of it. And I think New Orleans is just such a different place. But damn, it's gonna be fun. All right, we have so much to get into. Oh, Richard John wants me to look at flight costs to New Orleans. All right, maybe we'll check that out. There's so much for us to get into ahead of this game this week. Maybe we look at tickets. It's also just Landfill wants to talk about the last time the Commanders played on January 26th, because that's the day of the game this week.
Woo!
It's gonna be kind of interesting. There's a lot of
things are falling in place.
There's a lot of little parallels, man. There's a lot of little parallels, and you talk about things falling in place. If you are looking to buy or sell a home, there's one thing that will help everything fall into place. There's a dude and a company that can help you take what is a stressful time. If you're listing your house, you're buying a house, it is a stressful act. But there's one dude that can help you de-stress. That's John Leahy.
And that's why Fred reached out to John for the 8th time, because John and the Fine Living Group, they got his property sold very, very fast. They rolled in. Fred wanted to talk to them again because they had used John before. John walked in with his VIP seller program, got the home sold quickly for top dollar. If you're looking to sell a home, reach out to our friend John Leahy and the Fine Living Group's a guaranteed offer. Start by finding out what your home is worth in only 30 seconds at johnsellsdmv.com. We're talking about our good friend, John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees customized to your needs And John knows that life happens sometimes. So if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
It's not just that. Say you want to sell your house, right? And gosh, my kitchen could just use some updating. If you don't always have to gut it. Sometimes you could just paint your cabinets white, get some new what do they call that? Hardware, like the little handles that you open the stuff with. Say you spend like $3,500 just to modernize your kitchen. That's not going to kill you, but you don't want to come up with the cash. Talk to John. Here's what you could do. He could front you the money to modernize your kitchen, to sell the house. You'll probably make back 2 or 3x on that minimal investment. And rather than putting the money up yourself, John will front it. And then when you go to closing, just pay him back there. It makes it so easy, and you make more money on your house. Call John today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
The best team in the NHL wins again. That's the Washington Capitals beating the Edmonton Oilers 3-2. Pierre-Luc Dubois a goal and an assist, and Logan Thompson 30 saves. Matt Roy gives the Caps the lead.
Dubois to the Edmonton zone. In behind the net, but held to the outside. Pass to McMichael. Up top for Roy. And a puck, they score! Matt Roy with a puck that went low. It looked like it went under the glove.
John Walton the call on the Capitals radio network. Caps have earned a point in an NHL high 11 straight games. Ichiro Suzuki, starting pitcher CC Sabathia, and closer Billy Wagner gain entry into the Baseball Hall of Fame. Suzuki becomes the first Japanese-born player into the Hall. Vikings and head coach Kevin O'Connell agree on a multi-year extension. Virginia beat Boston College 74-56. George Mason over St. Bonaventure 75-62. The Lakers beat the Wizards 111-88. Bilal Coulibaly scored 17. Wizards have lost 11 in a row. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Name. B.
Yep.
We have a friend that owns a restaurant that is a very unique niche restaurant and bar.
Uh-huh.
And then there's a rooftop sports book.
Uh-huh.
If you know
I know exactly
the
what you're
friend
talking
we're
about.
talking about,
Yeah.
he's trying to figure out options for New Orleans. And he had an idea of renting an RV with some of his coworkers. And I was like,
You know what? That makes sense.
I was like, yo, you might make money on that trip.
Hell yeah. That makes sense right there. You get an RV, a nice one, the one that got the pop outside, man, you make money right there, brother.
You got your own mobile bar.
You know what? I'm going to call my man Marius Haydale. What's that, Marius? You know you can rent out your RV in New Orleans.
Dude, if there's one city that would be cool with it, it's New Orleans,
All you have to do
too.
is pull up and park.
You try to do that in Phoenix, you're going to have like a whole lot of police and security. New Orleans, you're good to go, man.
But you know, like the thing about it, right outside of the dome, what do they call it? Legends Plaza, something like that.
Yeah.
They show the games and stuff that are inside, outside. So you got people will be right there. They're gonna have bars all over the place. If you get down there, you can't get a ticket. You still can have an experience.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Interesting conversation this morning, B. All right, coming up, 11 o'clock, Neil Greenberg, as always. Neil has been on fire with his predictions.
Yes, he has.
He put in a Skins minus 13.5 against Detroit that paid plus 2,000. So I am quite curious what the hell Neil's going to say.
Neil, man, we're still waiting on that damn that lunch, man.
Yeah, we got you tickets to 106.7 Live. Yo, what does CK do? And maybe the answer is the show will go on. But if they're in the Super Bowl, are they still going to have this party that Friday night?
We won't be there.
Or it's the week before. I think it's a week from this
Yeah,
Friday.
it is. That's the off week. Yeah, that's the week we'll be going. But you know, I think I'm gonna be leaving probably the next that next
I am
morning.
currently on a flight Sunday.
I'm supposed to
I don't
be
know if that'll
going
change.
to AZ to ride a bike ride, then go to New Orleans from there.
Good luck with all that.
Yeah.
What I do know is if you're looking to listen to the NFC title game, if you're going to be driving around this weekend, say you just have to go to the grocery store during the day to get ready, and then you got to drive to your in-laws or whatever the case is, 106.7 The Fan will have coverage all damn day.
Yeah.
Starting at 9 a.m. for a 3 o'clock game, which is pretty wild. 9
But
a.m.
you know, that's how it goes, man.
Especially
all
when you get to this
all
level.
the national people are going to be doing it. Why not bring the local feel to it?
Totally.
Because we know how the national people are going to play it. We're going to give you what we feel.
Right.
You want to listen to the local people on that day.
So starting at 9 a.m., we'll have title game coverage all day. The game starts at 3. We'll have the Westwood One coverage. Then I believe it's DOC doing his post-game thing. And, lately they've been making Toby Altizer work till like 4 a.m. So he might do that.
He deserves it.
Shout out to Toby.
Toby's the guy, man. He deserves it.
Shout out to my man, Jeff. I hope he's feeling better. We think he's back next week. and he is guaranteed a song this week, no
He
matter
said a
how sick he's
banger.
been.
He said he has a banger.
But I do want to kind of go around here and talk about like a player, a matchup that not even necessarily concerned, but just something that try to get off the radar a little bit, because it's so easy to talk about Saquon, maybe Lattimore and A.J. Brown, all those things. But there's going to be things down the list that make a huge difference in this game, Brian.
Mm-hmm.
We do, though, have a lot of coaching news kind of happening around the NFL. Yesterday it was some dude in New York reported that Newmark and Aaron Glenn were a done deal to the Jets. I don't believe that's the case. There's no completely done deal. And how about this? And I just wonder, I think back to a few years ago when Byron Leftwich, at least the reports were he wouldn't take the Jaguars job because he didn't want to work with Balky.
Yeah. Because he's known a lot of stuff about Balky.
Balky's reputation
is horrible.
Yeah. And for whatever reason, Khan, the owner of the Jags, seems to like Balky and is just keeping him there. I found this pretty telling, dude. The guy Liam Cohen, who help me with this. How do you pronounce Coen? So there's no H. Is that Cohen or is that like Cohen?
It could be Cohen or it could be Cohen.
Okay.
I've heard it pronounced Cohen.
Okay. The Bucs offensive coordinator, Liam Cohen. It was my understanding he was kind of the leader in the clubhouse to get that job in Jacksonville. He's turned him down.
He turned down who?
He turned down Jacksonville.
He
removed no. Cohen.
Cohen turned him down?
The Bucs OC. Yeah. I mean, similar to Byron
a lot of
few
people
years ago.
don't want to work with that dude, man. And I think that is something that Cons will have to learn. The dude has been an idiot for a long time. He screwed up teams. You gonna have to say bye to him and get some other people in there, let them go with it.
What I also hear is if this dude who has never been a head coach, and not that he's not making good money as an offensive coordinator in Tampa, I'm sure he's doing quite well. It's at least six figures. It might be seven. For him to turn down a head coaching job, this may be an oversimplification, and I understand that. People really think Cliff's leaving? This is a dude that's never been a head coach. Mm-hmm. Like, he's still looking for that opportunity, and he's just either Jacksonville's that broken or more coaches are starting to realize not every job's a great job.
I think coaches are starting to learn that because, listen, we on the outside say, oh, if he get fired, he get paid anyway. But the coach don't want to ever get fired. The coach don't want to be somewhere for 1 year and then they let him go. Although he's getting that money, he still wants to be out there coaching because your reputation begins to take hits when you get fired.
100%.
So these coaches are now looking at situations and saying, I'm like, John used to always say, you can't pay me enough to fail. So if I'm going to fail, I am going to be doing things my way. You're not going to try to tell me how to do it. And we already know this dude down there in Jacksonville, he seems to be a problem in the way of people having success. So you already know what's going to probably happen. You're going to get fired, he's going to be still sitting there.
Yeah.
Sometimes I wonder how some people get successful. They keep keeping those type of people around.
Robert Salah, the Jets coach, is maybe going to get another look in Jacksonville. Ben Johnson, you make sense of this for me, B. Ben Johnson got the Chicago job. He gave what was supposed to be a hype video that it didn't necessarily make me that hyped. He got the Bears job, and now he's working hard to reassemble the Saints coaching staff in Chicago. So Ben Johnson I believe, has hired Dennis Allen, the Saints' former head coach that was fired, week 8, to be the defensive coordinator in Chicago. And they're trying to get Darren Rizzi, the Saints interim head coach, to be their special teams coach. Okay, good luck. I don't know a heck of a lot about that. I know Dennis Allen seemed like the most boring dude in the world. Ben Johnson doesn't really seem like a motivator. He seems like a schematic expert. Rizzy, though, maybe is that guy. I don't know. The Chicago thing's fascinating to me. What I think is really smart is what the Vikings have done. They have now locked up a long-term deal with Kevin O'Connell.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you'd be crazy not to.
But Ben Johnson hiring Allen, a former head coach.
Yeah.
That takes a little pressure off of you as well. You can be that whole complete head coach guy, and you have somebody to run your offense. Those type of things are things where a lot of people say, oh, the guy just want to be a CEO. But if you don't hire somebody with a big level of experience, you're not going to be able to just be a CEO of the team. You're going to have to be working your butt off, and it's going to kill you. So if Ben comes in with his offense, give it to you, you utilize, you have to run it, and I become cool with you, I know it's going to be ran right. I can put my mind on other stuff now. So I think that's what coaches are starting to do to have success.
We shall see, man. Obviously the center of making things work is going to be the quarterback, Caleb and Ben Johnson. If they make that thing work, then you're in good shape. If you don't, who knows what's going to happen there. I think, does Brian Schottenheimer make you nervous if he gets the Cowboys head coaching job?
It'll make me nervous, but I think Brian's a good coach, but I'm not nervous. The whole thing about it is, listen, man, when you come in, you can be the guy in offense. If you don't get the right defensive guy, well, what difference does it make? If y'all don't have the right chemistry, who gives a damn? That's the thing you got to build. Coaches now, you know it, I know it. If you don't have the coaches on your staff that follow what you're doing and see the things the same way you do, there are a lot of offense coordinators, defense coordinators who are trying to show up the other to make sure they get the next job, and that screws football teams up. So who's he going to get?
Dude, so the Cowboys have now interviewed Brian Schottenheimer, a virtual interview with Kellen Moore, Leslie Frazier, and Robert Salah. Brian Schottenheimer joined the Cowboys in 2022 as a coaching analyst. And then when Dallas and Kellen Moore parted ways, because Mike McCarthy wanted to start calling plays, he got bumped to offensive coordinator, even though McCarthy was the play caller. He might be a good coach. I don't know enough, right? But, he's only there. He's just gotten promoted because other people have left. And you've heard my theory. There's three types of coaches in the NFL. There's the schematic guy, the schematic genius. I think that's what you think Ben Johnson looks like, right, in Chicago. Yeah. There's the people, the motivator, the leader of men type. And then the third type is the management ownership stooge. Sure seems like this one's tracking one way in Dallas because you're taking a job because you're there and you know how to deal with management and ownership. Mm-hmm. And that's not necessarily bad. Barry Switzer was able to win a Super Bowl that way. You need a really good roster for it to really work.
Or you could get the guy that could be the leader, the people guy, and he can know all the stuff, the X's and O's. But you know what?
If you get the guy that can do both, that's usually a Hall of Famer.
Ones that could come in and also they can motivate and they can make the owner lean their way.
Manage up.
That's the Andy Reid's, the Joe Gibbs of the world. The Belichick's and all those types. Those guys can do it all. And the owners are so intrigued by them that they go, I'm going to let you do it your way. When you get that, that's when you're good. But you better make sure you have the right damn coach.
Neil Greenberg joins us at 11. You know, I love my early aughts indie, Landfill. Appreciate you right here. So I believe we have me and B, Landini, and White Brian back in Navy Yard. A whole bunch of folks on the stream. Let's check in with the stream. If you want to stream with us, youtube.com, 1067 The Fan /LL Cool J. The first person this morning, I got LL. White Brian, is that who you got?
I had
Cool J?
Rashawn Baker.
Okay. On mine, I got LL ahead
Cool
of
J?
it. Who do you got, B? You see LL? I got LL at 10:01 a.m. saying, yo.
Let me see.
And then Rashawn Baker said, good morning, squad. I think Strizzy has just given up because I think he has realized he can just win everyone he wants.
Strizzy just chilling. On mine, it says, I can't get to the far all the way to the end yet.
So for new listeners, every morning on the stream, we say good morning to the first person that comments. I got LL. I also think, White Brian, do we have Eagles fans in the stream chat harassing everybody? Because that usually happens.
If you do, just get rid of them.
Yesterday,
Actually,
we had a good amount.
Mine
Today,
is Strizzy.
Yours is Strizzy?
Mine is Strizzy.
What was the message?
What up? UPPPP.
Oh, well, then I don't know. We'll allow White Brian to do it.
And then after that, I had Dawson Jordan.
White Brian, whoever you write down, you have my support, sir.
LL was like way down. 1 a.m. He was down.
I think your chat history only goes back to when you joined the stream. So,
well, we didn't join it we joined it before. After 10. Mine went to 10.
So
I had Strizzy.
I have two questions. White Brian, check the line on this game and tell me if it's moved at all. But before we get to that, Rally Cap is not going until Sunday, I believe. Do we know, are there bus trips going up to Philly where you can just jump on the bus and pay X dollars?
I would say yes, just out of experience, but I haven't heard anything.
Like, I feel like Crystal City Sports Pub or something. Like, I feel like there's got to be like a bar running some buses up there.
Well, hey, Tailgate Ted,
Billy, listens.
Rally Captain,
Yeah.
any one of y'all that's listening, let us know if there are any buses because they would know that stuff.
Yeah, they would. Because people will be very, very fired up.
I don't know, like Philly is in such a different town. I don't know if many bars would just say, "Yeah, come on in here and have a Commanders rally."
Well, dude, but beyond that, the game's at 3:00. If you get a bus trip leaving, what time would you leave DC? Say it's.
Well, I'm leaving at 7 o'clock in the morning.
I'm not. Well, I'm going Saturday.
I'm going Sunday because I got to go to the other event.
Right. But if I am not doing this. Let me be clear. But if I was running a bus trip, like my dad had a bar when I was a kid, and they used to. This is before the Nationals days. They used to do a bus to Orioles games sometime, right? If 3:00 game in Philadelphia, the bus from my bar is leaving at 9:30, maybe 10, right? 10 gives you plenty of time. You should be up there by 1:30 at the latest. But maybe you go even earlier just so you park. But like, I'm not going to a bar. I'm just parking and tailgating.
All right.
And then people can go up there. People can go into the game when they want, whatever they want to do. I feel like that would be a pretty easy way to do this. And then games at 3, say it gets over by 6:30. Yo, the bus leaves at 7:30. If you're not on it, you're stuck in Philly.
Yeah.
Right? You bring food, you bring coolers.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good day.
Greyhound and Flixbus got a bunch of buses leaving this weekend. They're like $27.
Yeah, but that's like the bus.
Yeah,
I'm talking about like a bus
like
packed
a
with
trip,
Skins
like
fans.
somebody playing this thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So apparently Rally Captain has one. Somebody, Cap, if you're listening, send me the thing. Here's my other question. And good morning to Landfill and good morning to White Brian. Has the line moved at all? Because I just got some information that, frankly, I'm not even sure I should share on the air, but I may. I'm curious if we've had any line movement because this is the type of inside information that can impact Las Vegas.
I got some stuff here. Friends United Travel. This is going to be a bus trip to Philly per person, $105. There's also the bus departs at 7 o'clock from Oxon Hill, and it'll be departing about 7:30 or when after the game ends, coming back.
All right.
Payment due by Thursday.
I got one. I got Rally Captain's thing here now. So Rally Captain, dude, if you just want to take the bus up there, it's $90. That's
Right.
pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to go, if you want a 200 level ticket, it's a G, and if you want a lower level game ticket, it's $1,400. That ain't bad, dude.
Yeah.
And it leaves from Pentagon City.
So they got a lot of trips going.
Yeah, there's buses going.
Hell yeah.
Now, White Brian, what has your research shown you on the line? Has there been any line movement?
Yeah, it moved back slightly. It got up to 6.5 yesterday. It's 6 now.
I might know why.
Why? Hurts?
No.
Why?
Think bigger.
Here.
Think
On their team?
no.
On our team?
Think
Cosby may be playing?
no, definitely not.
Okay.
Think bigger than all of us. Think biblical.
Daniels?
No. Per sources, Rev T is going to the game in Philadelphia.
Oh, shucks. I was doing an interview this morning. And the guy brought up Rev T. I said, damn, Rev T got down to Lynchburg?
Rev T's going. Do you think Vegas is that good and that sharp that they've realized Rev T is going in this game, and that's why they moved the line by a half point?
He is biblical.
We'll have to ask Greenberg on that.
I guess I got to stop telling the people in Lynchburg, Rev T came to my house to drink bourbon with me then.
Sounds less biblical that way. All right, so if you're looking for a bus trip to Philly, they exist. I know Rally Captain's got one. Maybe other people got them. Get fans up there, dude. Now, be prepared for what life might be like up there. It's not going to be that pleasant, and just be cool. Like, I think if you act cool, you will get coolness reciprocated.
Man, they got all kind of people going up, Jay. It's starting to pop up now.
What do you think?
Dulles luxury coach, all kind of stuff going up.
What do you think the breakdown was in Detroit? I think it was about 90-10.
I think it's a little more than that. I think 85-15.
Okay.
Could be. Because, like, we had a lot of fans in there, dog. Once that game ended, you saw how many people came down, then you realize how many people were in there.
What do you think it'll be this weekend?
Probably about the same.
Similar? Yeah, me too. When we come back, Neil Greenberg joins the program.
This update brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. Washington Commanders practicing today at 1:05 p.m. Head coach Dan Quinn will speak to the media before practice. Quarterback Jaden Daniels will speak following practice. Eagles defensive coordinator Vic Fangio respects Daniels.
He's a young quarterback by birth certificate, not by the tape. You know, the guy's playing extremely well. You could tell how much they think he's playing, so good by the volume of their offense, the things they trust him to do. He's come through for them in a big way. And he's tough to handle.
Capitals beat the Oilers 3-2. Pierre-Luc Dubois, a goal and an assist. Capitals have won 5 in a row at Seattle tomorrow night. Ichiro Suzuki, starting pitcher CC Sabathia, and closer Billy Wagner all gain entry into the Baseball Hall of Fame. More NFL. Chargers pass rusher Khalil Mack will play in 2025. Men's college basketball, Virginia beat Boston College 74-56. George Mason over St. Bonaventure 75-62. Lakers down the Wizards 111-88. TheWindowman.com is the educational window company. They educate, you decide. The only way you'll sign a contract with TheWindowman.com during your initial consultation is if you demand it. No pressure, games, or gimmicks. Visit TheWindowman.com or their all-new Fairfax showroom. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
All right, some information. You hear Ozzy, means we're going to talk to Greenberg. In Jacksonville, apparently Liam Cohen was very wary of working with Trent Baalke, and they just keep rolling with Baalke. Good luck with all that. More information. I've heard from Rally Captain, direct from the horse's mouth. Says he's working on a third bus going to Philadelphia. How many people on a bus, B? 60? 50? 80? I don't know.
50 or 60.
It's 3 buses. I don't know. There's demand. And where there's demand, there's usually supply or vice versa. Hello, Neil Greenberg. How do you do, sir?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Dude, I tried to credit you on social media, and I want to do it now in person over the airwaves. You're 2 for 2 in the playoffs, calling your shots with these Commanders. And frankly, I thought they were going to win in Tampa. I felt pretty damn good about that. Detroit, I thought they had a good chance. But you went one step further, and you said if they win, it'll be a blowout. You bet that they would win by 14 points. I hope you made a damn fortune and put those kids through college on that. Congratulations, man. You nailed it.
Thanks. Again, it's really just making bets based on where I think I have an edge, and I still don't think the markets have a true bead on how good Washington is or can be. I think the spread for them in terms of performance is so much wider than the other teams that it just makes a lot more sense to bet the extreme type stuff than it does just to roll with like Washington -6.5 or something like that.
Sure. Well, that said, I mean, obviously last week is over. They won, and it's kind of moved forward now. And when you get that type of turnover margin, you should win by a big amount.
Yep.
Now we turn the page to Philadelphia, and I think I at least want to do my part to caution really, really optimistic Skins fans that Philly is quite good. And I think it says a lot that their offense isn't necessarily firing on all cylinders, and yet they still keep winning. I know that Washington can win this game. I am in no way doubting that. Washington can absolutely go to Philadelphia and win. They have the best player on the field in Jaden Daniels, but Philly is pretty damn good, especially in the trenches.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest key is going to be, can they stop Saquon Barkley? Like, that is going to be one of the biggest points of this weekend. And if Philadelphia gets out to an early lead, they're going to be able to run it. And, Barkley can turn small gains into big gains. This obviously is a really tough test for Washington. I think it's also tougher. If Jalen Hurts is healthy, it's probably tougher than the Detroit matchup, only because, like you said, Philadelphia, really good in the trenches. They have an explosive running back. Washington's problem has been explosive plays, giving up explosive plays. But again, I mean, this is a situation where it's a winner-take-all game, and if Washington can get one or two stops, one or two turnovers, I really do think that they're going to be moving on to the Super Bowl.
Wow.
Let me ask you this question. So Washington started off, and we all had our questions, and then they've done some things this year that kind of made you change your mind a little bit. Is there anything that you can tell us that shows how good they are? Because I know the players on the team, that's their feeling. Hell, we're good too.
How good Philadelphia is?
No, Washington.
Washington's really good. I mean, they were historically efficient offense earlier in the season. That tapered off because it was historically good, and it's really hard to sustain a historically good offense. A lot of people were talking about the cliff, and I really do think that was just your basic regression to the mean, right? Like, you have a team that was playing so far, not only over their heads, but also like historic norms, that they were bound to take some steps back. The defense started playing a little bit better. I mean, this is a good team that can go toe-to-toe with any other team in the league. And what we saw last week in particular was, the teams that racked up the most yards weren't the winners, because it is football still, right? There are still mistakes that are made, and if you can capitalize on those mistakes, those sometimes become more important than the actual yardage itself. So I do think that the biggest thing Washington has going for them right now is a coach that believes in his players, especially on offense. And I don't think we can say enough about the aggressiveness on fourth down and how much that changes the possible outcomes. Because when you're looking at a fourth down conversion, that extends the drive, which gives you more of a chance to score. But also the flip side is you could put your opponent in a really good field position. So far, Washington's been able to convert on those, and it's worked out for them. And there's really no reason to think that they won't be able to still convert a 4th and 1 and really change the complexion of a game.
It's the fourth down conversions and their success at them has really started to stand out in the playoffs. And I think, they had 2 fourth down conversions last week against Detroit. One where Detroit had 12 men on the field, so they got an automatic first down.
Yep.
Another, they had a 10-point lead, and the ball was at like the 11, and DQ still went for it on fourth down. And that's when they were able to get a double, a 3-score lead. How impressed have you been with Quinn's continued consistency to be aggressive on fourth down?
Oh, I love it. I mean, from an analytics standpoint, this is what, we as an analytics community have been clamoring for, which is don't punt the ball away when you have a chance to extend the drive. And, to Quinn's credit, it doesn't always work, and he still does it. Like, that to me is what separates him from other coaches. Other coaches may start to become less aggressive. I would almost say Quinn becomes more aggressive. Like, he knows he's an underdog. And I'm not saying like he doesn't believe in his team. I'm just saying like, he probably knows that his team, where his strengths and weaknesses are. So he knows that he needs to capitalize on his strengths, which right now is an electrifying quarterback and ability to extend drives. And by doing so, that has made them much more difficult to beat. and that's evidenced by their regular season success and also now their playoff success. As like a betting person or as like a game handicapper, et cetera, like we don't know when these 4th and 1s are going to happen, 2, if Quinn's going to go for it, and 3, what the outcome is. And I think that's why, like from a betting standpoint, it makes sense to be aggressive with Washington in particular, because they really can become they really are what fuel like a lopsided victory. And I think we would do it again. I don't know if I would be as aggressive with Washington against like I was with Detroit, but I am certainly looking at like Washington -2.5, Washington -6.5, because I do believe if they're going to win based on turnovers and other things that will help them run up the score a little bit.
Now, when you look at the 4th down, going for the 4th downs, where offensively you can run the ball, you can throw the ball, you can have a run pass option on the edge, it puts much more pressure on the defense. How difficult is it for a defense to combat that, especially in this day and age of you get a penalty for any time looking at a damn receiver?
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, again, we talked about this before. Like the options that you have, the more options that you have on offense, the harder it is for the defense. And if you can camouflage the offense, and even get a half a second, benefit in terms of making the defense second guess themselves, that's the difference between McLaurin being covered and being wide open. I mean, like we're in the NFL, it's fractions of a second, right? It's not actual seconds. So I think it's huge. And the way that Jaden Daniels has played, I mean, I think like the national media has kind of is amplifying it now because they're in the playoffs and they're in the NFC Conference Championship game. But we watched this kid game in and game out, and this is who he is. I mean, he is ice cold, smooth as silk in the pocket most of the time, composed, and is able to do his part. And when you have that on any down, let alone 4th down, it just becomes a multiplier effect. We're not dealing with incremental type of benefits. These are multipliers because, converting a 4th to a 1st, especially like near the red zone, is just a huge benefit to a team.
Dude, talking with our friend Neil Greenberg on the Rude Guest Hotline. Of course, you can follow Neil at @ngreenberg on Instagram and on X, the People's App, whatever they're calling it. Greenberg, obviously turnovers have been a huge part of Washington's success, especially in the playoffs. They're +6 in turnover margin in the playoffs, but so are the Eagles. I don't know. Turnovers are almost fluky in nature, especially fumbles and stuff. How a ball bounces is pretty hard to determine, an oblong-shaped leather ball. But they got 4 turnovers from the Packers, including the opening kickoff. Then last week against the Rams, they got 2. Washington obviously had the 1 in Tampa, the 5 against the Lions, which was incredible. Knowing that number, like, do you give an edge to one side or the other? Philly hasn't turned the ball over since that Week 16 loss in Washington where they turned it over twice.
Yeah, I actually just I strip out turnovers altogether. Like I never look at turnovers when I'm trying to figure out which team is better. Just for the reasons that you said. I mean, you never know when one's going to happen, and you don't know who's going to get the benefit from it. I think we can agree that there's probably going to be a key turnover in this game on Sunday, and whoever gets it is going to be in a much better position to win. But, like you said, both teams have been good at getting turnovers. Both have had turnover luck. I think it's going to come down more to just Washington's defense not being awful. I think if the defense is okay, I think Washington has a really good chance here. No one's been able to stop Saquon Barkley this season, so it's kind of silly to say, well, Washington, needs to stop him. I mean, everyone needs to stop him. But as long as they don't give up like other explosive plays and don't make it that much more difficult on themselves, I think that they're in really good shape because the Washington's offense can go toe to toe with anybody. I think as long as they're not dreadful on defense, they have a real good shot here.
I tend to agree with you. One of the things I've said a few times, and then I feel like it's so stupid to say, is, hey, if they can just limit the explosives, right? If they can just limit the explosives with Saquon, they really got a chance. But if you look at the 4 games they've played, the 2 games they've played against Philly, that saying that is a little, but how is other than that, how is the play, Mrs. Lincoln? Like, the explosives are the story. And Saquon now in 2 games this season as an Eagle has 300 yards and 4 TDs. Like and in each game had at least 2 runs of 50 yards or plus.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 68-yard
But he had
run.
that early in the second game, and they shut it down in the second part of the game. And I mean, early in the game, but then in the second part, he didn't have much.
Yeah.
So whatever they did in the second part, they need to start off with that.
Yeah, I mean, look, he like I said, like, you're not going to stop him. You need to limit. I think. You just need to limit the damage from anybody else. And you look at like the game the Commanders won. Barkley had the 68-yard rush, but no one else had a big, like a long touchdown. And it wasn't, they didn't really give up like a lot of big deep yards. And I think that's something that that the defense is gonna have to watch out for. It's going to be a tight game, I think, because this is the third meeting between the two. So I think that the mistakes are going to be amplified a little bit, and I also think it depends on when this big Saquon run happens. Like if it's like the first quarter and he breaks off like a 50-yard touchdown, I think that's going to be demoralizing. But if they can like get through the first quarter and things are going well and it's like 3-0 or 0-0, I definitely think that type of outcome favors Washington, because then they can just start to bear down a little bit and do what they can to piece together the rest of the game. Saquon's going to be a problem. There's no doubt about it.
Oh yes.
I mean, I agree with that. He's just impossibly good. And that O-line is really, really good. Let's go to a few specifics. How do you let the Jalen Hurts potential injury impact your viewpoint on this game?
Well, it's significant. I mean, it's already moved the line 2 points. As we start to get more information, the look-ahead line was Philadelphia -6.5. The injury concerns with Jalen Hurts moved it down to -4.5. Now it's back up to -6.5. Obviously, not having to face Jalen Hurts is a huge benefit for Washington. But again, I mean, you still have Saquon Barkley there, and I almost think that if there is no Jalen Hurts, the offense is going to shift more away from Kenny Pickett to Saquon Barkley. I personally think Jalen Hurts is going to play, but again, if he doesn't play the whole game, we've seen Washington be able to win in that, and we also seen
and
Washington,
his mobility is limited.
At least be competitive in the Week 11 game, because
50 out of 60 minutes.
Jaden Daniels though might not have been 100%, right? He was dealing with some rib stuff.
Yep.
And it was his worst game of the season, and I don't really know how much stock you could even put in the 2 games they played due to those circumstances, right? Jalen in one, Jaden in the other. I think it's going to be a low-scoring, tight game, and it should be a really good one, though. Obviously, win or lose, Washington, tremendous season, deserves every accolade that they've possibly gotten, and probably more so far.
Agree with that. A couple more injuries for you. Quinyon Mitchell and then Sam Cosmi.
Yeah, the Kazi one hurts, right? Because the offensive line is going to need you need all hands on deck in the conference championship game. You can't you can't afford to lose anybody like that. That's a tough one. I mean, that's going to be a tough one. But Jaden Daniels has shown he can avoid trouble. Who knows? Maybe some pressure pushes him into a 30-yard rushing game. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. But yeah, that's a tough one for Washington.
Okay, last one. I don't. You have more sources in Vegas than I do. I could text Bees, but he's got the flu. Can you confirm or deny or no comment if you have to? And I understand this might be a tricky spot for you. Do you have any information on the announcement that Rev T is going to the game, whether or not that moved the Vegas line in the NFC title?
I was warned about this coming on the show that I wasn't really allowed to speak about it. But how could you not give it a little bit of a bump? Maybe like one half of a point. I think is probably what they're looking at, depending on where he sits.
There you go. I could tell you, but then I'd have to kill you. I do have his ticket location, but that is obviously highly classified and a highly classified.
I mean, I'm not going to be like held in contempt of court over it, but I really shouldn't really talk about it that much.
Understood. So what's the official pick, Greenberg?
Washington minus 6.5. I'm going with an all-line. I believe in this team probably more. I mean, I can't jump off now. I mean, I've been, I kind of had this team pegged from the start of the season. I think Jaden Daniels is really good. And I just think that Washington has one more in them.
All right. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it.
Thank you, man.
All right. Talk to you guys soon.
That's our boy, Neil Greenberg. He's got him winning by a touchdown, and he has been on fire. Coming up, Ike Reese at noon, and then we are talking to Daryl Green today, 1 o'clock. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's B. Mitch here. You know I'm a passionate cyclist, and now I'm thrilled to join the motorcycle community. After meeting with Law Tigers, I am so psyched to ride. Safety will always be my only priority, and I feel better riding knowing that Law Tigers has my back. They've been helping injured riders for over 20 years. So check it out. They partnered with Harley-Davidson of DC to give away a custom 50th anniversary Caps Fans Harley. Go to capsfansbike.com. The Law Tigers, the motorcycle lawyers. LawTigers.com. Calfus and Knockman, Olivia Donahue.
This update driven by Oarsman, Chantilly Kia. Let's ride together. NFC Championship, Washington Commanders versus the Philadelphia Eagles. Head coach Dan Quinn going to be available in just a few moments to talk before practice. Jaden Daniels will speak afterwards. Eagles defensive coordinator Vic Fangio says Daniels can do a lot.
He has the added dimension of the gun run game where he can have design runs for the quarterback or he can pull it and keep it. That adds another level to an offense, and he excels at that. I assume he was doing it in college. It just comes natural to him.
Chargers pass rusher Khalil Mack will return for 2025. Buccaneers OC Liam Cohen is taking himself out of the Jacksonville job and will stay in Tampa on a new contract. Oarsman Chantilly Kia keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Kias, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Chantilly Kia, let's ride together. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Landville, I just cracked a Diet Coke, baby. And me and B just ate a bunch of double stuffed Oreos. Well, I had a bunch. B had one.
Yeah, I left the rest for Jay.
I'm in full body train wreck mode where I'm just grinding this season as long as it goes, working 19-hour days, and it's gonna be caffeine and junk food pretty much fueling me through.
See if I can find me some caffeine.
Lauren did make some chili. We can split that bowl of chili if you want.
I got food. Don't worry about that.
All right. Well, the team's also providing food today. They are going to practice indoors today, which is what
I don't blame them.
Which is what I expected.
They gave you warnings about being outside too much.
It's butt cold.
Frostbite.
Also, Wednesday is really kind of a walkthrough. And especially this late in the year, like you're going to see a lot of rest, like a lot of guys getting rest days on the injury report.
Mm-hmm.
This late in the year, dude, if you're doing a walkthrough that is really probably, not to say low energy, but not a lot of physicality, not a lot of, you know how cold it would be to do a walkthrough outside? like you're just walking around.
Hey, man. Some people had to do it back in the day, but right now, I'm glad you have options.
Now, tomorrow's your big, long practice, right?
Yeah.
I would think that is outside.
Something needs to be outside.
Yeah, because you're playing outside.
Yeah.
And Friday tends to be pretty quick. So I would expect tomorrow to be outside. I almost wonder if Philly's inside today, too. Maybe we can find that out with Ike a little later.
Yeah, they have a indoor facility, and they're going to utilize that just like everybody else does. But you got to get one of those days outside. Well, then again, today is in the teens. And it feels like it's single digit.
Let's do a temp
it was
check.
17 when I first got here this morning.
It was,
but it's gonna be 40 degrees on Friday, Sunday supposed to be.
Right now, 16 degrees. We got to get camera on later in the week. Camera's coming up to Philly, B. Dude, we're doing a live show Saturday night, Doug and I on NBC from 7 to 8. This is gonna be a lot of fun. I can't invite you on it because you're gonna be at a Mardi Gras party.
Yeah.
Which will be, I imagine that'd be
what
fun
time is
too.
it?
The show is 7 to 8.
If you give me a 7, I would be okay. No, I can 7 to 8. I'd be good because really the stuff starts flowing around 9.
Where is it? The big one at the Hilton
Convention?
Oh wow,
convention. No, that's the Washington Mardi Gras, but this one is the Crew of Pyros. So it's a lot of Louisiana folks who do this thing together. They raise money for educational scholarships and things like that. But it is fire.
Easter's really late. Is today is Fat Tuesday next week or something?
It's after the Super Bowl from what I'm hearing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, so we got time. Yo, imagine if it was Mardi Gras or Super Bowl weekend right now in New Orleans with the weather they're getting.
They'll find a way to make it. They'll find a way to melt the ice.
All right, live temperature check in Ashburn right now on my phone. 16 degrees outside.
Feels like.
Well, you got a feels like guess?
I'm going to go with 8.
I was going to say 8 too. It is cold as hell out there. Landfill and White Brine, you got a feels like
That's
guess?
an oxymoron right there, isn't it?
Yes, you always
Cold
say
as
that,
hell,
and I
yeah.
always say it.
Yeah.
Cold as poop. White Brine, what's your feels like guess?
That's
44.
not cold either, Jay.
Ooh,
You say what?
44?
6.
White Brine, are you an idiot?
That was landfill. My guess is 6.
All right.
Landfill just being an ass today.
Landfill's off to be an ass mode.
44. Nah.
This is, I don't know enough. It's actually warmer out. The feels like is warmer. It says humidity is making it feel warmer. It feels like it's 19 instead of 16
See,
because it's not that windy.
I argue with that a little bit because humidity is because of moisture.
Right.
And that's why I tell you in Louisiana, up here, I don't wear a lot of heavy coats. When it hit 30 degrees in Louisiana, I put on the biggest damn coat I can find. Because I've been told that moisture affects you when it's hotter because it make it all muggy. And when it's colder, it makes it damn frigid. I don't know.
I don't know either, B. I know that air in Detroit was freezing. Like that maybe we were closer to the Arctic.
Detroit
it felt more Arctic.
Good after the game. When me and Tanner were walking to find out this little bar, we didn't really feel cold. I guess we were so hyped.
Man, when I got out of there later, I was pretty hyped, but I was cold.
Well, we were walking kind of fast too because we knew, they had told us that they were going to be closing in about an hour, and they were going to order us a drink early, so when we get there, we could catch up. So we sat down, we ordered doubles,
Sure,
2 doubles, and just sat down. And we walked back out again. I didn't feel any cold.
Let me ask you a question because you have mentioned this a few different times. Over the course of 120 minutes against Philadelphia, right? They played 2 60-minute games.
Yep.
Over the course of 120 minutes against Philadelphia, and I'm speaking in general terms here, so you correct me if you disagree, but I'm just kind of I'm estimating here. Of 120 minutes, I bet Washington has played pretty damn good defense on Saquon Barkley for 90 minutes. For like 3/4 of game time against Saquon, they've been pretty good.
Yeah.
You take more solace in the 3/4 of game time that they can continue that, or the explosives are so damn dominant that he's only looked good for 1/4 of the time and been that big of a factor.
I think the explosives are things that automatically put points on the board, automatically make it tougher for you. You have to combat that. But if you can alleviate those explosives, he gets one explosive and then you hold him down the rest of the way. With your offense, you give yourself a chance. You know what I mean? In the first game, for almost 3/4, he did nothing. And then he got crazy late in the game. Why? Because we were not efficient as an offense. In the second game, he started the game off on fire. He finished it freezing, feeling like it is outside, cold. So basically, he's played 2 quarters spectacular against them. And the other 6, he has not.
It's been fine.
Some
It just
kind of
hasn't
way.
been.
Well, 41 yards in 3/4 is not fine. That's not good for him, for what he's capable of.
Yeah.
If they can, some kind of way, start with what they've done to be able to hold him down those other quarters, but keep it up for the most part. Listen, a lot of times when Saquon goes the distance, it's not because it's just that blocked it well. Somebody takes the wrong damn angle.
Sure.
We saw in the game against Detroit, Jahmyr Gibbs going up the left sideline, they try to go inside. You're not going inside and back outside and catch him.
Right.
Run straight at his outside to slow him down or cut him off. You got to take the right angle. Or when you hit him, if you can't tackle him, don't just shoulder him. Wrap up and hold on. I guarantee he can't run 62 yards. You wrap it right at the waist.
The splits from that game are nuts. At halftime, Saquon had 13 for 123 and 2 touchdowns. He was averaging 9.5 yards per game with a 68-yard touchdown.
That's the second game.
This is week 16.
Yeah.
This is the one they won. At the end of that game, he had 29 carries for 150 yards. So that means –
So he had 13 for 1 something. He had 16 carries for 20-something yards the rest of the way. Think about that now.
I mean –
16 for 27 the rest of the way. The thing about him is He's going to turn.
Now, how much
turn,
did that
turn.
change with Kenny Pickett out there? I don't know.
I would think with Kenny Pickett, you want to give him the ball more.
Right, but like maybe Washington adjusts how they're covering and can commit more to the line of scrimmage.
And I think the ultimate.
I think they could do that this weekend.
The thing this week comes down to where is Jalen Hurts?
Right.
It comes down to that. If that leg bothers him, you can bring somebody else into the box. Listen, that offensive line of Detroit, our D line whipped them. They got to find a way to do something. And I know Philly's line is way better, okay? But you showed something against an offense that was dominant all year, last week. You can't take a step back from that.
I think one part of the dominance in Detroit was fool's gold specific to Detroit. I think one part was not, and we'll tell you exactly what it was when we come back. It's P. Mitchell Finley. All right. In the fight for truth and justice, I actually looked some numbers up. And I fear as a group, we are remembering something a little more optimistically than the reality suggests. Washington did a very good job against Saquon Barkley in the second half of the home win, Week 16.
Yeah.
His splits in that game were 13 for 123 and 2 touchdowns in the first half. And the bulk of that was on 2 carries in almost –
In the first quarter, he had 109 yards.
Right.
Just remember that.
The game here, it really was 2 big explosives and then a whole bunch of nothing.
Yeah.
He had 13 for 123 at halftime. 2 of those were 2 big explosives. Second half, he was 16 for 27.
Yeah.
So they really did a good job in the second half and really the final 3 quarters of that game. Unfortunately, I think, myself included, I think we are remembering the performance Week 12 in Philly a little more optimistically than reality suggests, because we remember it as he just busted those long ones late.
Mm-hmm.
In the first half, he was averaging 5.5 a carry. In the first half, he went 13 for 73.
Okay.
Then in the second half is when it went nuts. 13 for 182 and 2 touchdowns.
And a part of that because the offense was not anywhere efficient.
And I think Jaden was probably hurt.
Yeah,
then.
if the offense is more efficient, he don't get all those opportunities.
Yeah.
That's what I'm remembering. I understand what he was doing, but if you look at where the game was sitting,
Sure.
the points were not there for him. The thing about him is you can't allow him to have the explosive and run a touchdown. He's going to get a 15, 20-yard run somewhere in there. But if you can stop him from getting to the end zone, now he has to turn it out. But if your offense is efficient, you take away some of what they want to do. And that first game, we were not efficient as an offense by no stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, in that game, what the heck? I just had it up here. Oh, shoot. Hold on, I might. They lost time of possession in that game. I'm fairly certain. I'm going to try to pull that up. I'll look it up. But 2 things from Detroit that stand out to me. Washington's defense is for real at this point.
Yeah.
Like the ability to create turnovers, they have hammered them on that throughout. I don't think that's fluky. Philly hasn't turned the ball over in a month. If you can get turnovers, it's going to change things.
Mm-hmm.
I think that is very real. The fool's gold to me, and I'm curious if you agree, they ran the ball really well in Detroit. It's the first time in 6 weeks they ran the ball really well.
Mm-hmm.
I think that, to me, is Detroit specific and not necessarily doesn't have me expecting them to run the ball really well again this week.
Say that again.
They ran the ball really well against the Lions.
Yeah.
I think that had more to do with the Lions' defense than it did necessarily with their offense. And I don't expect the same level of success in the Washington rushing attack that they had in Detroit.
May not be. And it may not be like it was. But we've seen where we run the ball inside and sometimes we get stifled. But we still have success, whether it's Jalen or somebody else. I mean, Jaden or somebody else. I'm at the point now
and the way
where,
they're using the quick kind of passing
the quick
attack
passing
too.
game helps out, and that's a part of how they do it. For me, I am no longer looking at it where we got to have the yards from the running back. I'm looking at it as long as we move the ball and get first down, that's all the hell that matters. If it's Jaden, if it's a quick pass, whatever. If you keep churning out first down and moving the ball, that's how you have success. Because when we go for those 4th downs, normally that ball goes in the air. It's not always a run. It's a quick little pass, get you those 2 yards, 3 yards, maybe a yard, and you keep the clock, keep the ball, keep possession of it, and you move down the field. That is where we got to do. We got to get to the point of worrying about first downs more than how you get them.
I agree with that. Time of possession, first downs, staying on the field, kind of maintaining possession is the right course for this offense. And they've proven a way different ability to change things up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think that will have a massive impact. I mean, if you look at like time of possession and all these things, in that Eagles game going back to week 11, they lost time of possession in that thing. They also had the only turnover in that game. But I think so much of that game was Jaden was hurt, man. And I know that everybody wanted to say he wasn't, but like he had the injury against the Panthers. Then he was able to hit that Hail Mary. But that stretch of offense, kind of late October, November, that is not what they look like again now.
No, they're a different team now. Far different football team.
I am very excited when we return. Ike Reese joins us from Philadelphia. Nobody go anywhere.
This update brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Washington Commanders and Philadelphia Eagles for the NFC Championship on Sunday. Practice for the Commanders today begins at 1:05 p.m. Dan Quinn will speak in less than half an hour. Eagles defensive coordinator Vic Fangio on the game plan against quarterback Jaden Daniels.
It's always a fine line there. If you're mush rushing, then he stands forever too. We just have to do a good job of rushing, when we're rushing 4 or 5 to make sure we don't give him lane.
Chargers pass rusher Khalil Mack will return for 2025. Buccaneers offensive coordinator Liam Cohen has taken his name out of the running for the Jacksonville Jaguars head coaching job and will stay with Tampa Bay. Capitals defeated the Oilers 3-2 on goals from Tom Wilson, Matt Roy, and Pierre-Luc Dubois. Logan Thompson made 30 saves. The team has earned a point in an NHL leading 11 straight games. The Caps at Seattle Kraken tomorrow night. Baseball Hall of Fame new entries for Ichiro Suzuki, starting pitcher CC Sabathia, and closer Billy Wagner. Tonight, Virginia Tech against Georgia Tech at 6:30 on The Fan. Navy welcomes BU at 7. American hosts Lehigh. George Washington at UMass. Lakers beat the Wizards 111-88. This month only, get $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
It must be some kind of way out of here. High noon in the District of Columbia, and we are excited to jump on the Rude Guest Hotline and talk to our friend, Mr. Ike Reese. You can, of course, hear Ike on afternoons, WIP in Philadelphia, 2 to 6. You can follow him on X at Ike58Reese. Ike, what up, man? How you been?
JP, I'm awesome, brother. What's up, big bro? I mean, listen, are we friends or foe? Are we friends or foe this week? What are we doing? Like what are we doing?
Man, we always friends. We just the teams are foes, but we always friends, dog. Can you tell me what the hell's going on with? Can you tell us what's going on with Jalen Hurts? Nobody's talking about his injury.
Yeah, we're gonna find out today. He's speaking today, so I think we're all around here waiting here, like everyone else is to exactly what's going on with him. I don't get a sense that he's not going to play, so he's going to play. I believe that. How effective he will be and whether or not he can be his normal self, I think really that's the big question out there is whether or not how mobile will he be Sunday in this game versus will he be stationary back there in the pocket? And I don't even know if we're going to get that answer today, but I think we'll at least find out that he's trending in the direction of playing. They like to do this whole thing with the gamesmanship and not fully disclosing what's going on. I get all of that. The Eagles are one of the best at it, but the sense I'm getting is that he'll be a go Sunday, but it's just a matter of whether or not he's going to be his normal self or whether or not he's going to have some restrictions to that injury last week, which actually looked a lot worse. I mean, I thought I was surprised he came back in the game, honestly, the way his knees twisted up. So, and a lot of that is adrenaline, B. You know how that is. You can get through a game based on adrenaline. He was able to do that, but then the next day or two, it starts to stiffen up and you're a lot more sore. So it'll be interesting to see what he's able to do today out there in practice and really his disposition at the podium when he's talking to everybody. You know, it's always hard to read him, from a body language standpoint, but I think we'll get a sense of just how confident he is and whether or not he'll be able to go Sunday.
Yeah, I think Hurts's, to me, mobility is maybe the biggest storyline going into this game because for all the talk of Saquon, when Jalen's at his best, he can kill you with his legs.
Yep.
And if he can't, that changes a lot to me in this game. I don't know if you see it that way because what is up with the Eagles' pass game has been kind of non-existent for a little while here.
Yeah. In this day and age of football, JP, where it's everyone tells you it's a passing game. I mean, a passing league. That's pretty much what it is. The Eagles have sort of gone in a complete different direction, and we are a run-based offense. Depending on your perception of what you see every week, some will say Jalen is doing what's asked of him, and because the Eagles are so good at running the football, he has been sort of selfless and being able to take a step back and letting that be the driving force. Some will say, well, the Eagles have sort of had to coach around some of what some may perceive as his ineffectiveness in the passing game, and this is what they had to sort of resort to. Again, that's all in how you perceive the offense.
Sure.
Me personally, they realized, I believe, during the bye week, which was like week 5, seems ages ago, that the best course of action for them to go to as far as being effective offensively, cutting down on turnovers, which had plagued them the first 4 weeks of the season. Jalen had 9 total turnovers, I believe, interceptions and fumbles in the first 4 games of the season. They wanted to dial back on that, and the running aspect, I believe, became the driving force. Now, I don't know if they envisioned the running game taking off the way that it did with Saquon to where they didn't want to deviate from it. So I'll say this. I still believe they have the ability to throw the ball if pressed into action, meaning if they need to throw the ball because they can't run, I still believe they can throw the ball. Jalen can throw the ball. We have 2 good receivers on the outside. Well, hell, 2 very good receivers on the outside in AJ and Devontae, and a very good tight end in Dallas Goedert. That's still available to them. But I give them credit for not trying to force that and saying, this is what we've done well, and it's been a great formula for success. So I think they just primarily have stuck with what has worked versus saying, you know what, let's work on this passing game because we need to be explosive in the passing game, and this is what we need to do in order to win. I mean, It's working okay for Kansas City. I mean, it's working okay for a lot of these things. I think their biggest thing has been, if we don't turn the ball over with the way our defense is playing and the way our running game is, we're going to win the majority of the games. And that's been the formula for them. So I don't expect that to change come Sunday.
You've watched 2 football games these 2 teams have played, and you've watched this offense here in Washington. When you look at this offense now since the last time they played, what are your thoughts of Jaden Daniels and this offense?
Dude, this team seriously has been as advertised since about week 5 or week 6. I'm talking about your team, Washington. If you remember, when we first played Washington, they were in first place. Like, they were the team that had been leading the NFC East and playing well. So we had to basically win that game and then sort of surpass them. But, like, Washington has been what they've shown us, which is a very good football team, a balanced football team. They can run the ball. Now, they may do it in a different manner than some other teams. The quarterback certainly is a big part of that. But I look at this offense, man. It starts with your quarterback. I mean, that's where it starts. It starts with him. I think they put him in a great situation from a play design concept and what they're asking of him. But even more than that, I think he's taking the schemes and the X's and O's and taking it to a higher level because the level in which he's playing at the quarterback position. He's playing at a level in which you expect the elite quarterbacks to play it in this league. And that's been the most surprising thing, is that no defensive coordinator has been able to come up with a defensive game plan that leaves him perplexed, that he doesn't have answers for, and it stymies the offense. I think the most time, you guys know better than me, the only time this team sort of sputtered a little bit is when he was banged up, right? With the rib injury. Like, he couldn't be his full self at that time. And so they sort of just navigated through that period the best they could, and they still wound up winning 12 games. So we have paid close attention to that team and Jaden Daniels all year long. Because, like I said, the first half of the season, we were trailing those guys and trying to catch up to them and really waiting for them to tell off. But they have weathered all that, and they're playing their best football right now. And I don't know if there's a quarterback in the league that's left playing that's playing better than Jaden Daniels. I'm just being honest. I'm not sugar. It's not softening anything up. It's not platitudes. It's the reality of the situation. The kid is playing. He's playing outstanding. He just is. He's playing outstanding.
I agree with you, man. Not body of work, like not entire body of work, but
sure,
level of play
He's
right
in his
now.
first year.
Yeah, of the four quarterbacks
first
playing
year.
this weekend, of the four QBs playing this weekend, I think Jaden's at the top of the list, which is nuts.
Yes. Yep. I mean, that's how he's playing right now. I don't see how anybody can deny that. If you got a good pair of eyes, and I'm older, so my eyesight isn't the same, but I still see pretty good. He looks pretty damn good to me.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Talking with our friend Ike Reese from WIP up in Philadelphia. Of course, Ike played for the Eagles, played for the Falcons, Pro Bowler in Philly. Ike, I'm curious, man. Another guy that might be playing at the peak of the NFL level right now is a young guy wearing green and Jalen Carter. What kind of what is he unlocked? Because all of a sudden he looks like the dude that we saw at Georgia that seemed like he could dominate.
Yeah, I think I think he's unlocked, JP. It's okay to be great. It's okay to be great every week. It's okay to be the guy who's counted on to make the play. It's okay to be the guy that your teammates are looking at to sort of get them started on that side of the football. And that's not easy for a young player because you want to be respectful to older guys and you don't know how much to assert yourself or what have you. And I think, Jalen he's developed so much over the 2 years he's been in the league. And even when you look at just this year, his leadership and his willingness to embrace that role as, you know what, this defense is going to go as I go, right? Instead of being the guy who says, you know what, I'm just a part of the defense and I'm going along with everyone else. I think he's embraced that responsibility of being a great player and getting the party started. Like he's embraced that and wants to be that guy. And so I think that's the light switch that has gone off in his head. And the potential has always been there. Sort of the knock on him coming out was, does he have the motor? Is the motivation there every week? Can he stay focused? And we've seen signs of that over the 2 years where he may have a lapse here or a lapse there, but something, around the middle of the season, and it may have started with playing against Washington in that Thursday night game. Like something clicked with him where he just decided, I'm going to be the best player on the field every time I step out there. And this defense, which was playing well, has really just taken off and is being led by him. I mean, if we don't have Jalen Carter last week, I don't think we win that game. As great as Saquon was, it was the plays on defense that Jalen Carter made, forcing turnovers, the big sack late, and then the quarterback pressure on the last throw on fourth down in front of Matt Stafford. He really was a big reason why we won that game last week.
I mean, he's been a monster. And, I mean, honestly, I think if Philly wins this thing this weekend, I really like Washington's chances, but that probably is a given considering. But if Philly wins this thing, I think it's got to be.
Well, considering it's a good team, it's a good matchup. I mean, both games have been close, right? I mean, both games have been close. So, yeah.
Totally.
It's sometimes styles make fights. So forget about what it looks like on paper or what have you. These two teams are very evenly matched. They match up very well.
And I think Washington's strength is leaning on a electrifying young quarterback, and Philly's strength is leaning on that defense. Like Saquon will be the difference maker for the Philly offense, but defensively, I feel like the Eagles are playing at a really high level, and Fangio really knows what he's doing. Bond and Dean. Is Dean back? Does he look healthy? Because I know there was an injury issue.
Dean's done. No, Dean's done. No,
Okay,
he's done.
He's out.
He's done. Yeah.
So it's
out.
Bond, and then who's Like, where are the injury impacts defensively?
I tell you, Oren Burks stepped in last week for N'Kobe Dean. We thought it was going to be split duty between Oren Burks and Jeremiah Trotter Jr. But Oren Burks seemingly took the majority of those snaps out there. I don't think Jeremiah Jr. was out there very much on defense. And I give Burks credit. He made some plays, particularly in that second half, that they came up in critical situations. So, and the Rams tried to take advantage of him being out there. You know, they went to Higbee a few times as a tight end to see if he could cover. And Higbee caught some balls, but Burks made some plays as well. So I think our linebackers sort of go as our defensive line goes. If those guys up front are being disruptive and playing well, I mean, Zach Bond has just been, my God, you're talking about finding a hidden gem. I mean, no one had any idea that
he's been crazy.
Zach Bond was going to be this. Yeah, nobody had any idea he was going to be this player. So you're talking about first team All-Pro coming from where he's come. He's been our defensive MVP along with Jalen Carter. So I honestly believe our secondary is going to be real key for us this game. You know, because covering the Washington receivers, you know, the receivers aren't big guys, but they're quick. They do well after they catch the ball, and they don't mind catching the ball across the middle of the field. So we got to do a great job, I think, with our secondary of being able to stay attached to Terry McLaurin. I mean, Olamide Zaccheaus hurt us the last game, right? And then, you know, Brown, he has become somewhat of a factor over the last couple of games. So I think our secondary, Quinyon Mitchell, we got to see where he's at from a health standpoint and whether or not he's going to be able to play Sunday, see how effective he is. I really believe our secondary is going to have their work cut out.
If he's a real Mitchell, man, he got to play. He don't have to. If he don't play, he's not a real Mitchell. He might be on that Freddie side instead of that Brian side.
Hey,
Freddie.
The only thing. Go ahead, JP. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
No,
I
want to hear what you were going to say.
I was just going to say, as it pertains to Mitchell, being a sort of related to Brian Mitchell, he is completely opposite of B. Mitch when it comes to being an extrovert and introvert. Like B. Mitchell is an extrovert. Yeah. Quinyon Mitchell doesn't say anything. Yeah, he doesn't say anything. Yeah, you barely hear anything. Got to go.
And must be from that Freddie side then. I don't think you expect to be asked this question here, but what's up with y'all mayor spelling the Eagles wrong, man? Did you see this?
Not a good look.
ELGSES. What is that? Elsis? What the hell? I mean, and then the other people in the background, you can see they were like, what the hell did she just spell?
Yeah, we sort of like, you know, sometimes we get a little too excited. And once she missed the A, there was no turning back. She didn't know where to go from. She missed the E's and the A. She went to L, so she's like, "Oh my God, I got to go to D, E, S." And I hope that's right. Yeah, that
she said SES.
Yeah, not a good look, man. That was not a good. But here, hold on. So I got to defend her a little bit because she came out and she owned up to it. She did own up to it, I believe, today or yesterday, that she says she had to make sure she gets a second chance at doing that. So, you know, I think.
Well, damn, you shouldn't have to get a second chance, dog.
You got to nail that on the first try,
man,
dude.
They've only been saying the chant for however many years. You cannot miss that.
Hey, B. Mitch, JP, I'm telling you, you guys would be surprised at how many people, including former players, that mess that up on the spot. Like, we do a pregame show every week, and we have the guest come on and do the EAGLES chant. And some of the former players that come back and you know, they do it. I'm not going to say any names, but we have at least a handful of guys.
Were they pre-gaming, though, before they say it? See, she wasn't pre-gaming. Were they pre-gaming? You know what I mean by pre-gaming. Were they pre-gaming before they messed up?
I know exactly what you mean. Yes, yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I don't think she was pre-gaming, but those former players, yeah, you know how we do. Yeah, they were pre-gaming.
Oh yeah.
They were pre-gaming.
Ike, do you do the show with John Clark?
I do a show that's called
Like
Eagles Game Plan with John
the
Clark,
TV pre. Okay, because I
Yeah.
watched that when
Yeah.
we were up there. I guess for the Thursday nighter, I watched that the night before. It was
me, John,
quite
and,
good.
Mike Quick.
Yeah. Okay, cool. John, I'm very curious what you think about this. Like, I have to do a live show in Philadelphia for television Saturday night at 7:00 from a bar. How do you think that's going to go once they realize what the audience is?
Yeah, what bar are you doing it from?
I'm keeping that to myself for now, sir.
Keeping that to yourself right now. Okay. I thought I could lure you into saying where you're going to be at. So just to make sure we give you the nice home treatment that we normally give our guests when they come here, guys.
Yeah, but seriously, I know that Eagles fans are normally a very vocally confident bunch. But what is the vibe up there? Are they a little nervous about this game?
No, yes. We got a nice mixture of healthy anxiety as only we can have as Eagle fans. Yeah, there's you're not a true Eagles fan unless you got a little bit of angst and anxiety in you about the big game.
Sure.
The bigger the game, the more the angst that we have. But then we're going to have our portion of the fans that want to stick their chest out and let everybody know that they're not concerned about Washington and we're going to win this game. You know me, I tend to lean towards the group that has some anxiety and some angst. I feel better when I have a healthy amount of respect for the opponent coming up. And so I feel like, this is a game that can't be over. This game can't be overlooked. This won't be an easy game. And quite frankly, I do have a little anxiety about the game. I do. I got to be honest with you. I do. Got a little bit in me.
Hey, you sound like me. Like, as a former player, when you go into these games, hell, we got to go out there and do our thing. But hell, you can't have those mistakes, and the slightest mistake can sway a game one way or the other.
Yes. Hey, B, we played in a couple of these that didn't go our way. So
I know.
And you're right. So we know what that means about being overconfident going into a game. And so I've learned to respect my opponent no matter who it is. And so, Washington isn't here by accident. They won 12 games this year. This kid, late in games, he doesn't flinch. He doesn't seem to get rattled. They won late in games, final drives, and all those things. Like those are the type of things that worry you when you're facing that type of opponent. And it's more pressure on us than it is on Washington, right? No disrespect to Washington or anything of that nature, but obviously being the favorite and being at home, the pressure is on us to go out there and be at our best. Washington can come in and play carefree. And they've already had a successful season. So, you never know how the players are going to respond to having that type of pressure on you when you're playing at home. So, like I said, it should be a great game Sunday. I don't expect some type of blowout or some type of comfortable win. Either way, I think it's going to be fourth quarter, late in the game. Who makes the plays? Who doesn't? I think that's what it comes down to.
I can't wait for it, man. Hey, Ike, thanks for making time for us, dude. We know you're busy this week.
All right, no problem, guys. I love being on with you, B. I know I'll see you Sunday, bro.
All right, bro. Got you, babe. Talk to you later, man.
Ike Reese, WIP in Philadelphia. Give him a follow at Ike58 Reese. If you want to check in with WIP, get on that Odyssey app, man. I bet those callers are fired up in the city of brotherly love. When we come back, we should be hearing from Commanders head coach Dan Quinn. Nobody go anywhere.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set for the Eagles in the NFC Championship on Sunday at 3 o'clock. They're going to be without Sam Cosmi. They'll be back out at practice today. We'll learn more about the injury report later today. Coaching news around the NFL. Bucs offensive coordinator Liam Cohen is pulling his name out of consideration for the Jacksonville Jaguars head coaching job, and the Patriots have found their coordinators. Josh McDaniels will be their offensive coordinator. Lions defensive line coach Terrell Williams will be their defensive coordinator. In the NBA last night, the Lakers beat the Wizards 111-88. The Wiz will stay out in LA and take on the Clippers tomorrow night. College hoops, Virginia Tech in action against Georgia Tech tonight on the road. 7 p.m. tip-off right here on The Fan. And in hockey, the Capitals beat the Oilers 3-2. They have the day off today. They'll take on the Seattle Kraken on the road tomorrow night. For over 65 years now, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home of Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage. All just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. You know it's a big deal now when the press conferences have moved into the building from the Commanders team auditorium. Dan Quinn speaking to the media.
It's awesome, man. It's cool. So Competition Wednesday is here for us. It really kickstarts us everything into gear, and we're getting stronger as we go from the ball and our turnover margin, our tackling margin, and we're working hard at that to make sure that continues. These runs are built on fundamentals, execution, and finishing, not new schemes and that. It's absolutely how we get down. And so our team's got a lot of joyful intensity about us. It's not rare to see guys attacking the shit out of somebody or something and seeing huge joyful smiles on their faces, whether that's a kickoff cover that goes inside the 25 or a defensive takeaway or even, explosive play. And so it's a rare combination for a team to have that because they are intense and they're tough in the same way. They really enjoy doing what they're doing together. So I don't think I've coached a team that had that type of balance and connection together. So it's really cool to see. And lastly, some condolences to Pete Medhurst's family. I know he meant a lot to a lot of people in this room. So I wanted to make sure, although I didn't get a chance to work with him, sound like a real football guy. And I'm sure I would have enjoyed that. So I just wanted to say that, and then we'll get rocking with everything for today. So let's get it rolling.
Hey, Dan, a few rookie quarterbacks have gotten to this point, cannot get over that hump. What makes Jaden maybe more unique to maybe get beyond here?
Yeah, we don't think that way in terms of, looking back at stuff, John, is honestly just into this game, man. Like he's got rare in the moment skills that have allowed us to be into this spot when it's, like mental chaos going down in 2 minutes in these tight moments where it could feel that tight. He's got the experience of somebody that's played a lot more football than a first-year player. But we don't get into the historical stuff, man. It's just, how do we get down this weekend?
And then one of the things he's done this year is he gets here really early, gets into the bubble, go through the walkthrough. How do you see all that stuff? First of all, have you ever been in there with him? But how do you see all that stuff paying off for him, whether in practice and in games?
Yeah, for all of us, I think we can appreciate a process. And his process, that is a big part of it. And so having gone through that prior to the rest of the offensive unit going through that, there's a feeling of being a leg up, and doing that type of extra work sometimes just also provides the right motivation for yourself. I've seen that look. I'm ready. You've done the work at it. So when the moment comes, you're ready to deliver. So it does come from the work. There's a side of that just like he relentlessly competes. And then going through it before, you get to it, it's like, here's the cliff notes before you get to literally cliff notes before you get to the, to the regular install that would take place.
What have you seen from Zach Ertz this season? I know he had, a couple of difficult years there, but it seems like he's really, revived his love of football again. Do you sense that as well?
I definitely do. And like you said, as a competitor like him, when you have a dark spot, you don't know where football is going. There's injuries, there's all sorts of stuff to go. So to see him recapture that on a personal level, I have seen that, and I can relate to that, knowing that that's a journey that lots of people go through. And so to see him come out the other side and being able to share the knowledge and find, not just the joy of playing, but like playing well. I had known red zone and third downs and 2 minute would be a factor, and he surpassed those and, kept going on to it. So yeah, he has really applied like every bit of it, man. He wasn't going to miss this op.
Recovery priority this season, having that recovery period during the days and making sure players really take care of themselves. Have you seen that help guys? Have you seen it translate to where you're now deep in postseason?
Yeah, the way that we said it, like, we're going to go really hard, so we need to have recover hard as well. And so that was part of the competition and the practice style and attitude. If we were going to push it this far and this hard and this fast, there had to be a balance on the other side of that. And so it has been effective for us. And knowing that when we get to the game, man, we're really ready to go let it rip. And that's mentally, physically, just every part of it, you have to be ready to go. And so I think staying consistent by doing it week after week, Nikki, that also helps. Like, we're not changing from this week to this week of how we do things. We've really tried to stay consistent in that approach. I think that process helps the ball players too.
Dan, in this matchup, you know what Philly wants to do and vice versa. They know what you guys want to do. So how do you find those edges, those winning edges that maybe can sway the outcome?
Yeah, I think the natural narrative, you know them and they know you, and I don't really think of it that way. You start right back at it. What are fresh eyes on the games? What are fresh eyes on the times from when we played it? The easy narrative would be, hey, they know us, we know them, but it's different than that to me. This is our first time playing them in the postseason. Game one, what needs to be different? What could be the same? What do we need to start doing? What do we need to stop doing? Same thing in the second game. And so as you get into the third matchup with somebody, you want to make sure you have fresh eyes for the first two. Hey, did I miss something? And was there something there that I didn't, think we had or did? And both teams will have things on their call sheets that never got called in that game. And you do have those up still that you've been practicing. And sometimes every play on your call sheet doesn't make it into the game, and you keep those alive as well.
And again, I go back to the, outside these walls, again, you guys are probably considered the underdog in this matchup. Is it almost, you'd prefer that at this point, knowing what you've gone through and kind of us against the world? Nobody really expected Washington to be in this situation.
We just don't let the outside narrative kind of drive it. And internally, we've got a lot of expectations about how we can play and what we do, but we never, went too far outside of things. Did we feel dismissed or put off? Yeah, of course some. I think that happened in the opening game. I felt dismissive. Hey, man, hang in there. It's going to be a long time. I was like, hey, F you, that's not how it's going to go down. And I was upset, but it wasn't disrespect. It was dismissiveness. And I felt some kind of way, but it didn't motivate me more to say, that's how they think of us. It wasn't disrespect. It was, we're going to be a lot better than what we just showed today. And eventually we'll show that. So it's not a prove it to everybody else or underdog story. It's, it's how we get down. This is not a 7-game series. And so we got to play our best on Sunday at 3:00. And that to me is the biggest factor.
What makes the Eagles' defensive front so successful, especially stopping the run out of light boxes?
Combination of two things. One, let's start just, from the talent standpoint inside. They've got a really deep crew of, rushers, run stop, kind of the whole combination. And Vic's excellent in terms of mixing the right front, the right coverage. He makes it challenging for play callers to go against. So this run look, is it not? And so that's a challenge to stay every possession. You're going to feel this, you got to get this play. You got to get this one, because a good play caller, they're going to change it. And so you want to make sure you take advantage of your ops. So I think it's twofold. The balance of how to utilize the talent that's there combined with, the scheme that he put in, because it's different than what they had done.
What have you learned about Nick Sirianni's approach and game management, facing him the first 2 times?
I wouldn't say, because going against their team over the last few years, they're aggressive. The 4-down football style is similar to ours in terms of being bold and aggressive. They play tough, but there's not one marker that stands out to me more than another, other than much like last week, both teams, be ready to defend all 4 downs, because both teams not only are willing, they're both excellent at it.
And you got some decisions to make on the offensive line for Sunday without going into detail about who plays where. Is
Right.
there any thought given to, let's just get our best 5 offensive linemen out there and we'll figure it out?
Yeah, a lot of thought to that, David. And first, let's give a quick shout to Trent of coming in and really being somebody that can handle that. But yes, that is absolutely, how we go about it. And that would be there at any spot. Like what I was saying earlier, like what's the best thing for us to win this game? And then that is all there is. And so, that's really where we're at in terms of the next 3 days of our practice.
I was wondering, once the season begins, I'm sure the communication is different with Adam and with Josh than it may have been during the offseason, during OTAs. I wonder specifically, what's your communication like with Josh during the season? What is he curious about? What does he want to know about?
Yeah, well, one thing you may or may not know, this guy's a hell of a competitor. And, he's a college wrestler and, he loves to compete and he loves all of that. On our Mondays is a recap of the game. And so we review some of the things by the numbers, decisions, what would we go, where did it go well? And then one of the things that I enjoy most about Mondays with Adam and Josh, and Bob is on the call as well, is we get to maybe show 6 to 10 plays of what were the deciding plays in the game. And so I specifically like those times as a coach, so I can show this is what we were thinking, this is what happened. And so it's a good way to highlight the player, the moment, the situation, why we chose to do what we did. And it's good because I want him to be able to ask anything. Why'd you go for it? Why did you do that? And he's curious in that way. But those calls are on Mondays and I enjoy those. And then before the game, those are ones of game planning specifics, but I've really enjoyed the Mondays, especially of follow-ups and why we do what we do. The video helped. We didn't do that on the first game. So I was trying to explain stuff and it was just clunky. And let's do the video together too. And so that to me has been something, wherever that meeting has taken place all over the world, and they literally have been, I've really enjoyed that. And I know there's some times where it's, the daylight is different where he is than where I'm at. And I really respect that he always has time for Adam and I.
That is Commanders head coach Dan Quinn. Little nugget there maybe about the offensive line. Something to watch, but media doesn't actually get to watch any practice, especially not this week. We get to watch people stretch. Nobody go anywhere. Daryl Green joins the program at 1:00.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Throughout the entire NFL playoffs, FanDuel takes it to the next level because right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's $300 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet. The FanDuel app gives you everything you need for live bets, same game parlays, and so much more. Plus, when you win, you'll get paid instantly. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to join today and get started with $300 in bonus bets. That's FanDuel.com/Brian. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of WJFK. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. You have to be 18 years old and present in Virginia. Present in D.C. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-426-2537.
All right, B. Mitch and Finley. Daryl Green joining us in 10 minutes right here on the program. B, Trent Scott played pretty well last week in Detroit.
Yep.
DQ not tipping his hand at all about what he's going to do, but just that they want their best 5 players.
Yeah.
Some are going to make an assumption that means maybe you kick Wiley inside from right tackle to right guard, and then you put Cornelius Lucas on the field at right tackle.
Mm-hmm.
Are you making that assumption?
Nope. I think that Trent did well for himself last week by the way he played. And he may start off this week. Now, if he's not playing well, then they may adjust some things. But I think ultimately, whoever is playing that right guard position, when you go to block Jalen Carter, some double teams may be necessary. When you look at his stats when he's double teamed, doesn't play as well. And that's understood. But if you let's go one-on-one with him, he's a one-man wrecking crew. So they got to figure out a way to get him off his game.
Yeah.
And whether that's Scott or whoever's out there and start doing well, they will stay. If Scott goes in and he's playing well, I don't think he leaves the field. If it becomes a problem, the coach has to make an adjustment.
Yeah. I tend to agree with you. I loved what DQ said about, playoff runs like this are about execution and fundamentals.
Yeah.
It's not about some new scheme. Like, there's a reason these practices are short. It's because they know what they're in, like the install period is.
They know what they're doing now.
Yeah.
And like last week, Washington went in and did what they do. You know what I mean? Detroit tried to change up some stuff and become somebody new. Didn't work for them. Washington kept going with what got you here? Why would you play 17, 18 weeks of football, 19 weeks of football, and then all of a sudden in a 28-week change? Makes no sense, right?
Totally. I also think Dan Quinn and the Washington PR staff, like just the way for Dan Quinn to open his presser, just sending condolences to Pete Medhurst's family, I thought was a very classy
Class.
move. Yeah.
Class.
I agree with that. I think I don't know. These guys are all excited as they should be. I think there's real juice in the building, and there should be. I think I saw this, and maybe I shouldn't get as much as I preach just to ignore stuff. I did get sucked into a little bit of a rabbit hole. Elliot Shore Parks works for WIP in Philly, and he put out this. Can you see this, B? Eagles versus Commanders, kind of tail of the tape, right? And we do something similar all the time. And I retweeted this, so if you want to see it, you can see it at JP Finley NBCS. I think he's correct at saying the Eagles have a significant advantage at running back, and I think he's correct saying the Eagles have a significant advantage at O-line.
Mm-hmm.
I think, frankly, I'm a little surprised the advantage at D-line isn't a wider gap. I think the gap at quarterback should be wider, and I think that gap at head coach is laughable.
Yeah.
Outside of that,
But what do you expect?
I think tight end should be a little tighter.
If you get it from there, what you expect.
Right.
I mean, let's be real about it, man.
Right. That's why I'm not wasting too much time on this. I just find it interesting. I am curious if, like, who's impartial? White Brian's actually impartial because he's a Giant fan in all this.
You don't like none of the teams.
Right, but like he deals with both teams frequently. White Brian, who do you think is the better coach between Dan Quinn and Nick Sirianni?
I would give Dan Quinn the slight nod.
Landfill?
Dan Quinn.
Mm-hmm.
Brian, and
I don't even have to answer. You know what I think?
Yeah, me too, dude. I think Sirianni is in a great space because Howie Roseman is really, really good at amassing talent. And frankly, I think they've been through so much BS with Sirianni that they don't want to mess with it and admit they made a mistake with the coach. So they're just riding it out. Like barring him fist fighting a cheerleader or something, I think he's proven enough that there's not much that they're going to make a move on. Let's not waste any time. Daryl Green joins us next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set for the NFC Championship game. So they'll take on the Eagles in Philadelphia Sunday at 3 o'clock. The two teams split their matchups earlier this season. Week 11, Philadelphia won on Thursday Night Football at home 26-18. Washington got their revenge Week 16 at home 36-33. Jaden Daniels finding Jamison Crowder for a touchdown pass with just 6 seconds left. For the Commanders, Sam Cosmi is going to be out the rest of the playoffs. Dan Quinn earlier today said they're considering going with their 5 best linemen and replacing Sam Cosmi, meaning that Cornelius Lucas might slot in at right tackle and Andrew Wiley going to right guard. Some coaching news in the NFL. Bucs offensive coordinator Liam Cohen's pulled his name out of consideration for the Jaguars head coaching spot. The Patriots found their coordinators. Josh McDaniels is going to be the offensive coordinator. Lions defensive line coach Terrell Williams will be the defensive coordinator. And today the Cowboys are holding their second interview with offensive coordinator Brian Schottenheimer. In the NBA, the Lakers beat the Wizards last night 111-88. They're back in action tomorrow, staying in LA against the Clippers. College hoops tonight, Virginia Tech on the road against Georgia Tech. That'll tip off at 7. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. And in hockey, the Capitals beat the Oilers last night 3-2. Day off today before they take on the Kraken in Seattle tomorrow night. For all of your garage door and opener needs, go with the pros at Door Pro America. From maintenance and repair to new installations, Door Pro America has been serving the DMV for over 50 years. Call 877-DOOR-PRO or visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
All right, bro.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Right now, we are very excited to get to the Rude Guest Hotline. Welcome in Mr. Darryl Green, Hall of Famer, Super Bowl champion. Darryl, how are you, man? Thanks for making time for us.
Everything is excellent. Everything is excellent. Am I coming through fine for you guys?
Yep, we got you, big
Sounds
bro.
great, man.
Excellent. Great.
Darryl, the Burgundy and Gold has not played this late into the season since you were playing. As somebody that has obviously re-embraced the team and been re-embraced by new ownership, how exciting is this for you to see this team make this kind of playoff run?
Yeah, this is like I think we all feel like we're dreaming, and
Yeah.
and we don't want to wake up. But but at the end of the day, I was just thinking about the team today, and that, you know what, I don't think it is like a dream. I think it's been very well, thoughtfully, awakeningly executed. They picked right. Even I humbly say, even when they honored me, I think it endeared them to the city, and I say that humbly. It endeared them back to the city because, of course, I am the city. I love this city. My wife's from here. I think that the moves were very serious. They were very focused. They were true. The people, the coach, all the people, they made decisions that made, like, we're trying to do this. We're not just trying to luck into it. It's not a dream. When you really think about it, man, these guys, they really did. They were doing what they were doing. And the right people. I was just looking at something earlier that, and y'all can answer this for me. This kid, St. Jude, he lost St. Juice, or however you say his name. He's not starting anymore, is he?
No.
Mikey.
Well,
especially with Lattimore healthy now.
That, but dude, when I saw that, I thought that's a conscious team. When you move people at different times, people may be hurt or people mad, but no, we're trying to win, and we'll move anybody and do anything we need to do within the context to try to win. And that sounds simple, but when I saw that, I thought, man, these guys are doing everything to try to win football games. They're not trying to be cute, trying to appease anybody, worrying about the media. They are trying to win. And it is exciting. It really is. And, and I'll just shut up here, but for me, I'm just happy for all of us Washingtonian, Washington Metropolitan, DMV fans, because we're human, and we've always loved this city. We've always loved this team. And it's been painful.
Yeah. Look, I'd say the same thing. Like I've said it, you need a delicate mix of veteran guys in the middle of their prime, guys starting off young. And I look at this football team, guys like Bobby Wagner basically was Monty in my book when I got here. You look at the other guys like a Frankie Louvu, that's you. Then you look at the younger dudes, Andre Collins and myself. You got to have that mix. That's Jaden Daniels and Mikey Sarenstill. When you get that mix and you got guys that are working for one cause, like you just stated, winning football games, good things happen for you.
Man, that's ain't nobody playing no games and tripping. These guys are just trying to win football games. They ain't up their butts and all that stuff. And really, when you think about it, and being out so long myself, I've given me honors over the years and Hall of Fames and stuff, but man, we were just a bunch of guys. We're not famous, all across the country, all these famous players that played on their teams. But the Joe Gibbs era went to 4 Super Bowls, and man, it's not this famous superstar laden 3 different quarterbacks. It was just a bunch of guys that played hard and were trying to win, loved our team, loved each other, loved our city, and they have tapped into that somehow. I'm not taking credit for them, but we don't want to take their credit, but they've tapped into the historic way of old Washington Redskins football, in my humble opinion.
I think that comes from the owners. Let's be real. I've talked to Mitchell Rails a lot. I've talked to Josh Harris, Mark Iron. They were fans of the football of the team then. They watched the things that happened. Then they get a guy like Magic Johnson, who is a winner. You know what I mean?
Nothing but a winner.
And then they bring in Adam Peters and Dan, who they give that message to, and those guys attach themselves at the hip and say, let's go get guys that work like that. They brought 35 new players on this football team. And they've come together. They are closer after a year, not even a full year, than they were over the last 4 years. That says a lot.
And I tell you, you have to pull for them. And I know, listen, there's a lot of people were hurt over the last 20 years for different reasons. And they're like, man, they're never coming back. And I've said it from day one when they started to pull me back in. I said, guys, y'all, come on back, y'all. Come on back, please. Please, y'all, come on back, y'all. And now I would imagine a lot of people are probably changing their heart a little bit. But I respect those people because they were spit on and stepped on with some of them that their stories, man. My grandfather, last time I saw him, we was watching Redskin game, man. Man, my daddy, man, we used to go, man. B-Mitch, I heard every story. I didn't create it. I came into it. Grandmamas, grandfathers, sons, daughters, people, these people, we didn't create it. We just came to it. But I respect that, man. And some of them were so hurt, they left and they said, I'll never come back. And I hope, I really do, for their sake, that they'll come back. And for all of our sake, that they'll come back and that we can get this thing back, man, because we impact this city. Things are better when we're doing great. Morale, people are happier. People can treat people better, be more kinder, speak to one another, have a better conversation at the water faucet, at the grocery store. That's just what it was and is, and it's coming back to be. And it's important to me. It's important. I think that, when we talk about humans, people, and particularly with how blown up on fire we are in America, and particularly in the DC area, political and all that stuff, man, we need to smile again. We need to laugh again. We need to have a sandwich together again, have a Coke together. We need to have fun again. Get it out here in these schools. And man, we got to get back to where human beings are not robots and not not some kind of a weirdos that people can laugh and smile again. And that team was the thing that brought that to us. And I want it back. That's what I'm jealous for. That's what I'm jealous for.
I totally agree. My father was a bartender, and I remember being there as a kid, and you'd have plumbers and lawyers and lobbyists and the guy that drives the metro all sitting together just talking about
Laughing
the
and
skins
joking.
and like money, race, religion. There was no divide because everybody just talked about the burgundy and gold. We're speaking with Darrell Green here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Of course, Darrell Green, Hall of Famer, Super Bowl winner. I just looked this up. 6 career pick sixes. Pretty damn incredible, Darrell.
Oh, he got out in front. Nobody was catching him.
Well, I couldn't catch that well, so I could have had more. My wife told me that. My wife told me after one game, she said, "Man, you can't catch." And ever since, I told her, I said, "You the reason I can't catch. If you didn't tell me that, I might have got better." But yeah, I couldn't. If I 6 out of 20 years, man, that ain't too many. I should have caught more. If I had Deion's hands and Champ Bailey's hands and who was that, Woodson and them boys could catch, man. D Green could not catch. I couldn't catch, man. I couldn't. But I knocked it down, though. I knocked it down.
Did you play receiver also, like in high school?
Man, I started football on JV in 11th grade, and I was going both ways. And I told that backup receiver, "Hey, man, go in. You go in." I didn't want to. I knew. Here's what I knew. I don't know if y'all remember this. It was Charlie Brown, Peanuts, and all. You know, they used to call it Charlie Brown Show. And you know, the guy would be, you know, playing baseball, and he could never catch. But I knew that I would get wide open. I know I'm gonna get wide open. I'm gonna outrun this guy, and the ball is gonna be coming, and I'm not gonna catch it. And so I was always nervous about that. But at DB, you know, I knocked the ball down. I made some crazy catches, but I just never. And the other thing too, for all you young athletes out there playing sports, I never ever worked on catching. Now that sounds crazy, but when I thought about it, I never worked on catching. I never went through drills where I'm gonna just work on. You know, they did them at camp. I'm talking about where in the off season, I was running, trying to run fast, move my feet. I did all the things.
I tried to work out with you one time. I
never
never came back.
But you should have asked me, "Hey D, let's go catch some balls." You could catch. You should have said, "D, hey man, let's stop running, put our clocks down, let's work on catching." But yeah,
hey, all of us wanted to be fast like you, D. Believe me, we thought that was most important.
Yeah, I should have wanted to catch better, but I didn't. But no, I couldn't catch. But anyway, I cut you off. You said six touchdowns. It was great. That was great. And I had a lot of other punt return touchdowns that got called back though too. So, but I had a lot of touchdowns. But yeah,
and some big ones in big moments certainly. Darrell, I'm curious if you agree with this, man. I have made the argument over especially the last month, 6 weeks, getting to the NFC title game, you know, going deep in the playoffs changes a lot for a lot of people. Like my 2 daughters are super invested all of a sudden. That never happened prior. When I was a kid, there was a deep love affair between this city and this area and this football team. And largely through the actions of ownership over a 25-year period, that love affair started to dry up. It really did. It has been impacted. I think this city, this team, and specifically Jaden Daniels has how much they love the burgundy and gold.
Yeah, I think, man, you know, the people have to feel like they are important. You have to feel like your decision making, what you say, your comments, your who you bring in, who you cut. They have to feel like you have them in mind. You actually have us as fans in mind when you make these decisions about what you're doing, even though you really are a multi-billion-dollar industry, and it's a business. We get that, but that's the magic of it. That can you make these? They're making billions. They'll make billions, but they really, and it's a big billion-dollar company, but it's really for the people. And that's that unique combination of strategic movements that some people just didn't have the ability to do, in my humble opinion. But these guys, as you just said, Josh and Mitch, Magic, Mark, all these guys, Blitzer, they seem like to me they got something figured out around that. Because, man, football, man, you a gazillionaire when you're on a football team. You're a gazillionaire. These guys, it's like, man, you think about the guy down in Dallas. The man is probably to make a gazillion dollars on these guys playing football. But there's something about, even when Dallas has been bad, they still love them because the decisions made and the conversations had and the people that are around there keep them people feeling like we're in it. We love you. Y'all are part of it. It's your team. And that's a strategic, you got to be strategic when you're doing that kind of stuff. And so, and the players, of course, have a lot to do with that. And Jaden Daniels is just an extraordinary young man, just totally extraordinary. I'm not just talking about throwing the football or running. I'm talking about as a human.
Yeah.
And then, as you said before, man, Bobby Wagner is a high-class individual, highly, as a man, highly respected. This young boy Mike, how you say it? And he's my mentee, and I can't even say his last name, but he's a high level guy. Frankie, all these guys, and I'm talking defense myself because I don't really talk offense as much, but these guys are just good, solid guys. Terry McCollum, McLaurin, I called his name at the draft a few years ago. But, they just got good, solid young people. And, man, we should be happy right now. Now, we should be happy because we should be happy, but they should have a stick up there behind to try to get this game won next week. So, I think happy,
also
go ahead. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I would say, like, the thing I noticed about them, after they went on that road trip when they left Cincinnati and they went straight to Arizona, it made them have to deal with each other. Like, when we went away for training camp, if I had a question, I'd come talk to you. I'll talk to Monty. I didn't, you all wouldn't go home because when you're close to home, you're going to the conference. You're not going to a dorm room or a hotel room when you can go to your crib. You know what I mean? And I think that road trip made this team closer. That's why a lot of the success is happening today.
That I totally agree with that. I'm gonna tell y'all my what happened, a story that happened with me. In the early games, you have to go back and look at the schedule, but they was doing really well. And people were asking me about the team and everybody was all excited. It was early on. I can't remember how many games had been played, but I knew that we had 3 games that were coming up and they were Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, and Dallas. And I told everybody, I said, listen, I'm loving what's going on, but I said, call me after Pittsburgh, Philly, and Dallas. That was a succession of games. Mm-hmm. Pittsburgh first, Philly, Dallas. We lost all 3. And I said, it just shows you, where we are. But here's what I just realized the other day about what I missed in the equation. Even though I was right, they're not what we think they were at that time, losing to Pittsburgh's real football. That's grown man football. The bus used to run over my behind. That was real football. Philadelphia is your NFC East champion. Most have been high class play team in the multiple, the last few years. So you got to beat Philly, and then the Dallas Cowboys. That's your rival, and that's why I said that. But what I missed, what I'm so excited about is one part that I missed was that doing these steps down these roads, even with those losses, we were actually going to be getting better. I didn't add that to the equation. Mm-hmm. I was just saying today, but I didn't realize that. But we're still going to be growing from that, gaining insight from that, getting better from that, maturing from that, and that's what has happened. I was right. If you want to judge them today at that, calling that today, no, they're not ready for prime time. But prime time wasn't prime time yet. Now it's prime time. And guess what? They got those experiences under their belts. So I was right, but I was wrong that they were getting better. And man, it's exciting. It's exciting. But did you understand what I'm saying? At that time, when people were asking me about that, I was like, dude, call me after those 3 games. And bam, man, I got my head down. Man, they didn't give, they not. But dude, those 3 games gave them experiences that they couldn't buy. And now they can take those experiences into these playoff games and make it happen. And I think that's what we're seeing. We're seeing the experience of all those games. All those games. We lost to Tampa Bay day 1. We lost to Tampa day 1, but day 16, 13, whatever, we beat them. Yeah. And so that was pretty neat. That was pretty neat. So that's kind of been my story this year. And I'm just so proud of them, man, and appreciate them. Thank them for, helping to bring back to our city something so valuable and important. And I don't think, unfortunately, and I'm not mad at them, I don't think half of them really even know. I don't think they really even know. I don't think they truly know. But I think they're learning and they're going to get it. And it's happening. So, as I said before, you can judge them at one day, but you got to keep in mind that they're gaining wisdom from every day. So it's so exciting.
Daryl, last thing for me, what do you think their chances are to win in Philly, go to the Super Bowl?
Oh, man. Well, I tell you right now, as I said before, Philly, you have to beat the champion. So that's, Philly, you have to beat the champion. I mean, you got to beat Philly. You got to beat Kansas City. When teams, they won the East, Kansas City won the whole Super Bowl. Hey, you got to beat them. You got to come and beat me. So I respect that. I respect Philly. I have great respect for Philadelphia. They got, they've done it for a long time now. So I got high regard for them. But, boy, I tell you, this young man in the leadership on the offense and the leadership on the defense, the special team, this team is not a team that you want to play around with right now. And so I'm going to say that in my humble opinion, it is no way that you could say we don't belong or we don't have a shot. We got an extraordinary shot at winning this game. And I'm not only just pulling for them, but I believe without a doubt we can win this game. I believe it.
I love it.
Appreciate you, bro.
Daryl, thank you for the time, man.
All the time, man. All the time. You got some gumbo. I'll bring you some over. For sure.
Seriously, Daryl, thank you so much, man. Maybe who knows? Maybe we'll all be talking in New Orleans in a couple weeks.
Come on now. Come on. I'm going. I'm going.
Got to speak it into existence, D. That's what I believe, man.
If we get this done, I will be there. So y'all check us out. We're going to be there. But let's get this first one done now. This last one done. All right.
Thank you, Daryl. Appreciate the time, man. The legend, Daryl Green. You can follow him at Daryl Green 28 on Twitter, Instagram. He's a great Instagram follow. 7-time Pro Bowler, Hall of Fame, all 1990s team, in the Hall of Fame in 2008, 2-time Super Bowl champion.
With the win.
And dude, if I had to guess for Daryl, the 96 Walter Payton Man of the Year might be his most important accomplishment. Just knowing.
Because it's all about him as a total person.
The type of guy he is. Definitely. That was simply tremendous. Now, if you're looking for a tremendous experience buying or selling a car, you need to do it with the good people at Oarsman Automotive of Virginia. 7 locations all over Northern Virginia, from Alexandria to Chantilly. They got it all, man. Kia, Ford, Lincoln, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram trucks, Chevy, Buick, GMC, 2 Toyota locations. They have awesome financing options. And Brian, I know you love that Oarsman Lifetime Edge.
Yeah, I love the Lifetime Edge. You go buy a car for somebody, all of a sudden they just want to get you to come back in and spend money on all kind of fixing this, fixing that, and all that junk. But you know what? They give you up to $1,500 in extras. including complimentary car washes with every scheduled maintenance. They give you loaner cars with every major maintenance, and then they don't charge you for those loaner cars most times. And a lifetime engine guarantee. And if you're trying to sell a car, you take it to Oarsman, they're going to give you top dollar for it. They're not trying to sit up here and get lowball you like a lot of people do. They give you up to 125% of the Kelley Blue Book value, regardless of its make, model, or year. It's simple at Oarsman. They like to keep their customers happy, just like JP and I. To beyond satisfied Oarsman customers, let's ride together.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. And the NFL, the Commanders getting set for the NFC Championship game on Sunday at 3 o'clock against the Eagles in Philadelphia. They're going to be without Sam Cosmi, but earlier today, Dan Quinn said they might try a combination with just their 5 best linemen, meaning Cornelius Lucas would slot in at right tackle and Andrew Wiley would slot in at right guard. Some coaching news in the NFL. Bucs offensive coordinator Liam Cohen is pulling his name out of consideration for the Jaguars head coaching spot. Ben Johnson was introduced as the Bears head coach today. The Patriots are going to be hiring Josh McDaniels as their offensive coordinator and Lions defensive line coach Terrell Williams as their defensive coordinator. Today, the Cowboys are holding their second interview with offensive coordinator Brian Schottenheimer for their head coaching spot. In the NBA, the Lakers beat the Wizards 111-88. They're back in action tomorrow, staying in LA against the Clippers. College hoops, Virginia Tech taking on Georgia Tech on the road. That'll tip off at 7 right here on the Fan. And in hockey, the Capitals beat the Oilers 3-2. They'll take on the Kraken in Seattle tomorrow night. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. If you missed any of our Darryl Green interview, get on that Odyssey app and hit rewind. He was fantastic. For Darryl to talk about how he can't catch was just hysterical, man.
Like, I had known I could have helped him, man. Damn. Right there, that one time I went to work out with him, Jay, I was like, what the hell?
Yeah, well, your legs were cooked, right?
Bro, the dude, so you've ever been to George Mason?
The big hill?
The soccer field, they go one up. You got like 1, 2, 3 soccer fields. Run across one, go up the hill, run across another, go up the hill, run across, and then you finish up. Did that like 3 or 4 times before you run the 10 300s.
10 300s?
That's before you work out.
Wow.
I finished the 300s. I was like, what else we doing? I was like, I'll see y'all later.
Are you sprinting a 300?
You on stride. You're running for time, so it's not your fastest, but you're running for time. And then he does all this quick feet stuff and all that. I'm like, my game is power, dog. I'm going to go lift some weights. So, but I did do some stuff with him. I remember he told me, say, dude, once you get off, you take about a week or so, and then you get right back on it. So you don't lose too much weight. I mean, you don't gain too much weight. So I remember the first year I came to this thing, I was 204 pounds, 5. Came back, I was about 225, 230.
Yeah.
Then the rest of the time I would come back 2-3 pounds, fluctuate. Sometimes I was under my weight, because I had been working out the whole time based off of what he and Art Mark told me.
That's crazy, man. Yeah. I mean, it's cool to think of, when you talk about being a young player and you had Darryl and you had Art and you had Ernest Biner, Monty Coleman. Like, when you think about this team, this draft class, right? Mm-hmm. And they come in and you've got Ertz and you've got Eckler and you've got Wagner.
Lou.
Yeah, man. Like, there's some real veterans that know what it is required, even on that line. Allegretti, Wiley, Lucas, like those guys have been around, man.
Yeah.
Biotish for sure.
But it's like, but you have to have those veteran guys, but it's also important to have guys like Sam Steele, Daniels, you know what I mean? Coleman, guys who are workers, who have that level of respect, because you know what those other young guys do? They begin to try to emulate exactly what those guys are doing. If you got everybody doing the same thing, your team's going to be damn good.
Sure.
So, you got to, like, everybody always try to get the young. They want to get young. They want to get old. I want to have a little bit of everything, sprinkled around.
Sure.
Kind of like gumbo. Got a little something, everything in there, man.
Yo, I agree, man. I think the Packers made the philosophy famous of having like a finite amount of over 30-year-old players on their roster. And I think eventually it came to bite them, because if you are so locked into numbers, you got to be able to take in the whole picture.
Yeah.
It's similar to analytics versus like understanding kind of the entirety of it.
If I have a guy 30 years old, 31 years old, still producing at a very high level, and I know I could trust in him, You think I'm going to let that guy go for a young dude who comes along who may be a little faster, but he's not more consistent? I don't know if he's going to show up or not. You know what I'm saying? I can't completely trust him. Why would I get rid of that for the other guy? I'll try to keep both of them on my team because the older guy may be able to help this young dude become what he is.
Dude, you know how the Commanders win over the Bears kind of just broke the Bears season? I mean, the Bears completely imploded after the Hail Mary. I think Washington beating Detroit might kind of break Detroit in the playoffs.
Detroit lost to the offense coordinator.
They lost their offense coordinator.
Probably going to lose the defense
Looks like they're going to lose their defense
They're
coordinator.
going to lose some of those coaches probably.
Their D-line coach, Terrell Williams, this is just reported. Terrell Williams is going to leave Detroit to go be the Patriots defensive coordinator. You got to figure Ben Johnson and Glenn will take people.
Yeah. Now you're going to see the relationships of Dan Campbell, which I expect him to have, how he's going to be able to bring people in that can fill those positions and be as close or better. Because you don't want nobody going to be way below. You want somebody to be damn near what they were or possibly better. Will he be able to get other people like that?
Just to tie the loop on that Hail Mary, if you remember that game, the Commanders and the Bears were 4-2 going into that. Washington wins on the Hail Mary. You know how many straight losses Chicago had after that game?
7 or 8.
10.
Damn, 10?
Yo, they were 4-2 going into that week, and then they were 4-12 going into Week 18 against Green Bay before they won again.
Damn. You talk about that shut them down.
I saw this on Twitter, so I want to perhaps, I don't know that I'm shutting something down, but I'm going to give my opinion anyway. Both Jalen Hurts and Quinyon Mitchell are able to go through. The Eagles are holding a walkthrough today. And people are like, oh, they're doing a walkthrough because those guys can't go. No, I'm guessing they're doing a walkthrough because it's January 22nd. And they've already played this team twice. Like, I think enough people are familiar with enough of the factors here that they would be doing a walkthrough regardless.
Yeah, that's what they do. It's Wednesday anyway, people.
Like, we'll learn a lot more when the injury report comes out. I'd expect that out a little later this afternoon. But I'd be shocked. I'd be shocked if Hurts doesn't play.
I'm with you on that. I think he's going to go. I think even if the knee is banged up, he's going to go. Because they got some magnificent medicine that works around injuries and all that type of thing.
Agree.
And he's a tough dude. He's strong as hell. He's going to try it.
He may be limited, and if he is limited, that's a big advantage for Washington. But I think he's going to play. What's not limited are your options with Door Pro America. If you're looking for a new garage door or you just need some maintenance, need a new garage door opener, check out Door Pro America. They've helped me and my family in a big way. New garage door at the house. They gave us a bunch of different options. I'm going to post some photos. They're coming tomorrow to install and finalize everything. I'll put some pictures up on my Instagram. I'm really excited. Plus, the door we have is so damn old that my garage is just freezing all the time. The new ones keep a lot more of that heat in. Like B's garage, nice and warm. Mine is butt cold. So I look forward to that moving forward. If you need help with your garage door, you got an old ass garage door like I did, check them out at Door Pro America. Call 877 Door Pro. That's 877 Door Pro. Check them out at doorproamerica.com. My boys Shane and Vince will take good care of you.
Do you ever come around here? You want to disappear? So beat it. Just beat it.
Do you guys remember when Chris Russell thought this was Thriller?
So beat it. Just beat
it.
Just beat it. Beat it.
Don't you want to beat it? Me, Mr. Finley, and Michael Jackson getting down on a
Doesn't matter.
competition Wednesday. You can feel the juice building out here. It's going to be a lot of fun, man. They are. This is the big leagues now. This is real news. We got news breaking in New York. Aaron Glenn, new Jets head coach.
There you go.
I don't know if it's going to work or not. The Jets seem kind of dysfunctional. But I do think it's cool that he was a first-round pick by the Jets in '94. I believe he played at an all-pro level for them. He was good, man. Like, I remember him playing, which makes me feel old. He also, broke in as a scout for them. And I'm just glad he gets a chance there. We'll see if – I don't know that anything about Newmark is official yet, right?
I think I heard something. I don't know if
I've heard stuff, but I don't know officially. But that Lions brain drain is happening, man.
It happens, dog.
I had a buddy reach out. It's interesting and gets harder to kind of deny it. Like, Aaron Glenn got the job this week. Ben Johnson already got the job yesterday. To me, it's harder and harder to think those dudes weren't at least a little distracted last week. Can you really compartmentalize that?
Yeah, I think you can compartmentalize. I don't think, because, listen, just as much as they might have gone on the interview, believe me, Cliff and Witt, they had to think about the stuff that was possibly coming at them too. So I think when you do that, you don't give Washington the credit. Washington just whipped their ass.
Yeah.
Washington went
and
up
once
there.
the turnovers start
and
piling up.
they went up there and they played exceptional football. And as that game goes along, the pressure is now on Detroit. And that's what happened. So, hey, man. We've seen people go on those things, come back and still win and keep moving. It happens.
Totally. You think it's the same in Philly? If Washington keeps it close and scores, does that put the pressure on the Eagles?
Them too.
Yeah.
I mean, look how well they played.
I feel like it's a different game with the Skins and the Eagles just because they've already played twice. They know each other. Like, a division game is so much different.
I think it's even more because you know them.
Right.
You know each team. And look, the favorite, the pressure is always on the favorite. Ike stated it earlier. The pressure's on them. But I think this team looks at it as, we can win this game. Washington, I'm talking about. And as that game goes along, when you're the favorite in your building, I can recall very distinctly sitting there. We had all you heard all week was Tampa don't win under 30 degrees. It was under 30 degrees. And as that game went on, we weren't winning. And we started trying to do stuff that we didn't ordinarily do. Tampa kept doing what they always did. They won that damn game.
I remember that. I remember that in the pregame, they showed one of the fans had like a thermometer clock, like a thermometer necklace
looking like
to show.
Yeah,
exactly. I'll tell you what Daryl Green said about this weekend. He said, I have great respect for Philly. They've done it a long time. But I tell you, this Washington team is not a team you want to play around with right now.
There you go. There's
no way you can say we don't have a shot. We got an extraordinary shot. If you missed any of our interview with Daryl Green, get on that Odyssey app, hit rewind. It was right at 1 o'clock. Right now, time to make some bets. Let's go. Heard it here first.
Heard it here first. Holla. Gather around.
All right, Brian, what say you?
Everybody won except me. I'm starting to sense a theme here.
Everybody won except you. JP took the Wizards.
That was 2 nights ago. Last night I took Texas basketball.
I know. Yeah, right. Me and Landfill took the Lakers.
That was 2 nights ago. Or was Wiz Lakers? I didn't actually take the Wizards.
Lakers, not last night. We played the Lakers last. The Lakers played last night. Landfill, right?
Gotcha.
Yep.
All right. What do we like tonight, boys?
All righty.
I'm taking the Jazz plus 16.5.
Damn, who are they playing?
Oklahoma City.
Damn.
You know what's crazy?
The Caps won last night too.
Oh yeah, that was a good game. I watched the end, second screen, but I watched it. Landfill, what'd you say the Jazz line was?
16.5.
The Utah Utes are playing the Houston Cougars, and they are 17.5-point underdogs.
Damn.
You won't do the Utah two-step, Landfill, and parlay the Jazz and the Utes?
No. How about you do it?
I don't know that I should do that, Brian. All right, White Brian, what do you like? Give us a loser.
Drake minus 14.
Drake's taking a lot of L's this year, man.
So you going against the Thunder?
That is correct, B. Mitch.
Well, Landfill, sometimes you got to go against your friends. I'm going to take that 16.5. Give me the Thunder. I'm going to give it to you.
I am going
to lay him.
I am going to 5 points. I am going to Columbia, South Carolina, where the Gamecocks are getting 11.5 at home with the Florida Gators coming to town. I would love this even more if White Brian had taken Florida. He didn't, but give me cocky, baby. Give me the Cocks. Put that in the stream. No pause. I got
All pause.
I got South Carolina plus 11.5 at home tonight with the Gators. We got any local sports tonight? Terps on? Hoya's on? Anything? I assume the Wiz and the Caps are off if both played last night. Yeah, the Caps are definitely off.
George Washington has a game.
Who's GW playing?
UMass.
UMass in UMass. I think that's Amherst. The good battle of Virginia tonight. 2 colleges I think B. Mitch has paid tuition to. JMU playing Old Dominion, B.
I ain't paying no money to Old Dominion.
Oh, so you'd be a
VCU.
You didn't pay any money to JMU.
I said I didn't pay no money to JMU.
You said ODU. All right.
JMU.
We need the ODU VCU game. We might have to pay attention to that. Scott Jackson. Scott Jackson versus AJ Atai.
Yeah.
Thank you to everybody that listened to the program
I'll go with
today.
Eddie Murphy on that one.
They're both Eddie Murphy. Thank you to Neil Greenberg for joining us. Thank you to Ike Reese for joining us. And sincere thanks to Daryl Green for joining us. Awesome day. We'll try to get some phones in tomorrow. We also have a loaded show. Ross Tucker, Matthew Berry from NBC Sports. It's going to be dope. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, the Commanders taking on the Eagles in the NFC Championship game on Sunday at 3 o'clock. The Commanders split their two matchups with the Eagles earlier this season. Week 11, Philadelphia won at home 26-18 on Thursday Night Football. Washington getting their revenge 36-33 in Week 16. Jaden Daniels finding Jamison Crowder for a touchdown with 6 seconds to go. Coming up at 2:30, three-time Super Bowl champion and Washington legend Joe Gibbs set to join Grant and Danny. Make sure you keep it tuned right here to The Fan. Coaching news today in the NFL, the Jets are going to be hiring Lions defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn as their head coach. Buccaneers offensive coordinator Liam Cohen has pulled his name out of consideration for the Jaguars head coaching job. And today the Cowboys are holding their second interview with their offensive coordinator Brian Schottenheimer for their head coaching position. In the NBA, the Lakers beat the Wizards last night 111-88. They'll take on the Clippers in LA tomorrow. College hoops tonight, Virginia Tech taking on Georgia Tech on the road at 7. You can hear that game right here on The Fan. And in hockey, the Capitals beat the Oilers in Edmonton last night 3-2. The day off today before they go to Seattle to take on the Kraken tomorrow night. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Good Wednesday afternoon, and welcome into Grant and Danny, January 22nd, 2025. We are halfway through a week that's going to feel longer, Danny, than probably almost any this calendar year, because we're waiting on the NFC Championship game.
Well, what's special about it? The NFC Championship game happens every year. Oh, Washington's playing in it. Before we start the regular program, we got a good one for you. Joe Jackson Gibbs joins us at 2:30.
Yeah, let's let people know that 27 minutes from right now, we're going to be little kids again, you and I. We're going to get to talk to Redskins legend, one of the great coaches of all time, the only man up until this moment that's ever really brought this town football joy, Joe Gibbs, on the show at 2:30, right after our dentist appointment.
Immediately following dentist.
He will be here at 2:30 on Grant and Danny.
So if you're on the YouTube stream, you can see it, 106.7 The Fan's YouTube page. You're going to notice something. Grant and I are wearing the same sweatshirt. Not at the same time. We're not like both in the same one sweatshirt, but we each have a sweatshirt that's identical, and we're both wearing it. So nobody talked to each other before we got dressed today. No one talked to each other before the show. It frankly looks ridiculous, and men in our position cannot afford to look ridiculous. Yet here we are, wearing the same sweatshirt. So have your fun, make your jokey jokes, right? Have your little laughs. We get it. We look foolish. That's fine. It's a comfortable sweatshirt.
Show uniform. It's an IT cadre sweatshirt. This actually makes it better because we got something given to us by one of our show sponsors.
Yes.
And we immediately both wore it within 2 days. Like 95% of what we wear is just stuff that people gave us for free. I'll speak for myself, especially.
Yeah.
But I see you doing it a whole lot.
Oh,
too.
I know. Yeah, come on. I'm not immune.
So IT cadre is not dumb. I already knew that about them. But they said, oh, these guys are on camera all the time. Let's just give them a hoodie and see how long until they lazily throw that one on. But I will also say it's incredibly comfortable.
It's a comfortable sweatshirt.
It's black. I like black. Dark, sleek. Makes me look a little skinnier. And it is really, really comfortable.
So it's got that like, I don't know how to say it. It's like that super soft, fuzzy inside.
Yes.
So like with the extra, not like the itchy kind, but like super comfortable.
Outside,
Outside,
I think super soft fuzzy is the perfect way to describe it.
Outside, it feels like, dude, this is a rugged sweatshirt. Like this is one of those where it's like, am I going to do some real work? I mean, I'm not, but like if I was.
It looks like you're wearing Timberlands and you're going to come home with like a 7-Eleven bag with stuff you got off of those little turning wheels to eat for your dinner.
Yeah, there's some soot. You know, like the nondescript dirt and soot as I've wiped my brow, like a real day's work.
Every day you've got a shower before your wife will talk to you.
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
Yeah. where it's like I could look at I look at like a wrench and a blowtorch and a pipe and have something to do with it. You know what I mean? Like I could maneuver that.
I think there's two types of people in this world, if I could say this. People who care about wearing the exact same thing as a buddy and people who do not. I go into the second category. So I sat down, I looked at Danny, I said, oh, we're wearing the same thing.
It's the same thing.
Danny started laughing hysterically and then immediately brought it up because it's obviously on your mind and you feel weird about it.
Yeah.
You like want to get ahead of it. So you want to say it before someone in the chat
Yeah,
says
I got to
it.
head it off at the pass. It's like going to dinner and a couple people order the same thing. You can't do that. It's so amateur hour.
That's another thing that doesn't matter at all.
Uh-huh.
You
And
should
what's
order-
even weirder is I don't share. It's so like, why would I care what you order? But if it's like I order first and you're like that, I want that too. And I'm like, you can't.
I've been in a restaurant with Danny before where he's the last one to order and we get around to him. He's like, they already ordered two of the things I was going to order. So now I'll just get this. And I'm like, you shouldn't do that. You should get the thing that you would most enjoy eating because it's delicious. And you should eat the same thing as someone else at the table because it doesn't matter at all if two people have the same item. But I am team happy to be wearing the same outfit as you. Are you wearing jeans, by the way?
No, sweatpants.
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 Sweatpants to work guy.
Yeah.
Look at you.
Well, it's cold out. And
That's what jeans are for.
Athletics might break out any second. I need to be ready for it. Like, imagine I'm not ready and athletics break out. I'm just wear jeans to do the presidential fitness challenge.
We work in radio,
you
so we
ever
might as
have-
well take advantage of
You
it.
ever, when you're wearing those jeans, you ever have to do sit-ups at school when you're wearing jeans and like the little buttons on there, like just dig into your lower back and butt. Every other on average.
Isn't that about
Yeah.
right? So many bathroom breaks.
So
But I'll give you credit, man. You do a good job of getting your steps.
Well, I hydrate. I get my steps. There's a lot of things that go into this mechanism. Pointing at my stupid fat face. It's a lot of water. I drink tea. I drink coffee because this is basically the time, and it's not ideal for doing the old afternoon drive radio program. This is basically the time of day when I'm exhausted. I want to take a nap. Some days, Danny? No. Every day, rhetorical person that asked me the question to set this information up. I want to nap between 2 and 4 every single day. That's not ideal because I got to be here and I got to banter. Well, you and me have to be on our game, right? We're spotting dimes, eating onions. We got to do the whole thing. So I got to figure that out. So it takes a lot to keep this whole thing going. So yeah, I go to the bathroom a lot.
I want to thank Dan Quinn. I thought it was really touching and nice. He mentioned Pete Medhurst today.
I thought it was great
in his press conference.
That was
and
cool.
Said he doesn't know him, but it sounds like based on what he's heard, he's a football guy. I love that so much. And not about me or you, Danny, but it certainly meant something to us knowing Pete because we know how much Pete would have enjoyed as Dan Quinn sitting in front of an NFC championship game banner.
Yeah, the backdrop is
Seeing
surreal.
the head coach of the team that he loves, a team that he's jacked up to watch play this weekend, sit there and say his name and shout him out and shout out his family. So I hope the Medhursts have heard and seen that and take great pride in that.
Yeah, I thought that was a touching note, right? Because the business of sports, of the world, everything kind of keeps going. And there are a lot of people in that room, in the media room, that were assembled to listen to Dan Quinn for his press conference before the NFC Championship game, right? That you're aware that these folks knew Pete and it's a loss to them, and to shout that out, I thought was really gracious and moving. I thought that was really nice.
So I want to go back to if the Commanders get to and win the Super Bowl, whether or not you will do a left hand up performance. So far, you have said no, but we have not talked about winning the Super Bowl.
Right.
So if they were to win the Super Bowl, any chance you would go left hand up?
No.
Okay. What about if I get Major Tutty in here? Will you at least do some kind of dance with Tutty for our video stream?
Dance. Now, there are so many kinds of dance.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? There's like, I don't know what all the kinds are, but it's like, hey, I've had a few adult sodas and here's a song that I like, or, maybe I'm doing a waltz or a swing dance, something like that. One kind of dancing you don't know about is sit in silence and wait for it to be over.
Right.
So if that counts as dancing, I'll do that.
What are you willing to offer the football gods as penance for a Super Bowl title?
How about eternal devotion despite misery and mismanagement for 33 years? Can I do that?
Moving forward, what are you willing to offer them? See, right now they want to know.
They want
what
something.
Are you willing? Please, football gods, I'm here. I'd like to give you something.
Well, give me an idea. What are you sacrificing? What are you giving up?
It's a great question.
Yeah.
Give me some ideas.
I don't have any. I don't have any good ones.
Okay. I'll say yes to most of them.
Okay.
So go ahead and start pitching them out there. But I think it's a reasonable ask. What am I going to do? I could go. How about I go 1 week without eating any meat? That would be awful.
That's really
That'd be the worst thing that ever happened to me.
Crappy week.
Yeah, that would be pretty terrible.
Just go full vegan.
I'm not allowed to take a shower for like 2 weeks. I can only take baths. That would be weird. That'd be pretty awful.
How would you take a bath? Like, what would you do?
How would I?
Yeah, like, would you do a bubble bath? Would you just like lay in the hot water?
My wife sometimes gets really mad on the occasion that she comes up and I'm in the bathtub and like she's like, why didn't you light a candle? Why don't you have bubble bath?
Exactly. That's what I'm asking.
Why don't you do this? And I'm like, I'm not really doing a like
I don't know what
me
I'm
and
doing.
myself night romantically here. You know,
you put some of that lavender salt that costs $91 an ounce that my wife uses.
Oh, she loves that.
Whatever that is.
Loves that.
It's rejuvenating. Is it though? It's expensive.
My mother-in-law is here right now.
Mm-hmm.
And she's helping Operation. Everyone's been sick for days, and everyone in my house is just on their deathbed, and the house is a big mess. So she's been like godsend, cleaning everything, scrubbing everything, making sure no one's gonna die in the next 3 days or whatever. And so that's awesome. She is the queen of like random medicines that she thinks are gonna help me that definitely aren't going to. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Take this echinacea.
Oh, it's so much of that.
Do you have any ginger?
It's like, here's your 16 vitamins that I want you to try. And I'm like, what are these exactly?
What do they do?
She's like, this is going to make your gut health good. And I'm like, I bet it won't. But anyway, last night, she gave this like deodorant stick to my wife of something that she like rubbed all over my back. And it was supposed to somehow help me sleep good and wake up feeling better.
Did it?
I'm so angry to report that I slept great and I woke up feeling better.
Oh no!
But it had nothing to do with that. I mean, there's no way. It's like a magnesium stick or something stupid. It's
yeah,
like,
dude, that's the thing. People take magnesium before they go to bed.
Well, not this people, but
people do that.
I think it's because I went to bed so early last night. I didn't eat dinner.
Okay.
I just went right to bed.
Okay.
It was one of the few nights there's not a sport on, other than the Caps at 9 p.m. Had to wake up and check that out in the morning, which, by the way, let's go, boys.
Yeah, about it.
Another Logan Thompson gem. Another Tommy Wilson goal is 20th. But I figured this I can't be sick this weekend. We got to get better for the NFC Championship game.
Just quick note, if I may, before you get back to this.
Yeah.
The only way to score on Logan Thompson is to have there be nachos on the ice. Like, that's the only way you're getting a puck by that guy right now. There were nachos on the ice next to the shooter.
By the way, I think that ends the debate about the movie theater, Darius. Last night, somebody was willing in Edmonton to throw a brand new tray of nachos.
It was new nachos
on the ice in the middle of the game. You know what they didn't throw, Dad? They didn't throw a delicious bag of warm buttered popcorn.
Now, the only retort I could offer is I don't know if the popcorn would carry.
Well,
you know what I mean? Like if they're front row, you could lob it over.
Yeah, I think they were front row for the nachos. You think the nachos are just a spiraling
it's not as if
helicopter top, going 100 yards?
It's not a top flight with after Tiger Woods gives it the business, but it's got a little weight to it. You could fling that thing a few yards. That bag of popcorn's just going to go flying. It's not going anywhere.
I think the reason they threw the nachos on the ice was because they were willing to move forward in their night without eating nachos. And it's because of how pedestrian and overpriced they probably were. Popcorn, better than nachos. You'll never see popcorn thrown on the ice in the middle of a game. You won't see it. And the reason is because it's too precious a commodity. You got to eat the popcorn. You don't need to eat the nachos. Whether you eat them or you don't, your night doesn't change. That popcorn's the reason you're there. It just so happens a hockey game's being played as well. See what I'm saying? I feel like that was kind of the de facto answer to our long debate as to what should be consumed in a movie theater. By the way, did you see immediately after the goal? So, Logan Thompson is distracted, I guess, in theory, by these nachos coming over the glass. He's trying to make it seem like if not for that, the goal wouldn't have happened.
He's like, look, dude, they're nachos.
And he's just pointing, and everyone's like, what are you pointing at? He's like, there's nachos on the ice, man. They threw those over the glass. What a weird thing to do. Fans are so weird sometimes. Who did that and why? And were they drunk? Probably.
I've been to Edmonton. There's not much going on. Maybe that's source of amusement. Maybe that's as good as you can do.
Great hockey team.
They're very good.
You have great seats at a hockey game.
Yeah.
Eat your nachos, stupid. Or don't order your nachos.
Yeah, don't order them. If that's what you're going to do with them, don't order them.
Is there any chance they fell over the glass somehow?
Not like that.
No.
Not that far. I mean, that was close to the face-off dot. That's not a tip over.
They had to bring out the dudes that have those shovels, you know? Like normally for what they call in hockey, which I love, somebody's leaking, which just means there's a bunch of blood coming from their face.
There's blood coming from their body.
So they normally send those guys out with the shovels, like dig in and get the blood off the ice. They went out there and they're digging up nachos out of the ice. What a weird situation.
Yeah, what'd you do at work today?
We are Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 4 days away from finding out if the Commanders go to the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl, people. The amount of phone calls I've gotten from people who have said, so if the Commanders go to the Super Bowl and then they go on with whatever their thought is, and every single time I have to stop them and just say, think about what you just
said. About what you just said. Like, here's why I think they can win it. Win what? The Super Bowl or the NFC title game. I mean, now the thing I said for so many years is no Washington team in any sport that's been broken, obviously Caps, Nats, etc., had gotten to the Final Four. And the reason that was so significant to me is once you're in that group, it's now reasonable to talk about you're one of the best, you're one of the elite. You can fluke your way to a wild card win, maybe even one other, right? But for the most part, this is now, you got as good a shot as anybody. You're one bounce that goes your way, one doink that bounces in or bounces out, as the case may be, from advancing to the next round. Like, you are now part of the group that has a legitimate shot at winning a title. And they hadn't had that. DC Sports hadn't had that in decades. Now it's more commonplace. But this is now there's no irrational. There's no, dude, that's ridiculous. There's no, oh, you're such a homer, you're dreaming. Look at the sample. Look at what is happening, what has happened already, and look at the energy. This is a very real, tangible thing. They could go to Philadelphia and win that game. If you don't think so, I think you're crazy.
Yeah, there is no debating that. They absolutely can beat the Eagles. They've literally done it once recently, and they've played them twice, and they've led them going into the fourth quarter in the game that they lost. Yeah, they can beat Philadelphia. They just beat a team better than Philly in a more hostile environment by 14. Now, that's not how the NFL works. That doesn't mean that you're going to beat the Eagles. They could absolutely lose this game. But to be in an NFC championship game where it actually makes a lot of sense that they could win, to be 4.5-point underdogs in the Super Bowl on the look-ahead line to either the Bills or the Chiefs, which I don't know if anybody's seen that, but that's what it is.
That's what it is.
That you would be less than a 5-point underdog within the margin of a one-possession game in the Super Bowl. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Darius actually made the point today. He and Ryan and I were sitting here. You were doing your hit with Tifo. But we're sitting here, and Darius is like, there's an NFC championship game in banner behind Dan Quinn. And he just starts laughing. He spins his computer around. And something inappropriate was on his computer, by the way.
I'm like,
he's like, oh, you're not supposed to see that.
I'm like, Darius, show me the banner, not that filth.
Kidding. Come on, we're all having fun.
It was the filth.
Dad.
Love you, Dad.
We're your kids. We're not supposed to see this kind of stuff. But the banner said NFC championship game. We're all like, this is so ridiculous.
Yeah, the Bruce banner's right there.
Has it hit you? I feel like we're doing enough of these saying over and over again how ridiculous it is to make it try to drive it home. But it still, to me, doesn't really feel real. I don't know if it's hit me yet that the thing I've been wanting and waiting for 30 years is happening. It's like the Joker line, like a dog chasing a car. I don't even know if I would do if I caught one. Like, all I've ever wanted in my whole life was for this team to go on a Super Bowl run. And now it's happening, and I just keep looking around going like, well, what do I do?
What do I do?
How do I do this right? How do I celebrate it?
So, not a good analogy, but I went water skiing once. And the only thing they tell you about is
squirrel can water ski.
That squirrel can water ski. The only thing they tell you is how to get up. They're like, this is what you do to get up because it's the hardest part to get up. And then once I was up, I didn't know what to do because nobody talked about that part. Because the hard part was to get up. This is the hard part. Now I don't know what to do. That's what it feels like. It's like you wouldn't be doing these kinds of segments in Kansas City. 7 straight years they've done this.
Yeah,
7 straight years.
Hey, can you imagine if today, how bad that would be if they just sat there, the radio would be awful. They're like, can you believe we're in the AFC Championship game? Just laughing every time they
And
hear
they're
it.
like, yes, I can. We've done it 7 straight years,
This
Bob.
is literally what we're supposed to do. Darius, that squirrel can water ski. What's that from? Yep. Used to be that we just asked Ryan these questions. Now he's corporate.
Oh, so because he's corporate now, you just move on.
Oh, you're getting some shrapnel.
torture.
You're going to catch more, yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty famous.
That squirrel can water ski.
No, not
water.
Sorry,
Water.
water
That
ski.
squirrel can water ski.
There's no wood.
Yeah.
There's no James in it.
I sound like a 92-year-old smoker.
That's not Anchorman, is it?
It is.
Yeah.
You got it.
Darius.
You got it.
Darius.
Look at that.
How about it? Off the hot seat. Put Ryan in his place there. That squirrel can water ski.
Ryan could never.
Joe Gibbs is on the show today at 2:30. Man, oh man, Joe Gibbs. Are you kidding me? The gentleman that brought this town 3 Super Bowls was on the field on the sideline in Detroit. We got to ask him about Jaden Daniels and Dan Quinn in this operation, and we will do that as soon as we return. Please do us a favor, though. Spread the word. Send a text to your buddies. Let them know. Turn on 106.7 The Fan to hear from the iconic head coach of this operation in the 80s and 90s. Joe Gibbs is with us on Grant and Danny next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. The Commanders getting set to take on the Eagles in the NFC Championship game on Sunday, coming up in just a couple of moments. Three-time Super Bowl champion head coach of Washington, Joe Gibbs, set to join Grant and Danny. Keep it tuned right here to the Fan. Other coaching news in the NFL today. The Jets are hiring Lions defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn as their head coach. And today the Bears introduced former Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson as their head coach. So the Lions lose both of their coordinators as expected. The Buccaneers offensive coordinator Liam Cohen is pulling his name out of consideration for the Jaguars head coaching job. And today the Cowboys are holding a second interview with offensive coordinator Brian Schottenheimer. In the NBA, the Lakers beat the Wizards 111-88. The Wizards will stay in LA and then take on the Clippers tomorrow. College hoops, Virginia Tech on the road taking on Georgia Tech. 7 p.m. tip-off right here on the Fan. And in hockey, the Capitals beat the Oilers 3-2 last night of the day off today before they take on the Kraken in Seattle tomorrow night. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Welcome back to Grant and Danny. On the Fan, will be joined in just a couple of moments by Joe Gibbs, who won the Redskins their 3 previous Super Bowls. They have not been back to a Super Bowl since he last won this organization in City 1 in the earliest years of the 90s. And they are hoping to get back this weekend with an NFC Championship game in Philly. I got to say, Danny, it kind of feels good to have an NFC title game in the division and to now be part of a budding rivalry again with Philadelphia, right? Because when you look at it, so many years, it was Redskins, Cowboys, and we talked about that rivalry going away. I think for a lot of people like myself, there's this assessment that you can't really have a true rivalry and true hatred of a team within the division because of player movement and free agency and everything going on. But that might not actually be the case. It might actually just be that the team was so bad for so long that you're not playing important games.
I think that's the most central part of it, right? The rivalries come from when one team gets the better of the other sometimes. When you lose for 20 years, 30 years, whatever, 80% of the time or 65, 70% of the time, it's not a rivalry anymore. Nobody takes you seriously. So rivalries require 2 invested parties of disdain or hatred between each other. And that used to happen with everybody in the division, quite frankly, because Washington was so good, and these other teams were too. Philadelphia never broke through like they have in recent years, but they were always really competitive, those Buddy Ryan teams, and you can kind of go back, and it was, that really tight defense, and Randall Cunningham used to give us fits. These games used to matter an awful lot. So I take it differently. Like, I'd rather play an anonymous, nebulous NFC team than a rival that I hate so much, because I've still got my hatred for Philadelphia, all things Philadelphia, their fans, the uniform, the stupid song, everything about it. Losing to them is extra painful. Like if we lost to the Rams, that sucks. I don't want to lose. I'm not happy about it, but it's extra when I know I've got to see Philly people because they're not far away.
Yeah, I guess don't mistake what I'm saying. I'd rather play the worst team in the league this weekend.
Oh yeah, sure.
Like I'd rather play the Giants this weekend than anybody. But I just like the back and forth I'm seeing now between Eagles fans and Commanders.
Just because of what it means, big picture.
Exactly.
Yeah, I see.
It's such a healthy, good thing to be hated a little bit, to actually be relevant enough that a fan base doesn't like you again. It's been a long time since this team mattered enough to be in a position where another fan base cared a whole lot about you. So to be living kind of rent-free in the heads this week of Eagles fans, or for them to see Jaden Daniels playing the way that he is, and oh my gosh, their quarterback's better than our quarterback. Now you start to have a little resentment. You've got a little irritability to you. And it's just been a long time since we've seen that. I think that's a great thing to have moving forward.
Yeah.
And by the way, when you start playing playoff games against a team, like you don't think that next year early on, if Washington knocks out Philly and Philly's the favorite in the NFC East again going into next year, that doesn't then add to the discussion and the discourse? Like it certainly will.
Yeah, it all feeds in. It matters.
And it's natural, I think, to kind of build into that rivalry. Joe Gibbs was at the game, by the way, in Detroit, which I thought was awesome. They're obviously at Joe Gibbs Racing getting ready for now a little under a month away. They've got the Daytona 500. They've got another driver change, replacing another legend in Martin Truex, who's retired. Chase Briscoe taking that car. So they got a lot going on, and yet he and some of his family members went to Detroit because they weren't going to miss out on that game. I would hope that he will be in Philadelphia again. We'll ask him about that when he calls us in just a moment.
That's so cool. Just, again, as big a winner as there's ever been, right? Whatever you want to be in charge of, whatever you touch, you're going to win at better than anybody else. I never cease to be amazed by how remarkable that man is.
But he was also, I don't want to say heavily involved, but in the earliest days of the Dan Quinn era, like in the mix, right? They wanted him to meet with Dan Quinn and talk to him about the organization and the fan base and make sure that, he was present in establishing at least what it should look like in those first few days for Dan Quinn in the building. And he did that with Rivera. He's always been very helpful and gracious in that way. But let's go right now to the Rude Guest Hotline and welcome onto the show a DC sports legend and a dignitary and the man that brought this organization 3 Lombardi trophies. The great Joe Gibbs is with us on Grant and Danny. Mr. Gibbs, welcome back to the show. How are you?
Hey, thanks, Grant, Danny. Thank you all for having me on. I love every time I get a chance to speak there to I think the greatest fan base in all of sports. I love the fans and all my memories there. Appreciate you guys having me on. Hey, and we're all excited, man. I gotta tell you, Washington in the championship game this week is going to be awesome.
Can you believe this?
It's pretty great, Coach.
Can you believe this is happening?
I can't. Let me say this. I told Josh, I was on the sidelines there in Detroit, and I just told him before the game, I saw him and David there, just really think a lot of both of them. And I said, I just want to tell you what you guys have done. This is really special. And we all know that are in football or follow it, how hard this is. And what they've actually done in a little over a year is put together a team and that winds up being in the championship game. And so all of us really respect it. I think it's great and fantastic for all the fans there. It's great for us to all be a part of it. And, I just think it's a special time.
Coach, do you see parallels with this group? Maybe, playing together, the sum of their parts maybe better than the individuals and some of the teams that you put together that went on such magical runs as well?
Well, it's kind of amazing that in one of the things about football, and you got a team, sometimes a team just gets a real feeling and they care about each other and everything. And it doesn't carry over from year to year. For instance, 87, when we won the Super Bowl in San Diego, we came back the next year and had our toughest year. It doesn't carry over sometimes. But when certain teams get a certain feeling, as a coach, I know I could feel it. And you just have a confidence about the team. And I think this team has done that. And, when you think about it, the fact that Dan Quinn came in there, I think everybody likes him. The players like him. They respect him. You got a GM, Adam, when he jumps in there and makes the selections he did. And you got ownership with Josh and David, Josh doing all the things that he's done. It's just really, that is so hard to do, and they've done it. And so they deserve the credit, man. I got to tell you, you got to give it to them. And who knows? I think when you get to the championship game, you can make a case for all 4 of these teams. So it could happen. Each one of these teams is going to have a chance. A turnover at the right time, a great play at the right time. That's what it takes. That's why we all love it as fans. I know I'm going to be fixed on everything that's taking place in these 2 games because what's going to happen. 2 of these teams are going to get to be a part of one of the greatest spectacles that man can do, the Super Bowl.
The best. You don't need me to tell you because you know the voice. That's Joe Gibbs on Grant and Danny. Dan Quinn calls it his brotherhood. This is a brotherhood is the word that he uses. But I said this yesterday on the show. I did experience this most recently once before around your teams in 05 and 07. I'm a younger guy, so I wasn't around for the Super Bowl years. But especially after Sean's tragic passing in 07 and then in 05 when you guys won 5 in a row, in that locker room, there was, I call it like a chemistry or just a love between teammates. But that's been your whole life. You do it now in NASCAR with Gibbs Racing. You did it in multiple iterations here. How do you build that chemistry and that brotherhood in the locker room? And how do you know when you've done it? You know, how do you feel it?
Yeah, it's kind of special. And I think certain parts of it, you're not sure how it did happen. But it's got a lot to do with the people you select and the people on the team and the character that they have. Yeah, I said early on for me, I was not a good athlete. The only award I ever got in sports was most improved. So I said, I better get in team sports. And so I love football because it's team and it's putting a team together. And when I was the athlete, I said, I better be in team sports where other great athletes can make the plays and I can get some credit for it. But I love teamwork. I think that's what it is in football. That's what it is here in NASCAR. It's getting the right people together. And then, you know, I can tell you definitely in football, at certain times, in certain years, at certain times, the team kind of gets that feeling. And they have a confidence. And they make the plays at the right time. And it's just a feeling. It's like, and I think that's the reason why we love it. I know I love that part of coaching when you get that. I had, you know, a group of players that first go around and the second go around where we had a group of about 8 to 10 players that I leaned on. And when I had a problem with the team, I used to tell them, this is your team. Fix it. And honestly, they would fix it. I mean, that's what great teamwork. It's not all the coaches directing things, and I'm sure that that's the first thing that Coach Quinn would tell you, and certainly it's what I felt.
Coach, watching this team from afar and then getting to be there with them this past weekend, when did you know that this group was special and different?
Well, you kind of see it in times where they won some of those close games. I think everybody was focused too, because we know how important the quarterback position is. And with Jaden, honestly, he is. Have you seen him with any emotion yet? This man is cool as a cucumber. I mean, nothing shakes him up. And when you look at the pictures of him on the sideline and everything, he's just ready for the next play. And I think he made the statement, I'm prepared, so I don't have to worry about getting upset. But that has been obviously a big part of it. And but also it's all the other team guys. And you know, on any team, when you put something together in this short period of time, they find a way to, you know, actually play even better than what you would think that the skill of the team is. And I think they've done that. They play together great. They got a great team feeling for each other. They do have playmakers for sure. That showed up in Detroit. And so they've got what it takes. And like I said, what's exciting for all of us, the Redskin fans, I have a tendency to say that instead of the Washington Commander fans, but all of us, we're excited because it can happen. And so that's what's exciting when you get to the championship game.
Speaking of that championship game, Coach, I mean, what advice would you have about trying to normalize that game as best as possible so that they can make sure it's not the last one they play this season?
Yeah, I got nothing to coach them up on. They are way beyond me. They're doing a fantastic job. So they don't need me to tell them anything. These guys are on it. You know, the entire organization there is just absolutely doing great. I think we all what we'll be pulling for them to seize the moment. And it's, you know, when you get to this point, it's like I said, a turnover here, a big play there. You know, all it takes is one play sometimes to turn a game around. And that's why we love football. It is physical. So we love the idea of seeing the physical part of it, but it is also mental. You got to be smart. Okay. You want to protect the football. You don't want to be hitting people on the sidelines. You don't want to hit the quarterback low or high. It is you've got to play the game smart. And I think that's what this team is doing.
Joe Gibbs giving us a couple of minutes out of his busy schedule. You're under a month away from your own Super Bowl in NASCAR again, the Daytona 500. And yet again, you guys are having to replace a points champion. I think Chase Briscoe coming in to take over for Martin Truex. So we're T-minus under a month, Coach. You're busy from all angles here.
Yeah, we are. We got a lot going on. And for sure, I think we get excited about we have an unusual thing. We have our Super Bowl as the first game of the year, which is the Daytona 500. Yeah, we added Chase to our group. I think we got 4 cars that can win, that's for sure. And then we're kind of working extremely hard right now because in this sport, what's different from football, basketball, and baseball, you got to have great partners, and they're sponsors is what we call them, but they're really more than that. They're really partners. And we just had, we celebrated King's Hawaiian coming on board for us, a great family organization. We're a family organization. We really fit. I'm going to California tomorrow to be able to see them. It's fantastic. We got them on board with all their great products. And then we have Saya, which is a trucking firm, a huge trucking firm that we just signed. So we're in the middle of that, getting everything dialed in for the Daytona 500, going there for a huge week of racing. And I love it because it's a sellout. Everybody's there, and it's a great forum to have a great weekend. And NASCAR, I love it because it's the best race teams in the world racing in NASCAR.
Coach, good luck to you. This is always a treat to catch up with you and enjoy Washington's game this weekend like the rest of us.
Will you be at the game or are you going to be on the couch? How are you going to watch it?
I'm going to go to the game.
Oh, let's go.
That's pretty cool.
That's my plan. So anyway, let's go.
Very good.
Here we go.
Coach, we appreciate
right.
you. Thank you.
Thank y'all for having me on.
You got it.
Thanks,
Joe
Coach.
Gibbs will be in the house in Philly for the Commanders and the Eagles in the NFC Championship.
Walk down that sideline, tap on someone's ear. Hey, you know what play would be good?
Yeah, you can go help him out. Say you didn't want to help him out? We'll take all the help from Joe Gibbs.
50 gut right at that guy. Run a little counter tray over there.
God, I love it. I'm 10 years old every time I hear his
Every
voice.
time, man.
It's the best.
Mm-hmm.
Grant and Danny on the Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rougier here. For my friends and my realtors, that's Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds and Power Home team of Keller Williams. They are going to sell your home. That's not just based on a couple anecdotal. That's not just the fact they sold my home, which they did, by the way. I'll talk about that in a second. But they're going to sell your home. They're experts at this. They're the best in class at selling your home for more money quickly. That's the whole point, right? You want to be able to move on and get the money in your pocket and go do something different. Go to something else. Debbie and Sarah are great at this. If your home for some reason doesn't sell, Debbie and Sarah will buy it. That's their guarantee to you. So, you know what it means? They're going to sell your home, right? Either to themselves or to one of their ready buyers in waiting. I saw this happen up close and personal. I didn't know. We had an old condo building, weren't really sure if our place would sell or not. We didn't know what improvements to make, what to fix, what money to spend. They walked us through the entire process. We got way over asking price in cash. The whole thing was done in a weekend. They're the best. Call them like we did. 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or Debbie has thebuyers.com.
What a thrill and an honor to have Joe Gibbs on the show today. Welcome back. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We do have a chance for you to win Caps tickets coming up at 4 o'clock. Make sure you're listening to the Beltway Blitz right at the start of that segment. We've got tickets as the Caps play Winnipeg coming up on February 1st. Somebody can win those. As a reminder, we will have the NFC Championship game live on the Fan on Sunday afternoon in the 3 o'clock hour. You can listen to every play of the most important game this organization's played in over 3 decades right here on the Fan. We've got the Westwood One call with our guy Ian Eagle. Ross Tucker's going to be on the sideline. Kurt Warner's going to be providing color analysis up in the booth. Will be crystal clear FM and a quality broadcast for you to listen to. So make sure you lock into the NFC Championship game right here on the Fan on Sunday. But before that, on Friday, we're partying with you out at Caddy's in Bethesda. I don't know about you. I've had just today alone 2 or 3 people asking me on Twitter and Instagram, hey, where's the Friday field trip? I'll come. Doesn't matter where it is. Awesome. But I guess they weren't listening the last couple of days because we've been getting the word out to anybody and with a megaphone as much as we can. Caddy's, Bethesda, Caddy's on Cordell. It's going to be a great location for a monster bash.
That place has been around forever. One of the, just test of time sports bars has been there for a minute or two. One of the iconic spots. It feels fitting that that's where we go. You know what I mean? It feels right. That's one of the hearts of local DC, Maryland, Virginia sports fandom. Right there, just off Wisconsin Avenue. Caddy's on Cordell.
Who are you more worried about? This is actually something I want to talk about. We could carry this over to next hour. Maybe we could open up the phones on. But I think there are 2 Eagles that make the most sense that they could wreck this game for the Commanders. One on each side of the ball. Saquon Barkley, who ran for more rushing yards than almost anybody in history this season. And if not for the team shutting him down to rest him in Week 18.
Could have got it.
He would have broken Eric Dickerson's single-season rushing record. 2 games against Washington. He's gone for 146 and 150 on the ground, respectively, with a combined 4 rushing touchdowns. And then on the other side of the ball, defensively, their game wrecker and their game breaker is Jalen Carter up front, their defensive tackle. And with now Sam Cosmi out and injured, it seems like that's an even worse matchup for Washington. So I want to actually pose that question for people, Danny, and we can answer it next. But of those 2, who do you worry about ruining everything? Barkley or Carter? 800-636-1067.
Carter for me. I'm considering Saquon Barkley inevitable. I'm baking him having a long touchdown run.
But he could still ruin the game.
Or a massive moment into the game. To me, the way you win it is if the thing that's supposed to be good for you, aka your offense, which is good, but that continues. If that remains uninterrupted and you can overcome their excellent defense, you're going to beat the Eagles. You will beat them. Because I don't think the Eagles, if we get in a shootout this week, advantage Washington. If Jalen Carter breaks the thing that's supposed to be reliable, the defense is unreliable. There are going to be a moment or two, talking about Washington, there'll be a moment or two where they maybe make a play, maybe get a turnover, maybe you stop, Saquon Barkley once or twice on a drive. He's going to have a huge explosive moment or two. I'm counting that. To me, the thing you can't count on, you hope you can eliminate, is Carter. Turnovers happen. The negative plays happen. You can only call a certain fraction of your plays because your guys can't hold up. They know you're double teaming him, so now they've got the alternatives that wreak havoc and don't let you run your stuff. That, to me, is by far my bigger concern.
So I also think there's a way to, just based on coaching, not allow Jalen Carter to have the biggest impact he's capable of. You can run away from him. You can get the ball out of your quarterback's hands. You could do things to mitigate his import on the game. You can't really do that defensively. I mean, you could try to shut Barkley down, which they did in the second half of the home game about a month ago. But if the Eagles want to force feed him the football and keep him involved, they're going to. There's not a whole lot you can do about that. But that's the question. We're going to dive deep in on this with some shovels we'll take out next. 800-636-1067 is the number. We're having a bunch of different conversations on this game, but we'll start here next. Of these 2 Eagles, who are you more scared about taking over on Sunday? Barkley on offense, Carter on defense. You're listening to Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is driven by Oarsman Alexandria Kia. Let's ride together. The Commanders getting set to take on the Eagles in the NFC Championship game Sunday at 3 o'clock, the third time the teams will match up. They split their pair of matchups in the regular season. Jaden Daniels talked about matching up with Philly for the third time this year.
I think you put some different wrinkles into your game plan, and I'm pretty sure they will too. But at the end of the day, it's about, execution and fundamentals, and that's a very good team that we're going to face for a third time again. So they got a lot of good players. Obviously, we know them. They know us. So it's going to be a fun matchup going up against them on Sunday.
Some coaching news in the NFL. The Jets are going to be hiring Lions defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn as their head coach. And today the Bears introduced Ben Johnson as their new head coach. The Lions lose both of their coordinators. Buccaneers offensive coordinator Liam Cohen pulled his name out of consideration for the Jaguars head coaching spot. And the Cowboys are holding a second interview with offensive coordinator Brian Schottenheimer today. In the NBA, the Lakers beat the Wizards last night 111-88. They'll stay in LA and then take on the Clippers tomorrow night. College hoops, Virginia Tech in action against Georgia Tech tonight at 7. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. And in hockey, the Capitals beat the Oilers last night 3-2. They'll take on the Kraken in Seattle tomorrow night. Oarsman Alexandria Kia keeps their customers happy by offering great deals in the area's best selection of new Kias, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Alexandria Kia, let's ride together. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Third and 10. Four-man rush. It's Goff throwing over the middle, and it's picked off Jeremy Chin. And Washington will be going to the NFC Championship for the first time in 33 years.
That was the Fox call of the Commanders beating the Lions by 14 on Saturday night. 8 days later, they'll be at the Lincoln Philly against the ESZLCRTS.
The El Zogles.
Eagles. Grant and Danny welcoming you back. We're taking you up to 6:30 on the Fan. We've got Caps tickets at 4. And at 5 o'clock, Frank Schwab of Yahoo Sports wrote a piece on Jaden Daniels. We want to ask him about a historic rookie season for JD5. The show's brought to you today by our friends, Condori and Murad.
As Washington continues to build the foundation of success on and off the field this season, it's time for you to plan for your future as well. As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Morad can help you update your last will and testament or set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them the Grant and Danny sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
So the question we've got for you guys is, I guess, who are you more scared of? But really, who has a better chance to wreck the game? And who does Washington have to be more aware of possibly beating them almost single-handedly this weekend? Saquon Barkley, offensively, who ran for 2,005 yards and 13 touchdowns, or Jalen Carter, the game-wrecking defensive tackle for the Eagles. So let's just present the years that both of these guys had. Specifically against Washington, I mentioned that Barkley's run for 146 and 150, which shouldn't surprise you because the Commanders are 26th in DVOA against the run this year. But that's a little bit misleading in that against the Commanders, he hit more home runs, even though it wasn't like consistently just bludgeoning them. I thought they did a really good job against him for 2.5, 3 quarters in Philly. And then he ended up ripping off touchdown runs of 25 plus a couple times in the fourth quarter.
That's right.
Here, he had the 70-plus yard touchdown in the first quarter of the second game, and he ran for 100 yards in the first quarter. And then after that, it was like 17 carries for 40 yards or whatever. He was pretty much held in check, again, for the majority, or about half in that case, of the game, but close to 3 quarters. Now, everyone's taking victory laps about that. It's kind of how it's designed to go for him. That's what it is. Like, the whole idea is that eventually he's going to pop a big one on.
Yeah, the waves crashing on the shore, eventually you don't have a beach left. That's what it is.
He's a home run hitter. So, like, yeah, you might have through 15 carries held me to 54 yards. Good job, but now you're getting tired, and we're going to keep going. And now what happens? And the whole bet that you make with Saquon Barkley being as involved in the offense as Nick Sirianni does is that eventually you're just not going to fit the run perfectly. Someone's going to be out of their lane. Someone's going to miss a tackle, and he will make you wrong. And the way he does that is not by getting 5 or 10 more than he's supposed to, but getting 50 or 60.
Getting 60 in a tutty. Yeah, I mean, he's had the best running back season in some time. He was incredible. And I think it's a great situation with an excellent offensive line, something he was not familiar with in New York, a quarterback that's a threat to run, not just in scramble situations like Daniel Jones was, but Jalen Hurts is one of the better running quarterbacks in football when he's healthy. Then you add in a pass-catching tight end that can do both, and great receivers on the outside where everything is dangerous. If you're an opposing defense, this is as good a situation for a running back as you're going to find for a bell cow like him. He was unbelievable from start to finish.
I'm not going to count their 34-6 win over the Cowboys where they basically pulled guys and just stopped caring part of the way through the game. If you take that out of the equation, in like 12 of his last 13 games, he's taken the game over. Eventually. I'm going to run through his rushing totals really quickly over those 13 weeks, with the only game where he didn't being a game against Pittsburgh where he was held to 3.4 yards per carry and 65 yards on 19 attempts. So here are the 65 in there about a month ago. But here's his rushing totals since they got really good out of their bye week and basically said, we're going to let Saquon cook. 205, 119, 167, 150, 65. 124, 107, 255, 146, 159, 108, 176. On the season, Danny, he had 6 150-yard games. And you do that mostly by hitting home runs. In those games, he had carries of 72, 78 and 70, 68, 65. Big way to get there is to just have the one play where there's a lapse. So I guess my reason to say that Saquon is more scary to me is because of the volume. It's just so hard to do everything correctly every single time he's got
24, 25, 26 times. Yeah. By the way, just a quick side note. He plays well against the Rams, at least did this year. How about 460 yards combined in 2 matchups against the Rams?
The only team he had more yards against than this one?
I mean, good Lord.
Now, he has always killed this team.
Yes.
Remember when he was with the Giants?
Sure do.
And those Giants teams would come to FedEx. End of the year normally, like for these like week 17 game between 2 terrible teams. And he would always rip off one crazy long run. Didn't matter how bad they were, how bad the offense was. He would always hit a homer against, wasn't the Commanders, but Washington. So the other side of the ball, Jalen Carter. I'm going to use Daron Payne as the comp because Allen wasn't healthy, and Payne's the big money D tackle here. On the season, PFF has assigned Daron Payne with 38 pressures. Jalen Carter has 65 pressures this year. 65 to Payne's 38. Daron Payne via PFF this season, Danny, has been credited with hitting the quarterback on 3 occasions, non-sacks.
Which, by the way, is comically low. I mean, that's absurd. That's a quick side.
It's just a little bit ridiculous.
I know.
Jalen Carter, 15. That's 5X on that category. He has hurried the quarterback in the decision-making process 43 times. Daron Payne has done that 30 times this season. What he's done as a pass rusher's pretty astounding. And the most amazing thing when you watch him, I think, this guy does not come off the field. Have you seen his percentage of play numbers?
It's absurd.
It's astounding at his size. Just to give you another comp, right? The Eagles have played 18 games. The Commanders have played 19 games. Daron Payne did have the finger injury against the Bucs, so he missed a little time. And occasionally here and there you get dinged up. But he's played in every game this year, okay? So track with me for a second. Daron Payne's played in 19 games. Jalen Carter's played in 18 games. You want to know what their snap counts were? Daron Payne on the field for a total of 796 snaps. That's a lot for a D tackle. He does a pretty good job staying on the field. Jalen Carter, 961.
Golly. That's ridiculous.
Couple hundred more plays, having played in 1 fewer football game. They've played fewer games. This guy plays every single down.
It's like 10, 12 more plays per week.
It's like Aaron Donald. There aren't humans like this. It's insane.
So the sack numbers aren't outrageous. And this is one of those things, we talked about this a billion times when it came to John Allen and others. If you replayed his season, he'd end up with more than 4.5 sacks.
Yeah, and I would make the case, he's the way they design stuff, he's not really supposed to have 10 sacks, if that makes sense. He's going to in his career because he's an animal sent from another planet to ruin everything and to eat worlds. But he basically is just the play blower upper. Like, you're the guy that's going to ruin the offense's time. They're accounting for you, and everyone else is going to feast because of it.
He also has a bunch of batted passes at the line of scrimmage, too. Like, this is the thing that I beg for all the time. If you're not getting home, staying in your lanes, get those hands up. Let's disrupt some of those passing lanes. He does that with great effect as well. There's nothing this guy can't do. To me, he is the sort of the solar system here. He's the sun, and everything else revolves around him. You can play a coverage a certain way. You can, roll a safety close to the line of scrimmage. You can have linebackers do this. You can twist. You can stunt. Everything is about the fact that you're either going to double team him, which now leaves a numbers advantage for you and the rest of your defense, or he's going to take your one guy, throw him into the balcony. Into the balcony? That didn't make sense.
Into the balcony.
Yeah, you throw him into the stands and ruin your play. So it's your choice, however you want to do it, offense. Would you like him to ruin your play, or would you like someone else to be able to be free to make a tackle?
So looking those numbers up, the Eagles on the year have 16 batted passes, 7 of them attributed to Jalen Carter, about half.
Mm-hmm.
Washington does not have a defensive lineman with more than 2 passes batted at the line. So just another area where, with that length, he's a problem. You're going to have to move around in the pocket, find a throwing lane if you're Jaden Daniels. And you don't have Sam Cosmi.
Yep.
Who's going to be lined up for the most part. I don't know how much they flip him and which side he's on or whatever. But
I would test it a couple times if I was them.
There's going to be a lot of times where he's going up against whoever they decide to replace Cosmi with. I think that's probably Trent Scott at guard, and they just do what they did in the last game. Because I was sitting there thinking when Cosmi went down, put Cornelius Lucas at right tackle and kick Wiley into guard where he played when he was with Kansas City winning a Super Bowl in the past. They didn't want to change his position. He hasn't played that in a long time, which I get. But now you've got a week and some practice time. So they do have some options. But I think Trent Scott played admirably enough, and maybe even better than he had at tackle, that they might go, all right, let's see where this gets us. But to me, this is about Cliff Kingsbury. Respectfully to Trent Scott or Wiley or anybody else, whoever's playing at guard, Michael Dieter, Chris Paul, doesn't matter. Respectfully, I don't trust you against Jalen Carter. And that's not a knock.
That's true for anybody. By the way, I wouldn't have trusted Sam Cosmi one-on-one.
That's a terrible matchup, too, and he's one of the better guards that you've got in the division. This is about Kingsbury just not letting him take the game over. And so my answer to the question we're asking, who are you more worried about, is Barkley, because I'm going to coach the game to make sure that Carter does not beat me. I've got to. I don't have a choice. I can't do that with Barkley. I can't scheme around him. He's coming to the house whether I want him to or not.
That's right. Yeah, he's on. It doesn't matter if he's invited.
At 3 p.m., he's knocking on the door. I can make sure. Now, I'm not saying I win the game, but I can guarantee you going into a game, it's not going to be Jalen Carter, because I can intentionally walk him all day long, essentially, with how I call the game. Make sense?
It does, yeah.
I'm going with Barkley.
To me, it's Carter, and I understand your point. I'm basically counting the Barkley in my equation for what the game is. In other words, I can't stop him. Nobody has. That's a 2,000-yard rusher. He crushed it against me, and he will again. He's going to go for a long run. The point for me is my strength, talking about Washington, is my offense, my ability to stay on the field, my ability to get those 4th downs and shorts, my ability to convert, my ability to have Jaden Daniels do what he does. The guy that can ruin that is Jalen Carter. So if my strength is negated, I'm losing. And that's where my concern is. If Barkley goes off and has 150 yards, I can win. I've done that once already. If Jalen Carter ruins it, I lose. He's done that once already, thinking about that first game. So to me, it's based on me more than it is that guy, because I understand your point is 100% correct. Saquon Barkley is ridiculous. And if you're worried about him going nuts, it's happening, right? And that's kind of my point, though, is I'm not worried about it. I'm resigned to it. But I need my strength to remain a strength. And if it does, I can win the game.
It is also amazing to me how often offensive coaches just kind of decide, I'm not going to change everything we do to protect against this guy. We're going to run our thing. And we think our thing's better than theirs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, how many times do you watch a game and you're like, why is a tight end blocking Micah Parsons? Like, why was this not specific?
Yeah, how is that ever?
But teams
plan?
do that. And I just hope Kingsbury doesn't in this situation.
Mm-hmm.
Like, sometimes there's just a confidence in your building where you go, we like our guys. I like Trent Scott. I think, I'm just making this up, but like, I think Michael Dieter can do it. Because I know he had a good practice this week or whatever. You just see that sometimes, and it's like, no, let's not rely on that. Let's try to do something different than we would have.
It's not beat our head against the wall and call it toughness.
Exactly. Let's go to the phones. 800-636-1067. Kurt is in Ashburn. Who are you more worried about, Carter or Barkley?
Real quickly, let me say something else that's been discussed several times on this station today is the cost of going to a Super Bowl. I went to the 1983 Super Bowl, the first Gibbs Super Bowl. They beat the Dolphins. Seat was $250. I learned that the Rose Bowl was part of a public park complex, so there are tennis courts, swimming pools, basketball courts, etc. A huge field, and get this, they didn't charge anything for parking.
That's awesome. Yeah, different time. I mean, back then it probably cost 88 cents to go to a movie or whatever too, and now I'm paying $20 for me and 17 for my kids on the weekend.
Yeah, I'm definitely priced out of it. Anyway, to talk about Barkley, that's my choice. To use a baseball analogy, he's in scoring position when he's at the plate. I mean, he's going to get 20 opportunities. Mm-hmm. He's going to get 20 opportunities to bust one loose. Whereas this other guy will have many opportunities, but they're not going to be potentially dramatic as Barkley.
It's really well said. Yep. I was watching the pregame show ahead of Eagles-Rams last week. I think it was Fox. And I don't remember who made the point, but they said something like, defensively, your job is to cut down on the explosives and not allow the huge play. Normally, that means keeping two safeties deep, dropping to 30 yards at the snap, whatever. But like in this case, that is Barkley in the running game. Like there's not really examples of that in recent years where a team's home run threat and the big play threat, so to speak,
is off of handoffs or pitches,
was the running game. Let's go to Nick in Leesburg on G&D. What's up, Nick?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Buddy.
I got Carter as my game wrecker here. Look, I agree with you, Danny. Saquon's good for his 150. Hopefully he doesn't get the end zone, but, he's almost got a voucher for it, right? One free ticket. I think Carter's the big problem. If we don't get our running game going and some sort of momentum here, I like Jaden. I like his arm. He's a great passer, but we need that running game to kind of keep him off balance, We can't just keep running into a brick wall. Secondly, I want to say against the teams that have had good running attacks this year, if we didn't weather the storm and, stop them from going 150, we made great second half adjustments. Bijan Robinson, look at the second half of the Falcons game. Derrick Henry didn't totally kill us early on in the season. Saquon, granted, like I said, he's good for his 150 and his touchdown, but we can weather that storm, but our offense has got to get going.
So that's, I think, a really good call. Two things I want to point out really fast. The first is specific to Bijan Robinson in Atlanta. The reason he didn't do anything in the second half was they were never on the field. And that was the case to a lesser extent against Baltimore on the road, too. That is their best defense against Barkley.
Yep.
Is going to be to possess the football, to keep the football, because to run the ball like this team wants to, they need snaps, they need plays, they need long drives. So if you, like the Atlanta game, have an entire third quarter where Atlanta had quite literally 3 plays on a 3-and-out.
That's all they got.
And you had the rest of the football. Well, all of a sudden, Robinson, who had 85 at halftime, still has 88 when you're going into the fourth quarter. The second thing I want to redirect to you that he mentioned was in talking about the inability to run the ball recently in the run game and how much that's going to affect Carter. And I think it's a great point. If they can't run the ball enough, because that's where he's more pedestrian. He's better than average, but he's just an okay player against the run. If you look at his grading on PFF and some things. But if they can't keep him honest, now he's just getting upfield.
Yep. Now he's hunting.
They have to run the ball. It doesn't have to be as good as they get against Detroit, who can't stop the run. But it's got to be better than it was the last several weeks, other than the Lions game. They just have to.
And maybe that's the plan. Maybe you go, we're going to deal with these 1 and 2 yard gains, but just make him make tackles. Make him shed the block, shed the double team, maybe try to wear him out that way or something, right? Maybe just try to negate that, get upfield, ruin the play type stuff. I don't know. This is one of those quandaries where these guys that make a lot of money to make these kind of decisions, this is not an easy puzzle piece to solve, because the underrated part is, okay, let's never run at Jalen Carter. We know who's going to figure that out, that you're not doing that, is Vic Fangio. If you know where the play is going because it's opposite Jalen Carter, you got a shot to stop it.
I'm running right at Jalen Carter.
And that's my idea. Yeah. So do you do that? Do you test him in that way? There's no good solution against this excellent defense.
Here's a question we'll hit next on Grant and Danny. The ability to run the ball that they had against Detroit. They ran very effectively. They looked great running the football this past weekend. First time in several weeks. Did they figure something out, or was that just a really good matchup because the Lions' defensive front was very porous and bad? Let's get to that next. G&D on the Fan. Hey, it's Grant. There is nothing like the NFL playoffs. It's one big game after another. And you know what? Big games deserve bigger payouts, don't they? That's why FanDuel's giving all customers a same game parlay profit boost every game during the NFL playoffs. Your boy hit a juicy one on Saturday night. Commanders Lions, Jameer Gibbs touchdown, Commanders cover, Terry McLaurin long catch over. Let's do this thing together. That was fun. Doesn't matter if you're new to FanDuel or you already have an account. You'll score a bigger payout if your SGP hits. FanDuel.com/GP. That's FanDuel.com/GP with my promo code at FanDuel.com, the number one sports book in America for good reason. Got to be 18, present in D.C., opt-in required. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply. Includes any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Eagles in the NFC Championship game on Sunday. It's the first time Washington's been in the NFC Championship game since the 1991 season. Earlier today, the head coach of that 1991 team, Joe Gibbs, three-time Super Bowl champion, joined Grant and Danny and said, this team's got what it takes.
They play together great. They got a great team feeling for each other. They do have playmakers for sure. That showed up in Detroit. And so they've got what it takes.
Other news from around the NFL, the Jaguars are parting ways with their general manager, Trent Baalke, after they missed out on multiple head coaching candidates. The Jets are hiring Lions defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn as their head coach, and the Cowboys are holding a second interview with offensive coordinator Brian Schottenheimer today. In the NBA, the Lakers beat the Wizards last night, 111-88. They'll take on the Clippers in LA tomorrow. College hoops tonight, Virginia Tech taking on Georgia Tech at 7. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. The Caps beat the Oilers last night, 3-2. They'll take on the Kraken tomorrow in Seattle. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Big NFL news day today. Ben Johnson had his introductory press conference in Chicago. Most interesting thing I heard him say to the Bears media was that he thought going into the year the biggest threat to the Lions was the Bears, not the Vikings or the Packers. Now, you're saying that to the Bears media and fan base as you're being introduced as their head coach, but he kind of went over why it was that he felt that way. I just thought that was an interesting thing to say. Like, if you're a Packers or Vikings player, that you might hear that before
wait, what?
The game against him in the division next
Because
year.
the Bears were the darlings, if you remember.
They were.
Everyone was in on them to massively improve, but who knows if they were ready to take the leap. But that's fascinating that he put them ahead of, as you said, the Vikings and Packers.
He also essentially acknowledged that he took the job because he wanted to work with Caleb Williams. So those are some bullet points there. Elsewhere, Aaron Glenn, the defensive coordinator of the Lions, has also taken a head coaching job. He is the new head coach of the New York Football Jets. So congratulations to Aaron Glenn. I think he'll do a really good job for them. But if you're Dan Campbell in Detroit, you have watched your OC leave. You have watched your DC leave. By the way, their defensive line coach is expected to get the defensive coordinator job in New England for Mike Vrabel with the Patriots. They're going to have a litany of offensive assistants leaving to go be part of the staff that Ben Johnson's going to build in Chicago. And it sounds like Hank Fraley, their O-line coach, who is expected to be Ben Johnson's OC, might actually get an offensive coordinator job where he gets to call his own plays. Where did I see he was going? Was it Seattle, possibly?
Sounds right, yeah.
So there's another possibility to lose even more coaches. And the Lions are going to have a completely new staff around Dan Campbell going into next year. So the Bears might not be the only team in the NFC North that Washington breaks in 2024.
Seriously, right? I mean, you think about that this band being together and winning a Super Bowl, you would have gone, all right, let's right off into the night, everybody goes. But instead, they lose the divisional round despite being heavy favorites, and they lose all these guys to try to keep this train rolling.
How about the Jaguars? They have now fired their GM, Trent Baalke. You guys remember when the owner of the team, Shad Khan, was doing that press conference next to Baalke, saying that he was keeping Baalke as his GM, but they had fired Doug Peterson. And somebody asked, would you consider firing Baalke if somebody wants to come here and bring a GM with him? And with Baalke next to him on video, he said, if someone can make the case that we don't need him as our GM and that they could do better, then yeah, we'd be willing to fire him. I'm paraphrasing. Well, I guess that happened.
Well, I think yet another candidate basically was like, I'm not going there. Liam Cohen stayed home in Tampa.
Yeah, multiple guys turned them down.
Right. I think.
Was it Ben Johnson first?
It could have been him first. It could have been someone else. I can't remember which now because there's been multiple candidates who have basically said, I don't like the situation there in Jacksonville. You know what the situation is? It's not the guy from the Jersey Shore. It's Baalke. It's Baalke Bartakamis. Nobody wanted to work with that guy. No coach wants to be like, I'm going to go to this place with that guy there. Now, if there's a GM that knows what he's doing and hasn't rubbed everyone he's ever dealt with the wrong way, I'm being hyperbolic, but it's close to it, then maybe the exciting chance to work with, I don't know, fill in the GM that you like, right? That's not the case. Baalke is the issue, and now they finally realized it after they lost out on a couple candidates that they really wanted.
I don't think anyone wants to work for that owner necessarily either, but that's probably secondary because he's going to give you a lot of money to do it.
Yeah.
And some influence and some power. That is a sneaky, interesting job, I think, for Cliff Kingsbury, by the way. You've got Trevor Lawrence. If he likes Trevor Lawrence in a bad division, I mean, that division is just perpetually won by like a 10-win underachiever, essentially. The only gig that I definitely thought Cliff would leave for was Chicago if he got that offer and got to interview, but they've already moved on. He still isn't doing interviews. And kudos to him, by the way. I like that he's doing this. But he basically told all suitors, I will not be talking to anyone until after our season ends. So that might mean you still have to wait for another few weeks. There's a chance all the jobs are taken at that time. I know he's been linked in some way to Dallas just because he's from Texas. Sounds like Brian Schottenheimer is the front runner there, which is a referendum of epic proportions on the quality of that job. I mean, if they hire Brian Schottenheimer, you just can't tell me that's not an indictment on how good a job that is. Sorry. Be serious. They've interviewed 4 people. Only one of them has interviewed with any other team or is on any other team's list. Kellen Moore.
Yeah, they are first team in Dallas. We think we're smarter than everybody and watch this. So maybe it's them trying to prove that or something like that. Like we've unearthed the gem. But I think in the way I would view it is the way you just said.
I think the best candidates don't want to go there.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the case, right? It's more get paid than it is, a primo job for a one of the marquee franchises. But by all means, let the Kardashians of the NFL do what they do. But the Jacksonville one is interesting to me for Kingsbury. On paper, you'd go, well, how much better does it have to be for him to leave the situation where he's still getting head coach money from Arizona as the OC in Washington? And who knows? Like what if it's that they tack on extra years at $11 million per? What if they throw stupid money at you where you don't worry about losing your head coach salary from Arizona's because you've got 4 more years of guaranteed head coach money at, way more. Who knows? And if he likes Trevor Lawrence, I mean, that's the thing. The question I've been asking for a little while now is how sure are we that Trevor Lawrence is actually a good NFL quarterback? The pedigree was the ultimate pedigree. I mean, he was Andrew Luck after Andrew Luck, right? Starting as a freshman, natty championship, looked like the most can't-miss surefire dude. I know there's been a lot of bad around him. I'm fully aware of that. But we're still really talking about 1 year where you go, okay, that was really good. Other than that, I think it's been disappointing. And there are reasons for it, maybe even excuses. But still, to leave the nest, to go there with the turmoil, that would take a lot.
All those bad teams, stinks to be them. Looking down on them from our perch here, headed to the NFC Championship game.
That's right, yeah.
They'll be trying to do what Washington did next year when they go from hiring a new coach because they stunk in 2024 to trying to get to a conference championship game in the 2025 season. Speaking of which, I asked this question going to the break. I want to get your thoughts. Did the Commanders fix something in their running game Saturday night in Detroit, or are the Lions just that bad at stopping the run? Because my answer is B, not A. I think the Lions are just that bad at stopping the run. But you have to at least acknowledge, if that is your answer, that Brian Robinson looked faster, more explosive, just more capable than he had in weeks, regardless of who they were playing.
That's my only counter. So the answer, I think, is it's the Lions, and they helped. Okay, I think if you're having a pie, that's 75 or 80% of the pie. The other 20%, though, is Brian Robinson looked better than he has. And you're just going to go, what do you mean? Like he gained more yards? No, it's the eye test. I don't know how to say it other than that.
He was faster.
The burst, the decisiveness, the vision. Because basically for the last couple of months, non-Tennessee game, but if you made him chop his feet at all, it was like a Mack truck overweight in an alleyway trying to make a turn. It looked awkward and cumbersome and unathletic to a degree for a guy of that NFL caliber. And that's not how he looked this past week. Even when it wasn't there initially, he's sort of bouncing stuff, keeping his feet churning, driving forward. He looked like the guy that for the first half of the season was on his way to 1,200 yards and double-digit touchdowns. That went away, frankly, most of the second half of the year. That's what he looks like. So I don't think you have the same kind of success against Philly. I'm under no illusion, okay? But 0 becomes 2. 2 becomes 3.5. That, to me, is what I care about in this game. You do it just enough to show it so that Jaden Daniels can work magic. I want a 2nd and 7, not 2nd and 11. Like, that's the key to me.
Let's go to Drew in Graysonville on Grant and Danny. Drew, do you think the Commanders fixed their running game, or do you think the Lions were just terrible at stopping the run?
I think it's a little bit of both. I mean, I think the Lions were a little bit asleep. They were looking past us. But I do think that some of our running game might have been B-Rob being a little hurt. Maybe he's getting healthy. And also Jaden was on fire. And I think Jaden elevates everyone around. And so that's kind of what I'm hoping happens in Philly. I mean, you made the comment before, who's the most dangerous man on the field Sunday? It's going to be Jaden. So, and I think that
yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, we didn't mention him in the combo just because we're talking about the Eagle that could wreck the game. You don't have to have this conversation on WIP, though. Jaden Daniels I mean, you could just laugh out loud when somebody asks that question. He's the guy. If he's great, the Commanders have a really good chance to win. If he's bad, then they're going to lose by a good bit probably, and you're back to the drawing board going into next year. Let's go to Mike in Orange. Mike, the high school in Orange. I always botch this. If it's the Hornets, the Yellow Jackets, I'm going to say home of the Yellow Jackets. Am I right?
I don't know. I wasn't born in Orange.
Oh, that's disappointing. I'll do a little research.
I was raised in Woodbridge. I was born in Alexandria on Seminary Road.
Oh, okay. I used to live on Seminary Road. Woodbridge, home of the Vikings, by the way.
Oh, yeah. That's where I graduated from. But anyway, I'm going back to when I was 8 years old. My parents asked me what I wanted for Christmas, and that was the year that the Dolphins beat the Redskins. And I told my parents I wanted a Dolphins jacket, and they got me one. And all my friends in Woodbridge beat me up and ruined my jacket. So guess what happened to me? I was a Redskins fan from then on, and always have been, and will never change. I can't believe what's going on, the euphoria of today with what's going on with Jaden Daniels. I never thought in a million years a rookie quarterback, for this team as bad as it was last year, to get to where we're at.
Appreciate you, dude.
Thank you.
Yeah, man. That's all true.
It's a little introspection there. I like that.
Well, it's a good question you asked, but here's my story.
I mean, that is his answer to...
Did they find something in the run game?
Have they fixed the running game?
You see, I had a Dolphins jacket, and I got beat up for it.
Well, we started with him being in Orange, but not being able to give me the information I needed on Orange.
I think it's fighting Hornet.
Hornet?
I think it's Hornet. I think you do that every time. I think you go, is it Yellow Jacket?
I think I always go Hornet, and it's Yellow Jacket.
No, I think it's the other way around. I think you know it's Hornet, but question yourself. It turns into Yellow Jacket, and that you go, well, why are there orange Yellow Jackets? That doesn't make any sense. I think it's Hornet.
It can't be orange. Oh, you might be right. Because the orange and yellow juxtaposing together
can't have it. Now, I know the problem, like, well, orange isn't the color, it's the name of the city, but come on, dude, it's orange. Everyone, it's the same letters.
Let's go to Mike in Gaithersburg on G&D. What's up, Mike?
What's up, there? How you doing today, sir?
Buddy,
good. We're coming out your way, by the way. Kind of. Bit,
on
the same
the way.
state as
Yeah.
you. I don't know where Bethesda and Gaithersburg are comparatively.
Just further.
But we're going to be
It's
doing
all
a
the
Friday
same
field
area.
trip
You know
in
what I'm
Bethesda.
saying? Look forward to seeing you guys one day up there. Yes, sir. What I was commenting on, the reason why the Commanders had great success against Tampa Bay and Detroit is because they had to have an artificial pass rush. They can't use their their four down linemen to cause havoc, and that's why Jaden Daniels was able to dominate. And that's why you'll see the Charltons with the Spagnolas and everyone else who has control blitzes. And that's why Jalen Carter's the key, because if they can have, pressure up the middle and put pressure on Daniels, then it affects him because it's not a unnatural pass blitz. You know what I mean? It's not a natural rush. You're not using other schemes and other players that's putting pressure on the secondary and so on and so forth.
A great
Smart
point.
call, yeah.
He did a nice job. Daniels did. Nice is not cut it. I mean, he did a special elite job this past weekend against the blitz. But you're right. He's able to see where it's coming from and throw behind it. If you could just generate pressure from the interior with your tackle, it's a different story. And to the Eagles' credit, the first game against Philly on the road back on November 14th, I think it was, they did that. And he looked the worst he has all season long. They got constant pressure and penetration. He was flustered, didn't even throw for 200 yards, had a bad pick in that game, had another couple of would-be interceptions that were dropped, if you remember. He was flustered. But the second time they played the Eagles, very, very different story. He threw 5 touchdown passes in that game. I will say they're the only team that multiple times this year has kind of fooled him a little bit. Remember, he had the 2 bad interceptions in the second game, had the 5 touchdowns, and then he had a couple of those throws middle of the field where you're like, oh boy, how did you not see that guy? He has not looked like that all year in any other game, really.
No.
And somehow the Eagles and Vic Fangio, on at least 4 throws in the middle of the field have done that to him.
Well, they blitz among the least percentage-wise in the NFL.
I think that's actually
I think
part
it's
of it.
5th or 6th. And you think of the Atlanta game as well, where a guy drops from looks like he's going to pass rush, drops into coverage, would fool enemy. It's just really good defense where Daniels threw a pick. So I think to me, when you can cover with that, man, it's that Giants formula from the Eli Manning Super Bowl years where the defense won it. Eli Manning was also on the team. But yeah, I mean, that you can rush with the front 4. See the Carolina Panthers going to 15 wins, going to the Super Bowl. Those Giants teams, you can do that. It's much easier to play defense.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Our double play is next. And we're giving away Caps tickets ahead of the Blitz in 20 minutes at the top of the hour, right at 4 o'clock. You're listening to the Fan.
What's up, guys? Grant and Danny here for Window Nation. Oh, heating costs. They're getting out of control. And experts say it's going to get even worse before the springtime. And if you want to save money and replace those cold, drafty windows with energy-efficient ones from Window Nation, you got to start acting now. You don't want to be stuck in your home, GP, being too cold. You have to put on your Dolphins jacket for some reason. Just go to windownation.com now and save big with 50% off all window styles. Plus, you could get 0 interest with no payments for 2 years.
What's a Dolphins jacket?
I think you just wear a Dolphins jacket sometimes.
But who would do that?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Do you have a Dolphins jacket?
I don't.
It seems very specific. Seems like you were talking about someone.
I don't know.
I just don't know what you're talking about. I wish I knew what this bit was. Anyway, Better Business Bureau, A+ rating. Everybody loves Window Nation, including me, including Danny. Great offer for you for their top quality insulation and seals, outperforming the expensive companies. You're going to save monthly on your utility bills year round. Their windows, lifetime warranty, installed in 1 day or less.
The offer ends January 31st, so act now. 50% off all window styles, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for 2 years. Schedule that free in-home consultation right now. 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION, or windownation.com.
Grant and Danny welcoming you back on the Fan. We're giving away Caps tickets in 10 minutes. You're going to be able to listen to the NFC Championship game right here on the Fan Sunday. Commanders, Eagles playing for the right to go to the Super Bowl. We'll have every play of the game, plus full pregame and postgame coverage. Coverage begins at 9 a.m., one of the biggest days in show history, station history, and for many of you guys as fans, since 1991. We'll have it covered all day long on 106.7 The Fan. We should also remind you that we're going to be out and about partying Friday for a field trip. We're going to be in Bethesda at Caddy's on Cordell.
The house that Jim Riggleman built. We will be there all show long. That place rules. It is a iconic spot there in the heart of Bethesda. It is long-standing. It just feels fitting that that's where we're going for this one.
For people that don't get that reference from Danny, Jim Riggleman, of course, is the former manager here in Washington with the Nationals. He did one of the wildest things I've ever seen in sports.
It's insane.
In fact, I was on the air when it happened.
That's so weird. We both were in totally different capacities. I was filling in doing the post-game show that day.
Really?
Yeah.
So I was on the beat still, sure. But I was filling in for somebody that day at the Fan, and I was at the radio station. And sure enough, Jim Riggleman just didn't get on the bus. Basically what happened was, the way the story goes, I guess he and Rizzo are talking in his office, and he wants an extension. And he's like, if I don't get an extension, I'm not continuing the season. I'm just not getting on the bus. And essentially he didn't. He just quit right then and there in the middle of the season. So where Caddies comes into play is he was on the Junkies, I think every week at that point, doing his like managerial interview or whatever. And so they tracked him down and got him on the show. And he said that he basically went out and just went over and drank at Caddies, and that's where he was all night.
And that's where he went. And famously so. So just
think about that. That's a coach, in this case a manager, but
manager.
a coach just quitting in the middle of the season. Just a thing he did.
Bluff called. So I'm doing the post-game show, the normal thing with Charlie and Dave, and we're doing a little bit of crosstalk, and we're waiting for the go-ahead to go down to the manager's press conference. No manager's press conference. We keep going. There's no manager's press conference. We keep going. No manager's press conference. Finally, we're getting word that Mike Rizzo is going to talk, not Jim Riggleman. What is going on? And Mike Rizzo explains that we didn't see eye to eye, so he took off like he's out of here. And that's the end of the story. Holy crap.
Yeah, I guess you don't try to bluff Mike Rizzo.
I wouldn't. Don't sit down and play poker, is what I'll tell you.
That's the lesson learned there. All right, it's time for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports.
Woeful. Embarrassing. Horrendous probably doesn't even begin to cover, GP. All-time bad. I am still reeling from it. I am still recovering from it. I don't know that my ego is going to be the same. Pick up hoops last night. Oh, this is bad, my friend. I have had bad nights before. This takes the cake. Multiple times. Not only I couldn't hit a shot. Let's start there. Well, that's just the beginning. That's the tip of the old iceberg, okay? Throwing up masonry. These are all good looks. A lot of in and outs, just close, but no cigar. Close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. Doesn't count in hoops. Brutal from the inside, brutal from the outside, nowhere. Finally, okay, I'm not going to shoot. I'll just help the team. Wrong. Nobody in the history of basketball, that includes crunch time Bradley Beal, where everybody clears out at the end of the shot clock / quarter, and he dribbles off his leg. I did that more than that last night. Brutal. More turnovers than points. In fact, it was so bad that when you do the bit, I don't know if you do this when you play your pickup hoop games that you organize on a weekly basis. But it's okay, let's shoot for teams. First 4 guys to make it, right? Shoot a free throw. I missed my free throw. Now, that doesn't sound like much to most folks. I will tell you this, in the history of me playing in this game, I've never missed a free throw. I'm always one of the people that makes the free throw, then I can be on a team. That's how bad it was going last night that I missed a free throw. People that knew me in high school know how big a deal that is, that I would miss a free throw. That's not something that happens. It doesn't occur, and it did last night. That's how bad it was. Embarrassing. I don't even have the stats.
So if you guys needed your update on Danny's pickup basketball performance last night before you went on with your day, consider yourself updated. We got that out of the way.
Yeah, now it's information. I felt so bad, I bought a new pickleball paddle to make myself feel better.
Wow, look at you.
That was self-therapy. By the way, honey, don't worry about the charge on the credit card. That was me. I did that.
Over under $200.
Anyway, the point is no. What? The point is
300.
No, Grant, don't just say numbers. Anyway, I needed something to make myself feel better. So I got
$349.99.
No, I'm not telling that. I'm not saying. I'm not going to say I got something to make myself feel better. I had a discount code, which was nice.
Did it start with a 3?
I respect you. I respect you a lot.
Beltway Blitz is next. We're giving away Caps tickets on G&D.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is driven by Oarsman Alexandria Kia. Let's ride together. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Eagles for the third time this season in the NFC Championship game. The first time Washington's been to the NFC Championship since the 1991 season. Frankie Louvu talked to the media earlier today and talked about slowing down Saquon Barkley.
He does a good job of finding these little creases and finding gaps. On our side of the ball on defense, we just got to be in our gaps, really disciplined. Say ball go, going left side and I'm on the right. He's going to find these little creases where he can bounce. So he's going to test every gap. So we just got to be disciplined. And when the time comes, we just got to make our hits.
Some news around the NFL today. The Jaguars are parting ways with their general manager, Trent Baalke, after they missed out on multiple head coaching candidates. The Jets are going to be hiring Lions defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn as their head coach. Today, the Bears introduced Ben Johnson as their head coach, so the Lions lose both of their coordinators. Today, the Cowboys are holding a second interview with offensive coordinator Brian Schottenheimer. In the NBA, the Wizards fell to the Lakers last night, 111-88. They'll take on the Clippers tomorrow in L.A. College hoops tonight, Virginia Tech taking on Georgia Tech on the road, 7 o'clock tip-off right here on The Fan. And last night, the Caps beat the Oilers 3-2. Oarsman Alexandria Kia keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Kias, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Alexandria Kia, let's ride together. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. Dial right now. Congrats. If you're the 10th caller, you'll win a pair of tickets to see the Capitals Saturday, February 1st. They're taking on Winnipeg. For tickets and the complete Cap schedule, go to thefandc.com. Welcome back to Grant and Danny, brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murad.
As Washington continues to build the foundation of success on and off the field this season, it's time for you to plan for your future as well. So the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Murad, can help you update your last will and testament or set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that Grant and Danny sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
No major news out of Ashburn today. A walkthrough. They were in the bubble. Don't really have any issue with that as long as tomorrow's practice is outside, because I know it's freezing and it's hard to get anything done when it's this cold. You're going to be playing outside this weekend.
You have to deal with that at some point.
Have that practice tomorrow. I'm sure they'll have it outside. They've done a pretty good job, I think, of prepping in the elements. It's going to be very, very cold today, tomorrow while you're practicing. It's actually going to be much more pleasant, it feels like, looking at the weather forecast this weekend in Philly. It's going to be in the 30s. I don't know what wind chill is, but it still does not look like there's going to be any snow. Very, very small chance of any precipitation on Saturday. I think that's not the case on Sunday. On Sunday. I did not see that was the case the next day in Philly, though. It sounds like Monday it might actually snow. So might be missing some precipitation by like a day.
Be good. The theater, I think, is the best when there's an inclement weather, cold weather playoff game, snow, whatever on the ground. That's for my TV watching, not for when my team's in it. You know what I mean? Like, I can't have anything adversely affect me. In terms of my squad.
Well, the great examples this past week, the Rams played the Eagles in Philly.
It was great.
It was awesome aesthetically. It really is beautiful to watch a snow game. Jalen Hurts had a great line after the game in his interview on the field where he said, when I was a kid, I would turn the weather up to 100 and I would always play in the snow games. I did the exact same thing. I think a lot of us did. Super fun. But that game was ruined by the weather. Like, you can't tell me it wasn't. The inability to catch the ball, to run routes, to stop and start. It was just a different game than it would have been indoors or just on a cold surface with no snow. I think both things can be true. Like, it's cool to see snow football, and you've got to acknowledge that was a completely ruined game.
100%. Of course it was. But again, when I have no stake in it, I'm like, I don't care. But when I do, I'd be throwing a hissy fit.
All right, let's get to your Beltway Blitz and the teams in town you care the most about. We will start on the gridiron. And to go around the NFL with us, we got our buddy Nick Ashew of BetQL. Nick, why don't we start with the Jets hiring Lions defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn today as their head coach? What do you make of that decision?
Good luck. I mean, listen, we've seen this before in Washington. You can hire whatever coach you want, but if you've got issues at the very top when it comes to ownership, there's only so much you can do. I mean, listen, when you got an owner who's got to come out and the fact that his 17-year-old son has any involvement in player personnel, I think you got a problem there. Look, I hope he succeeds. I mean, it's not easy to get a head coaching job in the NFL. I think we all know that. And maybe there's a chance that he can at least bring the culture up a few notches and put the Jets in a position to at least be respectable. But there's a lot and a lot of questions because they got to figure out quarterback. Rodgers there anymore. So there's a need to change. And actually a Jets fan, he said this to me the other day. He goes, "You are so lucky to be a Jets fan." And I paused and I was like, wait, all side of the table anymore. So it's a weird functional franchise from afar as opposed to actually seeing it up close now. So a lot there, but you definitely wish him the best.
I'm going to put you on hold, Nick, and we're going to try to work out your phone because his phone's in and out and breaking up.
It's so glitchy. Probably can't handle being close to that face. You know what I mean? It's so handsome. The phone's like, I don't know what to do.
Here's my prediction when we get Nick back on. He does this every time his phone botches.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to come back on and he's going to say, these phones, man, we can put a man on the moon and you can do all this stuff with these phones, but you can't even talk on them. He loves saying that.
That feels like a Nick
Ash
show.
You can take pictures and send all, these messages.
It's like, what if I was handsome? What would I say?
I don't know why, but that's like his go-to whenever, because we've had phone issues with him in the past.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, you can do all this stuff.
Sorry about that, guys. You can do everything you want on the phones except for talk on them.
Right.
Yep.
It's kind of his go-to line. All right. I think we've worked out Nick's phone issue. Nick Ashew, are you there?
Yeah, listen, you guys know how I feel about phones. I'm on Wi-Fi calling here. I got like 3 extenders around the house, and of course it connects to the wrong one that gives me a bad signal. That's on me, guys. I'm very sorry. Let's try this again.
You're a sweetheart.
Oh, you're so sweet.
Don't you worry
Aren't
about
you nice?
that.
So let's go. I want to talk about Jacksonville super quick. So you know how you have this, you personally, Nick, have this like raw magnetism in addition to being like handsome and smelling good that it just makes people want to be around you. You know what I mean? Like everyone's attracted to you. Like it doesn't matter their proclivities. It's like, I just want to be around Nick. You know how you have that, right?
Well, thank you. You make me feel good every time I come on here because you say something like that.
Yeah.
So sure, I'll agree with you.
You get it, right?
But
like
also, you're handsome and you smell good.
Right. Like you're the you're the solar system. Everyone's just around like Nick, right? I think Trent Baalke's the opposite of that. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, listen, the fact that he even had this job for as long as he did in Jacksonville, there's a certain point where you just got to look at somebody and go, you're not qualified for this job. Like we see it with coaches, right? Where you go, he's maybe a good coordinator, but as a head coach, that level's a little too high for him. I think at this point now, Trent Baalke is just that guy. He's not a general manager. He's not somebody that can build a winning organization. And I don't know why Jacksonville waited this long to make this move. I mean, there's rumors that he was kind of impeding on the coaching search or causing problems. I don't know. All I know is Jacksonville, we just talked about the Jets. Jacksonville's another one of those organizations. You just feel like they can't get out of their own way.
Do you think Cliff Kingsbury ends up staying in D.C., or will one of these openings that's interesting to him be open still when he's ready to start talking at the end of the season?
I know he's put things on pause right now. This is a gut feeling because obviously I don't go and cover the team and talk to him directly. My gut tells me he stays at least one more season. He's still, at least for this year, getting paid by the Cardinals. So he's still getting that money. Plus, he's getting a ton of money from the Commanders now. And, I understand that obviously most of these coaches want to get to that level and be a head coach. Even if it doesn't work out, you want to take that shot. But you also kind of have to look around at the situation that you're in, right? The culture that you're in. And Washington is now a really high demand organization for players to want to be a part of, for, coaches or anybody else. Like that's a place people want to be now. So if I'm Cliff Kingsbury, I'm very, very cautious with the next head coaching job I take because you want it to be the right situation, because you don't want to end up being a Josh McDaniels where you're going back and getting a second head coaching job and you fail again and you go back to New England for the third time with your tail between your legs. So I'm not him. He makes his own decisions, but if I'm him, I'm looking at this situation going, I could probably do this at least another year first.
Is the Dallas Cowboys job a good job?
Not as long as Jera's around there. No, look, because you're always going to get impeded by everybody else when you're trying to make decisions. You're never going to truly be able to work with the front office because the front office is Jera and the rest of his family, and it's just always going to be everybody butting heads. And in the end, Jerry Jones loves being in the news more than he likes to win, because if you really like to win, we'd watch a team that was better constructed. Now, have they been decent at drafting over the years? Yeah, they've done a decent job there, but for the most part, you look at this and go, they're always a distraction. There's always something going on. There's always some level of S show that they have, and like the only person I think that could maybe push back and get away with it would be Deion. I think Deion Sanders would be the one personality. He's got the clout. He's got the charisma to be able to tell Jerry Jones, hey, we're going to do it this way, and maybe be able to get away with it.
Which might mean trading Dak for a draft pick so he could take his son.
Yes.
But I digress.
Oh, yeah.
Nicholas, who are you picking Sunday?
Oh, guys, I think the Eagles win, but I think the Commanders cover. But I've been wrong because I thought they'd lose to Detroit, but I did bet them to cover, so I feel like it could at least be close in this one again. I worry about Saquon, man. And plus, we know, right, like, both these teams have beat each other once this year. It's hard to beat a team twice in a season. Well, Washington and Philadelphia are in the same spot. Here's the thing. If the Commanders' defense can generate turnovers even close to the level it did against Detroit, that's the difference maker. We know their offense can keep up with anybody, but defensively, if they can make things rough on Jalen Hurts and at least, and I'll put it in quotes, contain Saquon Barkley. When I say contain, like he only runs for 120 yards, I think that they've got a shot of winning this game, because in the end, nothing has made sense with them, and they always find ways to keep it close, and they're just not scared of anybody anymore. So I think Washington covers, but I hate to say that Philadelphia wins, but like I feel like this might be the end of the run.
Nick, thank you as always, buddy.
See you guys.
Very
Talk soon,
handsome.
man. You're very, very handsome.
I can smell his cologne from here. Let's talk hockey. Don't worry, we'll get back to the Commanders.
We got you.
Closing in on an NFC title game.
Yeah, right.
Just a few minutes. But last night, the other of the two awesome teams in this town, the Capitals, are the best team in the National Hockey League. 7 more points than anybody else in the Eastern Conference right now. 4 more points than any other team in the NHL. After last night's win, this was good on good. Edmonton Oilers, Washington Capitals. Logan Thompson was great again, made 30 saves. Tom Wilson scored his 20th goal. That's 4 20-goal seasons for Willie. The Caps have now won 5 in a row. They've got points in 11 straight games. That was the first of a 5-game road trip that they started in style.
So let me ask you this. Is it sustainable for them to be this good and get outshot the way that they were, say, last night, or it feels like in general? Because their shooting percentage is so good, speaks to their ability to create high-quality chances. They're choosier, it seems like, with when they, quote-unquote, go for it.
Well, look at the first period last night. They had 3 shots on goal.
Mm-hmm.
They scored on the third one. It was a 2-on-1 rush. Brilliant Protas pass.
I mean, by the way, Protas. Quick pause for the Protas.
He's amazing.
He's outstanding.
He's so good. The Protas pass, though, cross the crease to Wilson, banged home. That's a goal most nights, right? 2-on-1. So they need more of those. Like the grade A's have been there. They're not getting consistent shots in every period, to your point. But no, if you're getting a 3-shot period, if you're having a low shot game, low event offensive zone time, then you're not going to win very often. But they make it count with really. It reminds me somewhat of like Pittsburgh many years ago, where they might have 6 shots in a period and score 2 goals. It's kind of the way the Caps have done it, where the shots are often really good. They're not just firing from all over the place. But yeah, they have to win more often. They're going to have to win a lot of ozone time, but they win no matter what.
Yeah.
Every situation, every single night, they just get 2 points, whether they get a lot of shots or a few shots, or they need a great goaltending performance, or the goalie gives up a bunch of goals. They don't lose, man. This has been ridiculously fun. We got a team in the NFC Championship game right now, and it's probably the second best team in town because the Capitals are that good right now.
Really is incredible when you look at it. I mean, I just got these, I think it was from Bet Online, but the Caps point total is the largest jump from their preseason to now their current total, if you wanted to bet on it, plus 21 points, which doesn't sound like that crazy of an amount, but you pretty much are talking about 10 more wins over the course of 82 games. That's patently absurd. In other words, people thought this is a middle-of-the-pack borderline playoff team, which is what I thought, by the way. I'm going, hey, yeah, some of these young guys or some of these guys that are coming in from outside looking in, assuming you get a pretty good Pierre-Luc Dubois, assuming you get a pretty good Jacob Chikrin, assuming Logan Thompson and Charlie Lindgren are fine. Nope, just everybody performs all the way up to their career best when they don that Washington Capitals uniform. They're incredible.
Logan Thompson's been just an absolute
Electric.
revelation. Maybe the best goaltender in the Eastern Conference and one of the top goalies, obviously, in the National Hockey League on the season. He's now 22-2 2 and 3 points in 25 of his 27 starts. All right, let's talk football. Nick Ackridge, PFF, joins us to do just that now. Nick, what do you make of this run and just how wild this whole thing has gotten?
Yeah, it's pretty unbelievable. If you were to tell me this was going to happen start of the season, I would have thought you were absolutely insane. It's just kind of everything's sort of come together, and you just have a quarterback who was already playing extremely well during the regular season, and he's just kind of taking it to the next level and is just carrying this team.
Nick, let's say Jaden Daniels was like league average Larry, just for this hypothetical. Make him the 18th best quarterback in the league. Whoever you happen to think that is, just in your mind's eye, replace that guy with Daniels. What's the talent caliber of this roster? Like, is this a 3-win team, a 5-win team, an 8-win team, non-Jaden Daniels division? How talented is this group?
I think it's a 6-7 win team. I think when you add someone like a Bobby Wagner and Austin Eckler and you bring those veteran guys in, I think it would elevate the floor just a bit. But that's honestly where I thought they would kind of be this year is, 6-7 wins. And hey, if you get a really good Jaden Daniels season, you could contend for a playoff spot. Turns out we got a great Jaden Daniels season. But yeah, I would kind of consider this the rest of the talent on this roster around like 6-7 wins.
I agree with the notion that they're under-talented, right? But where I'm with you on 7 wins or 8 wins maybe or whatever, there is also something kind of non-analytical happening here. There is this magical pixie dust thing. They're getting a lot of good fortune and bounces. That's not to diminish their accomplishments, but I think people forget there was one game where Jaden Daniels didn't play for 3 quarters, and they scored 40 points. There was a second half when Jaden Daniels, after having arguably his worst half of the season against the Cowboys, was on the sideline, and Marcus Mariota played as good at 2 quarters as anybody has at quarterback, and they came back to beat Dallas. Now, I know those are small samples, and I think if Mariota started 17 games, they would have been at home a month ago. But what I am saying is, I think they get disrespected a little bit when we do the Jaden and who thing, which I hear that narrative. Like, when he hasn't been on the field, they've been awesome.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree. Again, you brought guys in that elevate that floor. And you're 100% right. They are playing. There's a little magic here, and this kind of happens to teams every now and again where you just can't really place your finger on it. But sometimes fans see you getting lucky as a really bad thing, and you're kind of trying to make this positive run into something negative. But they really have had a lot of luck, and a lot of that has been to their own doing. I mean, the Lions game was kind of a perfect example of that, where they kind of created their own luck with. Usually you see a lot of these games is you can kind of look back and maybe a team didn't capitalize on turnovers, but Washington capitalized on every single turnover opportunity that Detroit gave them. Jared Goff had 4 turnover-worthy plays. Usually when you see that sort of stuff, it's sometimes the fumble gets picked up by Detroit or it's a dropped interception, but they caught every single interception that was thrown their way. They picked up a fumble. It was just kind of everything is kind of breaking their way right now, and they are kind of creating their own luck. But there is still some magic going on.
I'm terrified of Jalen Carter in general, but now especially without Sam Cosmi. How are they going to fix or kind of address both him and then that right guard spot? How do you see it playing out?
Yeah, I think Cosmi was probably the worst one that they could have lost, not just because I think he's the best offensive lineman, but I just don't think you have a kind of perfect replacement there. If you lose one of your 2 tackles, you've got Cornelius Lucas that can step up and play both. We've seen Dieter come in for Biotis right away, but I just don't think you have any really quality backup guards right now. Trent Scott came in and played really well, but the Lions don't have a Jalen Carter, and that is a huge problem right now. So whether you go with Scott again at right guard, or you move Wiley into right guard, you're going to have to cater your offensive line and protection plan to Jalen Carter every single play, no matter where he is lined up.
What do you think about Sunday? What's your prediction?
I predicted it. I thought they would lose last weekend. I just don't know how you block Jalen Carter. And I know I would love for this magical run to continue. I just don't see how they do it. I think you're going to have to, again, outscore Philly. And, their offense hasn't looked great, but I think the run comes to an end, as much as I hate to say that. But I just think that their magic might run out on Sunday.
Thank you, Nick. Always appreciate it, buddy.
Yeah, you guys have a good one.
Yeah, great as always, bro. There's Nick Ackridge of PFF with us on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. You can follow his work there. Is there any way that Dan Snyder is watching these games? Well, let's just pause for a moment and think about how salty and unhappy he's got to be with what's unfolding in really year one without him having anything to do with the team. We'll do that next on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. Injury report for the Commanders today. 6 players did not practice. Sam Cosmi with a knee injury. He's done for the postseason with a torn ACL. Deron Payne didn't practice with a knee and a finger injury. Bobby Wagner did not practice with an ankle injury. 3 players with rest days. Dante Fowler, Zach Ertz, and Cleveland Farrell. 2 players were limited. Javonte Jean-Baptiste with a shoulder injury and Olamide Zaccheaus with a hip injury. Other NFL news, the Jaguars moved on from their general manager, Trent Baalke, and the Jets hired their head coach, Lions defensive coordinator, Aaron Glenn. In the NBA, the Wizards lost to the Lakers last night, 111-88. College hoops tonight, Virginia Tech taking on Georgia Tech on the road, 7 o'clock tip-off right here on the Fan. And in hockey, the Capitals beat the Oilers last night, 3-2. You don't need a degree or years of experience to land a 6-figure job. Project management is in demand across all industries, retail, tech, healthcare, and more. Register now at pgcc.edu today to get started and boost your career. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Taking you up to 6:30. We're Grant and Danny. You're locked into the Fan. If you missed Joe Gibbs, Joe Gibbs, Joe Jackson.
That's one.
The head coach who brought 3 Lombardi trophies to the nation's capital. We had him on in the 2 o'clock hour. We'll re-rack that for you in about an hour and a half right at 6. We're going to be talking to Frank Schwab at 5 o'clock, Yahoo Sports. He wrote a piece on Jaden Daniels having a remarkable rookie season. We want to dive in on that story with Frank coming up in about a half hour right here on Grant and Danny. But we were talking about this before the show. I said, we got to bring this up. Do you guys think Dan Snyder's watching these games? So we had a little argument. Danny, I don't think you were in here when we were talking about this. But a couple of the guys think that he is. I think, Clary, were you? You said you think Dan Snyder's watching these games, right? I would guarantee just about anything that he's not. I think it's too much pain for him. You had this thing essentially ripped out of your hands. Now, you could cause pain to me and hand me $6.2 billion, and I'll find a way to be okay with it.
A lot of pain I deal with there for that.
Like, I would sell you anything for $6.2 billion and go live on my yacht in the Netherlands or wherever he is right now. But I think this is a breakup where you're not going to be listening to the radio for a little while for fear that the song's going to come on that you guys liked that's still in heavy rotation. You're not going to just watch TV commercials because there's that one commercial that you both always used to laugh at. You can't be reminded of her. So I think you kind of lock in. You do think you find new hobbies. You get away from the things you shared together. And in this case, I think Dan Snyder is completely out on football. He's out on the NFL. He's out on this team. And his misery, just finding out, bumping into a newspaper clipping where the Commanders won, when he gets a text from someone saying those idiots are lucking their way all the way to the Super Bowl, whatever it is, he's seething. He's furious, but I think he's avoiding all content. There's 0% chance he watched the game against Detroit.
So we have known each other for 16 years, give or take. And
is it that long?
Yeah, right. Men 09.
We are old.
We're old people.
Yeah.
Here's something that I think you do from time to time. I think you're doing it right now. What you've just done is applied reason, logic, and how a normal person would behave to a situation, right? What you just said is very reasonable. Normal human beings feel what are called feelings. Normal human beings have things like resentment, remorse, upset. They have those things. When you have an unreasonable person and we ascribe reasonable feelings to them, we're going to be left disappointed every time. That twerp thinks he won. That twerp thinks he got over on all of us. I get $6 billion? All he's thinking about is his profit. He's watching. He can't help himself. He's addicted to it. He's got, in his mind, it's basically still his thing. He's so delusional. He's been naked for 2 decades, and everyone's telling him his clothes look great. He's been surrounded by sycophantic yes people that want to siphon and suckle at the great teat that is his wealth. He thinks this is his show, and these guys are just kind of lucky. He's watching. He's into it. He thinks it's him, and he's got $6 billion. He's watching. I guarantee it.
Danny, there's no way.
100%.
These guys are accomplishing the thing that he would have killed to accomplish.
He wouldn't have killed. He didn't care.
No, he would have killed. He would have done anything except the right things. Like,
yeah, if he wanted to win, he would have done something about it once in 20 years.
His obsession and his addiction with, he just can't get out of his own way.
Well, of course.
I mean, that's what he is and how he runs his stuff. But he would have done anything other than correctly operate to try to win. That was his whole bit.
In his mind, he's going, I would have drafted Jaden Daniels also. It'd have been fine.
No, I'm not
I drafted
telling
Terry McLaurin. He thinks he did it.
But you're arguing something completely different. I'm not saying that he'd be watching, admiring the job of the Harris ownership group going, wow, these guys really turned this thing around. What an amazing accomplishment.
Good for them.
He's, if watching, hate watching, and livid. And yes, of course, he's going to sit there and say, oh, they got lucky. I could have done the same thing if only I was still there after the name change. Or maybe, he's blaming it on the curse, not of himself, but of the name, right? So now it's the name Commanders that's doing this. But I'm telling you, there's nothing I wouldn't bet that he didn't watch 1 second of the game against the Lions. I almost would rather that he has to sit there and watch it, though. Like, that somebody just keeps turning his head toward the screen.
Right.
And every time he looks away to talk to a family member,
go Clockwork Orange style.
He's got to watch it again.
Yeah.
Let's bring in corporate Ryan Clary, who runs the corporation around these parts.
He's in charge of the corporate.
Yeah, very, very high up. Very important now that he took his job on the corporation. So, Ryan, you have to explain your logic to me that you think that he's watching these games. Because you and Danny apparently are in lockstep. I can't see it.
Yeah, honestly, Danny kind of took my explanation away from me because he got $7 or $6 billion, however many billions that he got from this organization with selling it. I don't really think he cares all too much. I think he kind of feels as if he won just because of all the money that he got. And also, he's a football fan. Like, the guy really, at least I don't think, has nothing else going for him. He's probably going to sit down and watch his former
He could watch Bills Ravens.
He could, but he
Now,
also could watch Commanders Eagles.
Based on my premise, though, if you watch Bills Ravens, you're going to find out something. You're going to hear them talk about. Everyone's got that name. I don't know what your name is, Danny. I don't know what Dad's name is, but everyone has a name when they hear it. It's like a little stab to the stomach, right?
Yep.
For him, it's Commanders.
That is for me too.
Right? That's his Danny Rie, Janine Sartwell, or whatever the name is, right? Everyone's got that one name. I'm telling you. I think he's got to avoid it at all costs. Dad, is Dan Snyder watching the NFC Championship game between the Commanders and the Eagles?
By the way, that name for me is Kelly Olynyk. Ugh, it hurts.
Okay, I think he missed my that name reference, but this is a sports version.
We're doing bits.
Yeah, sports version. No, I don't think he's invested at all. I honestly don't think he's watched 1 second of the team this year. I really think it probably, in a way, hurts him too much.
So he's with me.
Yeah, I'm with you. There's just no way he spent a minute looking at the Washington team play at all.
Daniel Descalso and Pete Cosmo. But I think, to me, that's how a normal person would behave and react. Again, I think you guys are underestimating how insulated and tyrannical this dictator was. They couldn't show him the actual finances. He had to have make-believe ones that to make him appeased and happy. You couldn't look him in the eye. So in his mind, his delusional, weird, warped, I don't feel guilty for any of it mind, where he thinks he was, he did the right thing at every step of the way. Probably has no regrets at any time. He thinks he won. He's so delusional, he thinks he won. He doesn't see the correlation that everybody sees, that getting rid of him is the best thing that could possibly happen. He doesn't see that he's gone, now they're good.
So that's
not how he thinks of it.
I will agree with you.
That's not what he thinks.
I bet you he does not realize that his absence is what made this whole thing possible.
That's right.
I think he views this as, oh my God, if I would have just held on for 2 more years.
They're doing this with my players, with my staff.
I would have gotten Daniels. Not that he would have picked him, but just that they would have had the second pick. And really, it wasn't, a huge decision necessarily, according to the, the people pre-draft. It was like going to be Williams, Daniels, May in that order. So you just kind of took the guy that fell to you. If we would have just gotten Daniels, me and my guys could be doing this right now. I definitely think he thinks that. I hope that wherever he's at this weekend, it's on his mind constantly. Because I don't think he's watching, but he knows they're playing. I think he keeps looking at the clock going, I'd be in my suite right now.
You can't help it.
I'd be there eating my meatballs, because he had that was his big thing, right?
Yeah, the meatballs out of the then Redskins crock pot.
Right. I'd be sitting there. Who would he be having back? He'd have Bruce back in his suite for the game.
Pre-lawsuit.
Bunch of his old buddies that have run people out of here left and right.
Again, pre-lawsuit.
Terribly. Oh. I hope he's miserable.
Well, I'd echo that one.
Just knowing that it couldn't have been him. That
he never got to.
He didn't get to do this.
Uh-huh.
And by the way, it took them, Dan, 1 year.
A single full off season to undo your damage, loser.
1 year it took them. Unbelievable.
Can you imagine being that malevolent of a force? Like, can you imagine that you leave and it's so much better in every single way for every person in the employ, every building, every rug, every carpet, every surface, every room, everybody coming to work, is better off because you're not there. Can you imagine ever having that kind of impact negatively on people?
I'd like to hope that I will not have that impact on people.
Like when I get canned, is everyone going to celebrate? Don't answer that, chat. But you know what I mean? Like the idea that okay, Danny's gone. Yes! Now we can take off.
Finally.
Now we're happy.
It's such a good bit.
You see what I mean?
It's so true. Like, if you're ever in a position where your departure will lead to a party of everyone being elated, you got to think about how you're living your life a little bit and maybe try to do it differently. It's like Scrooge or something.
Yes. Beginning of Ace Ventura 2, when they find him in the ashram and they just kick him out and then the place goes nuts. These guys are very solemn monks doing nothing but praying. When Ace Ventura leaves, they throw a party. Like, that's the deal. That's your Ace Ventura, Dan.
First off, happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
You too, pal.
Mo's in Largo on G&D. Mo, how you feeling about this weekend, bro?
Very well, gentlemen. Can I speak to the topic and then to what I think we could do to win the game?
Yeah, just be quick.
Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, so for one, I think he is still watching. I think that this was a very humbling experience, and at some point, somewhere along the lines, maybe he did realize that he was the problem. But even if he didn't, all it would take for him is to bet on one game and actually win and continue to bet with us, because we covered a lot of spreads this year, and he's on the bandwagon, bro. I guarantee you he's watching the game.
You know what would be hilarious? If he's taking some of that 6.2 bill, Mo, and he's emotionally hedging.
Then letting it ride a little bit.
Like he's rooting against them, but he keeps betting on them because just in case they win, he makes some money. Because I do think he's obviously rooting against them. There's no doubt about that. There's no way he'd be rooting for them.
I don't know, because keep in mind, this team was a part of his DNA since the time of his inception.
But, bro, he had it ripped away from him. He hates Goodell and everyone involved in making him sell.
Yeah, he might hate the league and those people, but it's still the team. The team is a part of him. He invested his whole life into this team.
I don't know. There's people that can barely even get excited for the games now because they changed the name. I think you could probably find a way to not worry about, the Commanders after he sold them with 3 names later.
I understand what you're saying. I just feel like he's still a fan at heart, and at the end of the day, he's probably tucked off in some big room watching a 90-inch screen cheering on the Skins by himself. Personally, that's just how I feel.
By himself is funny.
That's what it is.
I'm picturing like his son watching it, and he walks into the room like, "What are you doing?"
I thought I told you not to interrupt me.
Yeah, he's like, "Sorry, Dad. I just wanted to see what's happening."
I told our staff and help that I'm not to be disturbed.
What's your prediction? You said.
So I'll say this, gentlemen. Last couple of weeks, I'll be honest, I didn't think that we could win, and I'm still I mean, all the stacks, all the chips say that the Eagles are a better team. But I'll say this. The first game, like you said, he threw for under 200, threw for 1 touchdown. The next game, he threw for over 300, threw 5 touchdowns. That's 2 games plus 2 more playoff games of defensive film that he's running through his simulator, okay? That team that's going to show up this Sunday, it's not the same quality team that we played that day. They're banged up, they're tired, and we've got more film on them. Gentlemen, if we play to our ability, I think we smoke them, okay? I know we're scared of
Mo is. Thank you, buddy.
Thanks,
we got to
Mo.
go. Mo says they smoke them. That's our first blowing out the Eagles in the NFC Championship game prediction.
I don't see that. Now, I get the confidence. I get it that you're watching something magical happen. I don't see a blowout. I just don't think that's in the cards. I think that defense is too good.
Somebody's going to get put on the spot next segment that's not expecting it right now.
Yep.
That's all I can tell you. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
Hello, my name is Danny Rouillet, and I'm a Ted Britt guy. I want you to go see my pals at Ted Britt. Fairfax, Chantilly, click away at tedbritt.com. They're awesome. I've been a Ted Britt customer for more than 10 years now, I think. Going on, who knows, 6, 7 vehicles. I've lost count because every experience has been as good or better than the last. You got a great chance right now to get some fantastical deals on your new car, truck, SUV from Ted Britt Ford. New 2024 F-150 truck. How about 3.9% APR for 60 months, plus $1,350 bonus cash and close to $9,000 off the MSRP with no payments for 90 days. Can't beat that with a bat. How about a new 2024 Bronco? $3,000 in customer cash or up to $6,300 off the MSRP. How about a Mustang Mach-E? Just like mine, 0% APR for 72 months plus $2,500 bonus cash. And my guys over at Ted Britt, they're going to hook you up with a home charger complete with installation. That is awesome. I love Ted Britt Ford. You guys will too. Do me a favor. When you go see him, get yourself a great deal on a car, have a great buying experience, but then tell him Danny sent you.
Friday, we're going to be in Bethesda. Cannot wait for our Friday field trip. It's going to be at Caddy's on Cordell. Come on out and get ready for the NFC Championship game with us. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. So behind the scenes on the show, Darius and Ryan have been our producers for many, many years. Of course, Ryan is now a corporate guy, but he's still here with us every day. He still sits in the studio.
Right, so they've hired him to professionally watch us and make sure there are no violations.
Essentially, that's the new gig.
As the corporate
and then
guy, yeah.
generally, Toby hangs out with us. Ben is in for him today and has been over the last couple of days, which we appreciate, and he's working hard. So we're rolling 5 deep these days. But before the show, we end up generally laying out our show, having these meetings, some things come up. And Ryan brought something to our attention that he's kind of counting on happening. And we're like, that seems a little bit crazy. I'm not sure if that's going to happen, dude. And he told us that he thinks it is. And we said, well, why don't you pop the question and ask the big question,
so to speak,
on the air? So without further ado, I'd like to bring onto the program Ryan's father, Mr. Mike Clary. Mr. Clary, how are you?
Mr. Clary.
I'm doing well. I'm honored to be on with Joe Gibbs. Same show.
Well,
Same day, yeah.
That's a good point.
Like in the rundown, it's like who was on?
Exactly.
Frank Schwab, Joe Gibbs, Mr. Clary.
By the way, you sound exactly like Chris Nocky. Do you know who that is?
Oh, I do? I know Chris Nocky.
Are you serious?
I played basketball with him, against him or whatever.
You sound exactly like right now. I'm like, damn it, Ryan, you called the wrong guy.
Like, how did Maryland play the other night, Chris?
Tell me about the Terps game.
It's Nocky's left, too.
I don't know him that well, but no, I do know him. He's a big Terps guy. I know that.
I cannot believe how much your dad sounds
it's a voice
like Chris Nocky.
It's throwing the segment off for me.
It is unbelievable. All right. So, Ryan, go ahead and tell your dad.
I can tell you the answer is no, but go ahead. Go ahead.
Do you know what the question is yet?
Yeah,
I know, but
what do you think the question is, Dad?
Super Bowl tickets.
Really?
Wow, he's all over it.
Well, okay. Since you're jumping the guns here,
wasn't born yesterday.
Okay.
So can I just say before this is great? Before Ryan says what he's about to say, Ryan came in here today, Mike, and he's like, I can't. If they win on Sunday,
he's puffing his chest out.
I'm going to be at the Super Bowl, and I was like, you are? I said, that is just a maniacal dad laugh. So I said, you are? Great. And he goes, yeah. And I'm not trying to put my hand in anybody's pockets, right? I'm not trying to tell anyone how they're living. But I said, buddy, have you seen how much those tickets cost? And he says to me, and I quote, my dad has always told me and my brother, so Ryan, you go ahead and finish it. What has your dad always told you?
Dad, I sat in those stands at FedEx Field with you growing up because you made me root for this team, and now I am thankful for it. But when I was a kid, I remember looking up at you. I was watching the Dolphins game with Chad Pennington playing in the playoffs, and I was like, Dad, if we make the Super Bowl someday, can we go? And you're like, yes. And you have said that every single year. If they make the Super Bowl, we're going to go. You've been awfully quiet the last few days. Dad, the Commanders are 1 game away from the Super Bowl.
We're going to have a Super Bowl party at our
house. So we're not going
to the
Ryan
Super Bowl. Can Ryan
go
to that?
Well, yeah, you can go to that.
He's invited, huh?
With my Basset Hound, yes. Yes. I mean, we're looking forward to it.
Well,
you never know. You never know.
No, I do know.
Else.
I do know this because last
Somebody
week. No.
Airwave,
That's
right?
not how radio works. I have to talk now. I have to talk.
He's so corporate, Mr. Clary.
Listen, corporate guy, you don't get to boss Mike Clary around because you're on air.
No, I'm upset because last week he spent $45,000 on a new car.
Whoa!
More than that.
More than that.
Yeah, you're just outing it. You're just throwing his business out there.
I know. I threw his business out there.
It was a present for my wife.
Yes, and it was a good present.
Yeah.
But you know what? I love my mom. I love my mom. I think she.
You can drive in that car to Super Bowl.
Exactly.
We'll let you use that. Yeah.
So here's the thing, Dad. Actually, I have a plan for us because there is a payment plan of which if you got 3 tickets, we could do a payment plan monthly that would only cost us $1,500 over the next few years. But every single month you have to pay $1,500 just as if you're paying rent. And we could go to the Super Bowl.
And the house is probably paid off.
House
so
is,
he could just...
We've owned it for a while.
I went to a funeral I went to the funeral the other day of a friend, and a buddy of mine said he always showed me the back way to get in for free. So he's no longer with us, so I don't know how to. $6,500 is the average ticket. So
yeah. Well, I'm looking at 5,400 right now.
54?
54?
Meet me at the gate. Meet me at the gate.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Yeah, there's a chance. All right.
Mr. Clary, how about him coming in and he was so confident?
He was so sure.
He was like, I'm going to the game, I think. And I'm like,
well, you know what? I'll be honest with you. I let him run with it because, I mean, I didn't think they're going to beat Detroit, but I like their chances this weekend. I mean, hey, I like their chances. So Eckler's going to run them, go wild, I think.
so what's the percentage chance out of 100 that Clary is sitting at the Superdome in New Orleans watching the Super Bowl with his dad?
What Clary? That's the key.
Our colleague.
You know what? To be honest with you, I got a chance. I might be there. But
no way.
Would you do that? Would you go and not take Ryan?
I'm kidding. Yeah, but I'm not going to get a ticket, so I'm okay. No, I'm not. I'd never do that. You know, I would never do that. No.
Well, here's the thing about my dad. Back in the day, he had Super Bowl tickets from his company to the Bills game, the Bills Redskins game at the time, and he sold.
My dad convinced me to sell it. No, actually, I got him bought. My boss bought them from me because he didn't want me to go away.
Oh wow!
So, oh well.
I wonder what that was.
I was a beer wholesaler, so you know that was a big time for us. Super Bowl time.
Oh, I can imagine. Well, before we let you go, I should also point out. So Ryan calls. You didn't know why you were coming on, although it sounds like you connected some dots pretty well.
Figured it out.
But Ryan calls.
I kind of figured it out there. Yeah.
So he calls up his pops and he goes, "Hey, can you come on the show at 4:45?" His dad's like, "I guess so." And he's like, "All right, well, we'll talk to you then." And then his dad's saying something, and I hear as he's walking out of the studio, Ryan goes, "All right, Dad, we got to go." He called you, and now he's rushing you off the phone.
You believe that?
Well, your kids are young, right?
Yeah, our oldest is 5.
Yeah, you'll learn.
But I heard you. You're like, "Oh, sorry for taking up your time."
You started taking up too much of your time.
He called you, and now he's telling you you're keeping me too long.
Yep. I love my dad, and my dad said to me, it was a Super Bowl. Actually, it was in Minnesota, and he's like, "Why would you want to go there?" And you know, I took it. I was like 23 or 24 or whatever, and I sold them, but I sold them for a good number, so it was worth it. It was worth it.
Enough to buy a new car years later.
All right, so Ryan did not know that we on the back channel we had actually set this already up with his dad. So go ahead and tell him the big news, Mr. Clary.
You're not going to the Super Bowl.
For a second, I think Ryan was like, "Oh my God, am I going? Oh my God!" His eyes were the size of pumpkins.
He thought he was going.
You got me a little bit. You did get me.
You were a little bit sized.
A little bit.
Your heart started pounding a little bit. You're like, "Oh my God, this is it. It's happening."
Grab a bag of Doritos and sit next to my basset hound. You'll have fun.
All right, Mike. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clary.
Take care, guys.
Be good. There's
Enjoy.
Mr. Clary joining us on Grant and Danny.
There are two Mr. Clarys in our lives now. Mr. Clary, and then, of course, Mr. Clary, the corporate entity.
That's a good point.
That's right.
That did not go how Ryan wanted. Let's talk Jaden Daniels next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by IT Cadre, trusted insight from trusted insiders, itcadre.com. The Commanders are going to take on the Eagles in the NFC Championship game on Sunday at 3. It's the first time Washington's been in the NFC Championship game since the 1991 season. Earlier today, the coach of that 1991 team joined Grant and Danny, three-time Super Bowl champion Joe Gibbs.
I think when you get to the championship game, you could make a case for all four of these teams. So it could happen. Each one of these teams is going to have a chance. A turnover at the right time, a great play at the right time. That's what it takes. Two of these teams are going to get to be a part of one of the greatest spectacles that man can do, the Super Bowl.
Today's practice report for the Commanders. 6 players didn't practice. Sam Cosmi with the knee injury. He's done for the season with a torn ACL. Teron Payne and Bobby Wagner didn't practice. 3 rest days. Zach Ertz, Cleveland Farrell, and Dante Fowler. 2 players were limited, Olamide Zaccheaus and Javonte Jean-Baptiste. Everyone else able to practice in full. Other news from around the NFL, the Jaguars fired their general manager, Trent Baalke. The Jets hired Lions defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn as their head coach, and the Bengals hired Notre Dame defensive coordinator Al Golden as their new defensive coordinator. IT Cadre's trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. Learn more. Visit itcadre.com. That's itcadre.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
If you missed Joe Gibbs earlier today, we're going to re-rack it for you at 6. You're also going to hear from quarterback Jaden Daniels in that our final segment of the night. Met with the media today ahead of the NFC Championship game. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. You can hear the NFC title game on Sunday right here on the Fan. Every play of the game plus pregame and postgame coverage starts 9 a.m. Sunday, goes all day long on your flagship home for the Caps and the Nats.
Want to remind you guys that as Washington continues to build the foundation of success on and off the field this season, it's time for you to plan for your future as well. The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condroy and Morad, can help you update your last will and testament or set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them the Grant and Danny sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Wanted to talk about a piece written about Jaden Daniels and where he ranks right now on a quarterback list in terms of who you'd buy stock in moving forward. So let's go to the Ruud Guest Hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And we welcome onto the show from Yahoo, Frank Schwab. Always does such a great job writing and talking about the NFL. And the piece, Frank, that caught our attention, as you can imagine, we like hearing nice things about our Jaden Daniels. You say he might already be the greatest rookie quarterback ever and the best quarterback in the NFC too. And it doesn't sound like there's a long list of guys that you would trade him for at this point, huh?
Not in the NFC for sure. I mean, there's a few guys in the AFC who are, going to the Hall of Fame someday. But I mean, maybe Jaden Daniels is too, for all we know. I sat here a year ago, and I feel kind of dumb about it. But you got time to fill in the off season, and you say, nobody's going to replicate this C.J. Stroud rookie season for a long, long time. Don't get used to this. This was a historical outlier, a guy who led the NFL in touchdown-interception ratio and yards per game. This was an outlier as a rookie, and this is going to stand forever. And then a year later, it's like, oh, yeah, Jaden Daniels is better. It's unbelievable what he's done. And, there's a million ways to look at it. But I think the one that really strikes me is, I mean, no offense to the Washington Commanders, but I don't think there's a very good roster. It's better than it was last year, but it's not like Ben Roethlisberger in 2004 when he kind of joined a really good Pittsburgh Steelers team and rode the wave to 13-1 record or whatever he put up after he became the starter. Or even Dan Marino in 1984 or 83, who joined a pretty good Dolphins team at that point. This is a flawed team that went 4-13 last year. They made changes for sure, but I look at this team and say they're probably 2 years away from where they should be. and they're in the Final Four of the NFL. It's incredible. I've never seen a rookie quarterback carry a franchise on his shoulders like this. It's unbelievable how good he has been right away.
Yeah, and Frank, I can't do it anymore. And I guess what I mean is when I have an 11-year-old, for example, when I'm evaluating my 11-year-old, I'm obviously so biased. I can't I need a professional coach to do it. Does that make any sense? I can't speak to it anymore, rationally or reasonably. That's how I feel about Daniels. It's so hype. It's I'm so over the top and so gushing. So I guess what I'm asking you here is big picture. I got to take myself out of it. I'm an ineligible judge. What are we really talking about here in terms of how good he is right now and how good he projects to be? You can sort of flip and say, yeah, maybe one day a Hall of Famer, but there are a lot of Hall of Famers. Where are we going with this journey?
I mean, if you were to ask me, it's set odds on Jaden Daniels over 0.5 MVPs in his career. I'd minus 500. I just think it's almost inevitable that he's going to win an MVP someday. But I think the obvious conversation is where he's going and the upside in the future, because it's limitless. Everybody loves him for the future. I'm talking about right now, right at this moment. If I had to go win a game tomorrow, I think he's my 5th quarterback on the board, which is just unbelievable. I've thought this through. I've had conversations with people. I've debated people, and I come to there's the 4 guys in the AFC that we all know about: Allen and Mahomes and Jackson and Burrow. Right? Those are the 4. And Jaden Daniels isn't there yet. Who's number 5? Would you take Justin Herbert or Jaden Daniels? I would take Jaden Daniels. I just think he does more. And not if you want to take Herbert, I'm totally fine with that too. After him, who are you taking? I would take him over everybody in the NFC, every single player. Hurts and Prescott and Stafford, good players, very good players. But I just think Jaden Daniels does so much, and he's so polished as a passer and so good as a rusher that I'm sitting here saying, I think Jaden Daniels is the 5th best quarterback in football right now as a rookie. And I've covered this game a long time. I've watched this game a long time, and I never thought I'd be saying that about a rookie quarterback. Rookies are supposed to struggle. Rookies are supposed to have it hard. And he came in and made the NFL look easy. And it's just unbelievable to me that I can sit here and realistically, and maybe I'm over the top too, because it's just been a great story, and he seems like a really, really cool guy to root for and all that stuff. And it's just cool to see Washington's franchise finally dig out of that. And I just like new blood, new stars, and maybe I'm a little biased in that way. But I really believe it. I believe that Jaden Daniels right now is, at worst, to me, the 6th best quarterback in the NFL.
Frank Schwab, senior writer at Yahoo, joining us on Grant and Danny. How much credit does Cliff Kingsbury deserve for what Daniels has accomplished this year? And if he were to leave, how much would it set him back? It sounds like you don't think much.
It's tough. It's tough because I think Cliff has done a great job. I think that the way they progressed Jaden through the year, we remember that first game. I think we might have, if I'm not mistaken, we might have even talked about it right afterwards, where it was, we're not letting Jaden do anything. We're treating him like a normal rookie. We're going to keep everything behind the line of scrimmage or 2 yards downfield. And he did fine, but you could tell that the training wheels were on at that point. And slowly and surely, Cliff Kingsbury opened things up for him and kept feeding him stuff until he's really ready to just break out and do everything and basically play like a veteran. So I think Cliff, and who's always, had a good reputation as offensive mind, and people catch up to him during the season, and I'm sure you guys worried late in the season that people were catching up to Cliff Kingsbury again. I think he's kind of had a breakthrough in these playoffs, in getting rid of that reputation that everything becomes stale after early season, and he's really done a good job. And yes, if he leaves, it doesn't seem like he will at this point. I mean, I don't know who he's kind of cooled in the last week or so as teams have moved on to other options. But if he did leave, yes, it sets any young quarterback back when you're learning a new scheme and a new coordinator and all this kind of stuff. But I think Jaden would be fine. I think that when I look at this, I kind of view it as Jaden Daniels elevating Cliff Kingsbury rather than the other way around. Although I think both have had. I mean, Cliff deserves a lot of credit for how he's coached this rookie quarterback and got the most out of him.
Frank Schwab, Yahoo Sports, with us here on G&D. So there have been more prolific rookie passing years in history. But I think your point is 100% right, Frank. When you start to add in everything he does and what he means for the offense, there's no way you can shut off every valve, right? I mean, and how much does that sort of play into how impactful he is and why you think it's the best rookie season ever?
Yeah, and I think, and again, I mean, I'm not trying to just disparage the Washington Commanders, but I think with other prolific passing rookie seasons, guys have had better talent around them. I mean, Cam Newton has Steve Smith, right? Like, Terry McLaurin's awesome; he's great. But when I look and I see Zacchaeus and De'Ami Brown and Zach Ertz in his mid-30s, I'm like, they have so further they can go if they can land a T. Higgins or something this offseason. That's part of it to me. That just the supporting cast around him hasn't allowed him to throw for 4,000 yards. Really, he's just been so efficient. The completion percentage set a record this year. All that kind of stuff. And then it's so hard for a dual threat guy to come in and kind of do both things at his peak at the same time. Usually, it's you're a runner and you learn to be a passer and you adjust to that point in your career. It's like Jaden Daniels is polished at both as a rookie. And we've just never seen that before. Even Lamar, who I love Lamar, and Lamar's going into Hall of Fame on first ballot and all that kind of stuff. Lamar was not a polished passer when he came into the NFL. He got the job done, but he was a runner who threw the ball fairly well. Jaden Daniels is both just exceptionally well. I think he knows where to go with the ball. And I think this virtual reality stuff has helped him. I think playing a ton in college has helped him. I think NIL is changing the game for quarterbacks as far as guys like Bo Nix and Jaden Daniels, who just played a ton of college football and come in really ready to succeed right away where other rookies hadn't, where they might have left a year earlier than they should have and weren't developed. And that leads to a rocky start. So I think just the polish Daniels has had on both things, like you said, if you can stop him as a passer, but can you stop him as a runner? And that's why these dual threat guys are so good, from Josh Allen to Lamar or anybody like that. It's just rare to see somebody be at the peak as a runner and a passer at the same time. And I think Jaden's there already, as crazy as that sounds.
Frank, do you have an MVP vote?
I don't anymore, no.
Okay, I asked that only to now ask, I guess, two-parter. Number one, who would you have voted for? And if what we're saying in this conversation about Daniels is the case, why isn't he more in the conversation?
Yeah, and I've wondered that too. And I've said I said on our podcast on Yahoo Sports Inside Coverage that I have no problem actually with a Jaden Daniels MVP vote. Like, if you could make the argument that he took a franchise that was 4-13, has only one other Pro Bowl player. Again, Terry's awesome. Don't get me wrong, but only one other Pro Bowl player, and taken them to a 12-win regular season. I mean, that was impressive. Now, I would have voted for Lamar. I just think he was the best player this season, and I think that should matter. I hate this argument of, well, Josh Allen's teammates were worse. Well, who cares? Like, who's the best player? It's Lamar Jackson's. I don't have a huge problem with Josh Allen, and he'd be a fine MVP vote. I just don't like the discourse of, well, who had worse teammates? Because that immediately eliminates Lamar Jackson from the conversation. But I would have voted for Lamar Jackson. I wouldn't have any problem with Josh Allen as a vote, obviously. Wouldn't have any problem with Saquon Barkley as an option. I think he had an MVP season, too. And if you wanted to talk me into Jaden Daniels, I could listen. I don't think ultimately I'd come on your side when it comes to that. But I think that he had the type of season where you can say, hey, if we're just judging it on who elevated their franchise the most, Jaden Daniels is in that conversation.
So, Frank, you mentioned earlier kind of that big group of four quarterbacks, right? Allen, Burrow, Jackson, Mahomes. I feel like if their coaches, offensive coordinators, whomever, retired or went somewhere else, and tomorrow you could put them in a different system, they'd be just fine. Is Daniels going to get to the point in your mind where he's system proof? In other words, if you lose Kingsbury and everybody that speaks that language about what the slot receiver's called and what jet action is called, and you got to learn a new language, when does he get to the point for you, if he does, that he's system proof?
I believe he is, really. I mean, I think that just assuming, some level of competence at coaching, you can you stick with the worst offensive coordinator in the league and have them succeed. But I do think just his skill set is so vast that he's mostly going to be one of these guys who, there's only a handful of them on the planet who, it doesn't matter who their teammates are, Doesn't matter who the coach is. Doesn't matter what the scheme is. He's just going to elevate everybody. I think he's going to be there. I think he's going to be that guy. And also part of this too is, from all accounts, the work ethic he has. Like, let's say that Cliff leaves tomorrow. Let's say that the Jaguars hire him, and I think whoever comes in as the offensive coordinator full speed by the time training camp starts. He's impressive that way. My colleague Troy Epstein went down there and did a long feature in the summer on Jaden Daniels, and just how much of a gym rat he is, to use a basketball term. And that guy, I mean, I was already high on the Commanders in the offseason, liked them a lot, thought they could be a playoff team. I do have those receipts. But I heard that about Jaden, and it just brought me to another level where I'm like, there's something special here, and I think the Commanders know what they have here.
Frank Schwab of Yahoo on G&D. Give us your predictions for this weekend. Commanders, Eagles, Bills, Chiefs. Who do you see playing in the Super Bowl?
I think the Eagles are going to win, but I think Jaden Daniels is going to put the fear of God into them along the way. Like, he's just that guy who, man, I don't like betting against guys like Jaden Daniels because it's just not a fun 3 hours. Like betting against Mahomes or anybody like that. He's that dude. He's already that dude, and it wouldn't stun me if the Commanders won that game. I mean, everybody there knows. They were leading in the fourth quarter at Philly, that Thursday night game, and everybody knows what happened the second game when he threw the 5 touchdowns and they beat him. So it's not out of the realm of possibility they could win that game. But I do think the Eagles win a close game. They're just more ready. They're a better roster right now. Commanders will get there in a year or two. Give Adam Peters a couple more off seasons, and they're really going to be there. But right now, the Eagles are just so far superior talent-wise that it's going to be tough for Jaden to overcome that. And then on the AFC side, you know what? I'm sick of picking against the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs. I went 0 for 4 doing it last year. I'm just not doing it this year. I think the Bills are a better team. I think the Buffalo Bills are a better team than the Kansas City Chiefs, and it just doesn't matter. Like the Chiefs get in these situations, and they're just so comfortable, and they know how to win games. And Patrick Mahomes is a legend already, and so is Andy Reid. That I'm not picking against the Chiefs. I'm just going to take the Chiefs, and then we'll have Chiefs Eagles Super Bowl maybe.
Yay again, Frank. Thank you, buddy.
No doubt.
Good catching up. There's Frank Schwab of Yahoo. Go read his story. It was great.
It's a good piece.
Really, really well done, talking about just how good Jaden Daniels is already. We're Grant and Danny on the Fan. Again, you'll hear our interview with Joe Gibbs coming up at 6 o'clock. If you missed it the first time, you should absolutely listen for that. Next, does last month's win over the Eagles make you feel any better about this matchup? Is it relevant? We'll get to that next. What's up, guys? It's Grant. You know that I'm back on the weight loss train. Your boy's down about 20 pounds right now with my friends over at CoPair. They're going to design a program that works for you like they've done for me. I'm adding muscle. I'm losing fat. I'm meeting with a coach every week. I'm getting on the scale. That accountability matters to me, always has. Weigh-in's coming. Someone's going to sit there and go over some of the trouble areas of your life that week. It's really, really helpful. The CoPair program caters to your preference. I wanted to try one of the weight loss injections they've got available to you. Not all of their clients do, by the way. 58% of their new clients don't want to do that. But I did. I wanted to tamp down some of my cravings by learning how to keep the weight off and making the lifestyle changes. Simultaneously, it'll give you a chance to keep the weight off when you're done with the injections. But look, you made the New Year's resolution, right? You decided you wanted to get healthier. There's nothing more important than investing in your health, so do that right now. CoPair is the program. Go check them out. It's the old EMP 180. Get on board with me early this year. Start dropping those pounds.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Eagles in the NFC Championship game Sunday at 3 o'clock. Earlier today on Grant and Danny, three-time Super Bowl champion head coach and Washington legend Joe Gibbs joined the show.
But when certain teams get a certain feeling, as a coach, I know I could feel it. And you just have a confidence about the team. And I think this team has done that.
Taking a look at today's practice report for the Commanders, 6 players didn't practice. Sam Cosmi dealing with the torn ACL. He's done for the year. Deron Payne and Bobby Wagner. 3 players with rest days. Zach Ertz, Cleveland Farrell, and Dante Fowler. 2 players were limited, Olamide Zaccheaus and Javonte Jean-Baptiste. Other NFL news, the Jaguars fired their general manager, Trent Baalke. The Jets are hiring Lions defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn as their head coach, and the Bengals are hiring Notre Dame defensive coordinator Al Golden as their new defensive coordinator. College hoops tonight, Virginia Tech in action against Georgia Tech. 7 p.m. tip-off. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Commanders Eagles Sunday, NFC Championship football. We'll have the game pre and post coverage all day long right here on The Fan. Live play-by-play, the Westwood One broadcast. Cannot wait to get to the link. I know many of you guys are going as well. Hey, real quick, before we discuss the NFC Championship game, did you see the prices at Camden Yards? They've reduced some of their top foods.
I've seen a couple people posting about this. This is what you do, people. Let's all take note.
This is the Birdland Value Menu.
Mm-hmm. Hello.
This thing on?
Hello.
Nationals.
Yeah,
Listening?
hello. Hi, this is the Nats. Hi.
Hey, it's Grant Paulson down the street.
Grant, hey, how's it going?
Did you guys see the Birdland Value Menu?
No, we didn't see it. What are they doing?
See that $4 refillable soda cup, that souvenir soda?
Did you say $14?
No, I said 4. It was 13 at your ballpark last year.
Oh.
It's 4 at Camden.
Oh.
I'm going to need you to do that for Daddy.
Well, that's... I get another call. Hold on.
Hello, is this the Nationals?
Yeah.
It's Grant. I'm using Danny's phone.
Oh, no. Grant, you're still here.
$4 for an all-beef hot dog.
Yep.
Doesn't sound like a great deal. I'm here to tell you that's a great deal.
It's better than, what is it, like $8.50?
$4 for pretzel bites with cheese.
Uh-huh.
I would never eat the cheese that's liquid that comes with that.
Sure.
But I would eat the hell out of them pretzel bites.
Mm-hmm.
$4 for cream cheese. No, that's not true. Oh, I'm sorry. I skipped the line. Cinnamon pretzel bites with cream cheese icing. These are pretzel bites with icing. We're going to do that. That one we're going to do.
You'll sign up for that one?
That one sounds
It's so cheap, you can take one bite and throw it away.
Sounds like Auntie Anne's. $4 for that. Nacho chips and cheese, $4. Popcorn. How much you spending for popcorn? You actually, let's do it like this way.
I did this.
You bought popcorn at the Superdome. I watched you eat.
I was so nervous.
Tub of popcorn. How much did it cost?
Like $18 because it was the novelty size.
It's a gigantic bucket.
Yeah.
It costs so much money. Not anymore. Not at Birdland.
Not up in here.
Popcorn, $3.50. Peanuts, $2.50.
Reward your fans. Be nice to them.
Packaged dessert, $3. This is what I'm talking about. I got to take my kids to a baseball game. You got to hook me. Now, I always give the Nats credit. I have for a long time. They do an amazing thing called
the Kids Eat Free.
Kids Eat Free, where you can get bagged lunches for children. My kids, every time we go to a game, do that. It's a hot dog, chips, and a water. Kids eat free. Awesome. This is Grant Eats Cheaper. That's what I want at Nats Park.
Well, even beyond that, if anybody's got kids, knows that you either spend all day at all times negotiating or like inducing tears with this is what you have to eat, or when you go to a ballpark, you just give in. We go to Dippin' Dots 4 different times. We go, which I can't stand anymore, by the way. I now like actually actively hate Dippin' Dots because of the amount of times I've gone into that line about the same $7.49 stupid multicolored thing that turns into liquid after 4 seconds.
Tastes metallic.
It can go to hell.
Ice cream of the never future.
Yeah, ice cream of the no time ever on any timeline. So you could do Kids Eat Free, and that's smart. I mean, I'm not begrudging the Nats for doing that. It's awesome. I'm glad they do that.
Sensational.
I'm not ripping that. I'm just simply saying everyone with kids understands, it's not all solved. You're going to get the catcher's helmet full of ice cream or whatever else.
To solve anything, or everything, rather. It's nice if you solve something, which they've done. But my point on this, Danny, is if you want to not bring in any players this offseason of note, if you want to not go get a star, if you want to not really give me a reason to come to the ballpark with opening your checkbook and free agency, because they have effectively just replaced the $35 million of Patrick Corbin with spending this offseason. If you add up all their arbitration money that they've dumped into players for raises and the guys that they brought in, they have not added to the payroll. It's just Patrick Corbin's contract off the books, and then they've replaced that with a lot of what they've done. So if you want to play that game, I wasn't born yesterday. I know that there's no more added commitment here financially. Give me something to let me know, hey, man, I know it sucks right now. I know that this was the offseason that I was supposed to spend. I know that the Caps are the best team in hockey and the Commanders are going to the conference championship game. Things are looking up around these parts, but I'm not going to get on board and start spending or trying to, go win 90 baseball games. But at least I'm going to give you a $3 hot dog. At least your popcorn's only going to cost you $2.50. Do something for me, please. At any point ever.
Very well said. Yeah, I mean, if you give me a choice, I would take better Major League Baseball players.
Well, that would be my first priority.
That would be my first. But if I can't get that, which I can't, then I'd like a more affordable hot dog.
There's a ship out there. What happened?
It's gone. Bon voyage. Fare thee well. Don't forget to ride.
Looked like it sailed. Huh?
Yeah, that's gone.
That one, that whole better players thing, there was a few months where that could have happened.
Was some sort of marketplace where guys were getting...
If only there was a part of the baseball calendar where you were allowed to go out and upgrade your ball club with substantial moves.
It's ongoing. I've heard.
And I always like to say, I think the baseball people did a pretty good job with the no money that they spent. Right? They did about as well as you could do when it sounds like you're told, hey, we got $35 million off the books from Corbin. That's what you're allowed to spend. They did a decent job spending $35 million.
Gentlemen, gather around. Build me a rocket ship. Here's bubblegum and toothpicks. See you in spring training.
Not at Mars, though, because that spaceship ain't getting you to Mars. All right, back to the NFC Championship game we go.
Yeah.
Does last month's win over the Eagles give you more confidence that Washington can beat Philadelphia? They beat the Eagles in Landover in what was I would say, as entertaining a game as they played all year, but it's got to be acknowledged that if Jalen Hurts doesn't get hurt, Philly probably wins the football game. And Kenny Pickett was okay. He made one terrible decision through the really bad interception. But that was a game, 36-33 shootout. Jaden Daniels ended up throwing for 258 and 5 through the air. If they'd lost both games to the Eagles, that game was 21-7 early before Hurts got hurt. Maybe that ends up being like a 35-23 Eagles win or something. I think people probably feel differently about this weekend, even though I don't think they should. To me, I don't care at all about that game in week 16. It's got nothing to do with how I feel. This team's on a heater. The momentum's real. Everything seems to be going their way. And Jalen Hurts is not 100% healthy. He looks compromised. He looked banged up when we last saw him. It's Saquon Barkley and kind of pray for rain on offense. And you got to find a way to stop Jalen Carter. But I like their chances a lot just based on how they're playing. It has nothing to do with the fact that they beat the Eagles this past month.
So it's interesting because I've heard so many people, right? Whether it's asking the question, whether it's referencing this is the data point that everybody kind of keeps pointing to. It sounds like you're not, which I actually tend to agree with, and I'll get to why in a second. But I've heard we just beat them a month ago. And the thing that, if you've listened to the show at all, first, we appreciate it. Second of all, you kind of know Grant and I are process guys. Now, you want to win every game, and you want to win. I understand all that. But my point is, if I give you several key data points from that game, including the fumbles, the turnovers, the penalties, especially early, the drop passes, the pressure on Jaden Daniels, I'd go, that's a loss. Now, they won it, and it was miraculous, and it was incredible, but it wasn't because they found a weakness in Philly's defense with Brian Robinson. It wasn't because they were able to take advantage of this, that, and the other. It was, frankly, Daniels had 81 yards scrambling and put the team on his back, like the old school YouTube video, put the team on his back, though. That's what he did, basically. That's what happened, and it was amazing, and I wouldn't trade it for the world, but to me, there's nothing sustainable. There's no lesson learned from that game, if that makes sense. That was as crazy a one-off, fun, unbelievable thing similar to me, the same way you go, what I want to do strategically is be down with about 9 seconds left, 60 yards away from the end zone. That's puts us in a perfect position for Jaden to throw a Hail Mary and win.
Yeah.
That's not sustainable.
They were down 27-14 in that game going into the fourth quarter. Would you sign up for that right now?
No.
Of course you wouldn't. Like, nothing about that game is all that replicable, but I don't know that you'd want it to be. They scored 3 fourth-quarter touchdowns. 61-yard drive on a 4-yard pass to Zacchaeus. 87-yard drive on a 49-yard catch and run by Zacchaeus. That was when the Eagles had 12 on the field.
Yep.
Had to rush a guy off. It happened to be the guy that was defending him, and then nobody picked him up. And then they had the game-winning drive of 57 yards in the last 152, the 9-yard pass to Crowder. That was like a mad dash, wild finish to a game where they kind of were outplayed for 3 quarters pretty handily.
I mean, again, you look at the first half, the penalties, this first set of drives. There's a touchdown mixed in here, but it's downs, fumble, punt, fumble. That's how they started the game. There's nothing sustained. Like, I do that again and see if you get away with it in the conference championship.
I actually think that the first game, which they lost, I feel like makes me feel better about the matchup than the second, weirdly.
Strangely, I think I actually know exactly what you mean.
So here's what I
mean. Because they
mean
didn't play great, and they were right there.
Hurts got hurt when it was 21-7. That's number one. They were up 14 points when they had their starting quarterback, and they were whooping Washington pretty good in that game. In the first matchup, the Commanders actually did a really good job against Hurts early. And just generally speaking, offensively, the Eagles for 3 quarters. They led going into the fourth quarter in that game. After 3 quarters in Philly, Washington had a lead. After 3 quarters at home, they were down by 13. That's kind of argument number 2. Now, the fourth quarter got away from him. Saquon Barkley eventually broke open, and the dam, the levees broke. The dam opened up, and here comes Barkley to the left, Barkley to the right. He got going. But I think that game and the way it played out makes me feel better because Daniels was borderline awful by his own standards. Like, not to say it was this tumultuous performance, but that was as bad as we've seen him.
Oh, yeah.
And you were right there with a chance to win, ready to go up in the fourth quarter if you kick a field goal instead of going for a 4th down. That game makes me feel better than the other one where the Kenny Pickett-led Eagles couldn't make enough plays in the second half. And Washington went on a bunch of drives in, I won't call it garbage time, but in a phase of the game where the Eagles had kind of let their guard down clearly, were playing a little preventative, and then you started moving the football and scored 3 touchdowns in the fourth quarter.
And they couldn't get the momentum back. I think that's the story. But to your point, that first game, short rest, Sunday to a Thursday, on the road, nothing easy about that, going into a really tough place to play against a great team that, it was sort of the sleeping giant and ready to explode, and then it finally happened there in the fourth quarter. You couldn't hold back anymore. So that actually gives me a little bit more confidence maybe than the most recent one. To me, this is nothing about that was repeatable. Nothing about how that game went, where you turn it over 5 times, and as you said, the one throw over the middle of Luke McCaffrey that Daniels just sailed. Like, he doesn't do that. He did that game. Delmy Brown with the fumble, and the other interception I think that Daniels kind of forced in there. He missed I think it might have been Ben Sinnott. If he just on a goal line play, just thrown it to him right away, it would have been a touchdown. It didn't happen. Just these things weren't working well until he then turned into Superman in the second half. And he's Superman right now. I get that. But to me, that game doesn't have as much bearing as it sounds like a lot of fans think it does.
Yeah, what about you guys? We'll get to the calls on this next. 800-636-1067. How relevant do you think the win was in Week 16? How much does that play into how you feel about the game on Sunday? 800-636-1067. You're listening to Grant and Danny. Hey, guys, it's Grant. Throughout the entire NFL playoffs, FanDuel is going to take it to the next level. Right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's $300 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet. The FanDuel app gives you everything you need for live bets, same-game parlays, and so much more. Plus, when you win, you get paid instantly. Visit FanDuel.com/GP and join today. That's FanDuel.com/GP with my promo code GP. FanDuel.com/GP. Get started with $300 in bonus bets. It's a good way to start. Betting $5, getting $300 in bonus bets for doing it. I am jealous of you. FanDuel Sportsbook's an official partner of WJFK. Got to be 18, present in D.C., first online real money wager only, $5 deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bet expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. The Commanders beat the Eagles in Week 16. The question we're asking you is, does that make you feel better about the game this weekend? I happen to feel great about the game this weekend anyway. I think they got a really good chance to win on the road in the NFC title game. But it's got nothing to do with Week 16, which I think was kind of a fluky win, frankly, coming from behind, scrambling when they were down 27-14 to start the fourth quarter. I will say that almost beating the Eagles in their place when Daniels played poorly earlier in the year actually does make me feel a little bit better, oddly.
Yeah, I smell what you're cooking there. I thought I was going to stand alone here because I see this all the time, like it's been going on for a long time. But I see this a lot among Washington fans, and I've heard it, and people are kind of referencing this game more than a month ago as kind of their data point as to why they're not concerned at all about this game. To me, it's I don't want to say it's irrelevant because it's important to notice certain trends and different things, but I just don't see it as anywhere near as relevant as the way Washington's playing right now this second.
Well, that's also just not how football works, if we're being honest. Like, even if you played a team last week, it might not be that relevant. Not to mention the injuries that have happened since, the players that have come back and gotten healthy for both teams. But in football, every game is its own TV show, basically. Like, they don't lean on each other. It's one of those types of shows where you don't have to watch episode 1 to be able to enjoy episode 2. And because something happened a month ago is not really going to dictate terms this time around. But to the phones we go. Jay's in D.C. What's up, Jay?
Hey, Jay.
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, man.
Hey, Grant, this your buddy, man. I was on the flight with you in Tampa, man. I was looking for you up in Detroit, man. I flew up and I didn't see you, man. But
I would have been
poor guy was flu gaming at home.
I had a flight, I had a hotel, and I had a flu, so I didn't make it.
Hey, look, and just to piggyback on y'all food prices, I was in Detroit. They had a special where you got a dog, chips, and a drink, and it was like $12. I was elated. I was shocked, man.
No way.
But
That's
look,
awesome. Teams should do this.
Telling you.
They should be doing this kind of thing. I want to take my kids to the game. I can't be spending $175 for the two of us to eat and drink.
Exactly. So look, the question is, does it make you feel better? So the answer to that is yes. It does make me feel better going into this game. Not that it has any ramifications on this game, or it will determine, it determines how we play. But I think that because we were able to move the ball against their starting defense minus 1 or 2 players, Jaden Daniels, what he did in that game against those circumstances, how much we were down, he really played really well against their starting defense, and nobody had threw for like 2 touchdowns on them. He really went out and did and showed that he could compete against them, and we always played them tight. So I think it really makes me feel good heading into this game. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate you, buddy. Let's go to Bill and Lorton on Grant and Danny. Bill, the question is, does the win in Week 16 make you feel better about this game, or is that irrelevant?
Hey, Grant and Danny. Yeah, it makes me feel better about this game because we had 5 turnovers we overcame, and he threw 5 touchdowns. Wow. And then, look, Grant, Jaden was a little bit shook up, still coming off a little injury in the first game, and he didn't do that bad, but we already beat the number 1 seed. We're hot. We got to take down the number 2 seed.
Yeah, we were talking about this yesterday, Bill. If they get there, man, will it be earned? You went to Tampa Bay, who was the 3 seed. Then you will have beaten the 1 seed Detroit, and then you will have beaten the 2 seed Philly. So you will have won on the road at the 1, the 2, and the 3 on your way to the Super Bowl.
And now I know Tampa didn't have as good a record as, say, Minnesota or whatever, but you're looking at the 3 teams playing the best in the NFC heading into the postseason. I would arguably include Tampa in there, either them or LA.
Yeah, I think because of the way the Vikings got dismantled by the Lions in the last week, you could say that. Although, take that 1 game out, Minnesota.
Sure, body of work, it's Minnesota.
Now, I would have picked the Vikings to beat the Bucs. So I'm still going to say it was probably like 3 of the best 4 teams in the conference. But the point stands. You went at the number 3, at the number 1, and at the number 2 over a 3-week span, and you kept winning, and now you're in the Super Bowl. Chris in Hyattsville, what's going on?
Hey, Chris.
What's up? I do think the last game is relevant because something clicked for Jaden in the second half. And I feel like that was one of the first games where he really realized it was okay. He had permission to take the game over. And he carried that over into Atlanta in that game, which clinched the playoff spot. The Cowboys game to me is a outlier. He played with the same identity, if you will, or approach in both playoff games. I feel like that was sort of like the bellwether moment for him was that second half of the Philadelphia game. I think that's really where he came into his own, and I put a lot of stock into it.
Appreciate you, buddy. I will also say this to kind of piggyback Chris a little bit there. When Jaden Daniels was not healthy, they're 0-1 against the Eagles. When Jaden Daniels was healthy, they're 1-0 against Philly. They could tell themselves that in their building, not be wrong. You know, when we got our guy,
when he was all the way right,
we beat you and scored 40 doing it. 36 points and a 5-touchdown performance by him.
There's something to that. Just kind of looking at the game log as well. I know the Dallas games were notwithstanding. I still haven't figured out how to categorize the Dallas game, by the way.
Well,
I don't know who was.
Here's how you categorize it: the NFL.
Yeah.
Football, man.
Well, I suppose, but I don't know what they cared about or what they didn't. He's the only guy that's sad. I don't know if it's because whatever. I'm not concerned.
Are you talking about Week 18?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about the loss to Dallas.
No, I mean the one where he was in the first half and he's the only person that sat to rest, or was it not rest?
He did not
I don't
play
know.
well. Their offense didn't play well. I think it was just, you know what? It's really, really hard to pretend.
Yeah.
You already were in. You need to win, but we can play with our food a little bit in the process. And it almost beat them, but it didn't.
Yeah. So taking that one out, because I still don't know what to do with it, there's something to what Chris is saying. I mean, you had that Atlanta game in overtime, the Tampa playoff game, the Detroit game, where he's been, I mean, it was already good, but it turned sensational. It turned up a notch. It escalated quickly, if you're sort of looking at it, since that second half.
800-636-1067 is the number. Jot it down. It'll be the number all day tomorrow on this station as well, if you want to talk about the NFC Championship game. Next, you're going to hear our interview with Joe Gibbs, the Hall of Fame head coach who brought 3 Lombardi trophies to the nation's capital. He told us he will be on site at the link in Philly for the NFC Championship game. You're also going to hear from starting quarterback Jaden Daniels, who met with the media today. That's all next, right here on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is driven by Oarsman Chantilly Kia. Let's ride together. The Commanders getting set to take on the Eagles for their first NFC Championship game since the 1991 season. Taking a look at today's practice report, 6 players didn't